Okay, good morning, Linda. We're live.
Good morning. All right. Good morning, everyone. We are going to reopen the July 2020 board meeting. And Karen, can you take the roll?
Yes. Linda Darling-Hammond.
Here.
Cynthia Glover-Woods.
Here.
Jim McQuillan.
Here.
Brenna Pangelinan.
Here.
Kim Patillo-Brownson.
Here.
Aide Rodriguez.
Here.
Eileen Strauss.
Here.
Okay. We have a quorum.
Matt is here. Matt is here. Matt's in.
Matt, welcome, Matt.
Here.
Okay.
We missed you.
We're still working the problem for Ting and for Patricia, but hopefully they'll join us shortly.
Right. So we've had some technology problems, and a couple of our board members couldn't get in. We have a couple more who will come, but we are going to begin this morning by reopening item 1, which is our state board priorities item. And hopefully our other board members will join us before we get to the end of that item. We're going to take action on the draft May 2020 meeting minutes and report on our liaison assignments. So there should be a public comment slide that will go up. Nope.
Yes, we're putting that up now.
There we go. This is on the draft preliminary report of action minutes for the May 7th, 2020 meeting. We'll open the phone line for public comment. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling 712-432-0075, entering the access code, and following the instructions on this slide. And while we are waiting for any members of the public to call in, do I have a motion from a board member to approve the May 7th, 2020 State Board of Education draft preliminary report of action / meeting minutes?
All motion.
I hear member Navo, and is there a second?
Second.
Was that, who was that?
Kim Patillo-Brownson.
Thank you very much. I can't see everyone at once. Great, Patillo-Brownson. And are there any public comments?
No, we have public comment, but they're for the charter items.
Okay, so there's no public comment. Is there any further discussion of the board meeting minutes? Okay. Board members, please raise your hand in the participant panel of Zoom. Karen will keep track of the raised hands. And I believe our new board members will abstain from voting on this item.
Correct.
Okay. And Karen, can you please call the roll?
Okay, let's see. No one's raising their hand. Did you want them to raise it in the participant list?
That's what it says in the script.
Okay.
Why don't we just do the roll call?
Do the roll call. It's easier. Yeah.
Yes.
Linda.
Yes.
Matt. Is Matt?
Yes.
Thank you, Matt. Okay, Brenna.
Yes.
Kim.
Yes.
Eileen.
Yes.
And Ting. Has Ting joined us? No. Ting should be in. Let's see if she's... Ting, are you there? Hello, Ting.
Okay, hi. I can't see anything or anyone, though.
We can hear you. That's a step in the right direction.
We can see you.
Do you see us, Ting?
I don't. I can't see. And my camera is, well, let's see. Okay.
There you are. We see you.
Okay.
You look great.
Okay.
Good. So, Ting, we're voting on the minutes.
Okay.
Just say hi.
I need you to say yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I approve.
But no pressure.
No pressure. What about
I'm going to hang up
Patricia
here.
Rucker? Is she with us?
Okay. And then I need to
Yes,
fix
I
this
am.
whole thing.
Okay. Patricia,
Oh,
we're
good.
voting on the
Patricia,
minutes.
welcome.
Oh my gosh.
Patricia, can you say yes? Yes. Okay, good. All right. So the minutes have been approved.
All right, that was quite an accomplishment.
I'll get it. Yeah.
We'll see how the rest of the day goes.
Yes.
Now I want to invite the state board members to report out on any liaison activities that are not related to any items on our July agenda. And because of our 3 new board members who were just sworn in this morning, they have not yet received liaison assignments, but we'll be working together after the board meeting to discuss the various opportunities they may wish to get involved in. So let's begin by calling on other board members based on their last name. I'm going to start with member Navo in the middle.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. I think I speak for everyone. Ting, that was the most stress. That took years off my life right there.
Oh my gosh.
Trying to get on. That took years off my life. So I got a couple of computers trying to work this thing, and we'll see how we do here.
Yeah.
So the system of support, to say the least, has been very busy. And just for those in the audience that, when I say system of support, I mean California Department of Ed, the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, the state board, the county offices, the LEAs, the geographic leads, the SCUPA leads. So it's a composite of many entities across the state that are doing the work of supporting schools. I'm going to highlight, there's a lot to share, but I'm going to highlight very quickly a couple of big items that I think are important. CDE and CCEE have just awarded the 21st Century California School Leadership Academy grants. I think that's a very important. It's going to be providing training across the state to 8 awardees to do that training. And those awardees to provide administrative and other school leaders throughout the state training and support is University of California, Berkeley, Los Angeles County Office of Ed, Sacramento County Office of Ed, Los Angeles Education Partnership, Chico State, Madera County, Superintendent of Schools, and Sonoma County Office of Ed. They represent 7 of the county offices and local entities that are going to be providing this training of providing high quality professional development. And I think this is a huge move in the right direction for the system of support, training our leaders and providing supports to up and coming leaders in the state, how best to serve students and meet their needs. In addition, CCE and CDE are jointly charged with selecting both the County Office of Education to administer the new dyslexia initiative by September 1st, and a County Office of Education to serve as a lead expert in literacy within the system of support by December 1st. So that I think that's going to be, that's another joint project between the CCE and CDE that is a great example of the system of support working together and providing resources across the state. For the CCE, highlighting the distance learning that's went on, CCEE has provided technical assistance with regards to distance learning. They've done that with a multitude of collaboration between CDE, state board, and county offices, as well as community organizations. And they've done 318 virtual sessions that were completed with the system of support regarding hybrid learning, distance learning, with over 16,000 views to the website and a rating of 4.5 or higher on the value of the training. So I think that says a lot about the quality of the training and support that's going out across the state. In addition to that, you had the continuity of learning playbook that was highlighted. That has 19,000, over 19,000 views, and helps the system of support to support students and with their social emotional learning and building capacity of English learners, supporting students with special needs, as well as resources about how to return. So I think that that's going to be incredibly helpful and has been incredibly helpful. And last but not least, the system of support has engaged in the Community Engagement Initiative. The Community Engagement Initiative is part of the support that's expanding the professional learning networks. And those were awarded to Chino Valley Unified, Moreno Valley, Pajaro Valley, Riverside, Upper Lake, and Val Verde Unified School District. So there's a lot going on in the system of support right now as it pertains to awarding entities across the state to do the good work. And there's also a lot going on around distance learning how do we return? And the CCEE, CDE, County Office of Eds are right in the middle of all that. And I think to go into the details, a board president, we could talk about an hour about it, but I think that highlights the most high level things that are happening across the state at this point.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. And welcome. We're glad you're here. Glad you got in.
Me too.
We're going to go to Board Member Pangilinan.
Hi, nothing really. I'm just excited to support the next student board member once they join in any way that I can.
Terrific. We will look forward to your doing that and to your checking back in with us regularly. Member Pupil Bronson.
Good morning. So there's a couple things I was going to provide an update on. One is the Early Childhood Policy Council has had a couple of meetings since we have last been all together. And much of the conversation has been around the master plan for early learning and care. That is a master plan that is due for its public debut on October 1st. There is a research team comprised of WestEd, Child Trends, Stanford School of Ed, RAND, LIF, AIR, Neiman Collaborative, and social policy partners, all of whom have been working together to both assess the current state of the system of early care and education, and then also to make recommendations for the plan moving forward. They've broken it out into a couple of meta categories that they're making recommendations around in finance, in expansion of access, around facilities, quality improvement, and universal pre-K. Also in this last year's budget that was just recently signed, there's been some movement of programs across various departments. And so the 4-year-old programs are staying with the Department of Education, and the younger child care wraparound programs and a number of other sort of more health-related programs are going to stay under Health and Human Services with the Department of Social Services. But obviously, CDE having state preschool is a, I think, signaling and an opportunity to create more cohesion and sort of alignment and articulation between the early learning and K-12 systems, which is I think, something for us as a board to continue tracking. In addition, I also wanted to report out on the early math symposium, which I was able to attend part of, which was really fantastic. And it was both, I think, very much geared towards educators and actually informing classroom practice, but also, sort of went between the 30,000 foot level as well as the sort of individual adult to child interaction levels. And very much addressing this idea of how to integrate and make early math skills applied learning opportunities in the early years. Everything from business planning for 4-year-olds for how to host a lemonade stand and bake sale, as well as physical education integration with PE and counting of steps and such, but to essentially make the learning active, integrated, and project-based, which obviously is something that many of us are thinking about, not just for the early years, but wanting the math curriculum to be something that lives in children's minds, in their sort of pencil and papers, but also in their activities and how they understand and absorb all of the learning. There's also a really clear focus on making sure that children with disabilities would also be brought into this format. And I think maybe the top line where I should have started is that we oftentimes, I think, when focusing on early years and the sort of initial year of testing, focus on 3rd grade reading as the year where the achievement gap is most readily apparent in the beginning. But 3rd grade math scores also show some significant need for improvement. And those are achievement gaps that once settled as early as age 8 are really difficult to get around. There's also interesting gender implications where girls tend to do better or as well as boys in the early years. And then there's a flip around 4th and 5th grade, which need not be. So in any case, it was great learning. And I heard from a number of participants about how beneficial it was.
Great. You just taught us a lot. Thank you very much. Member Rucker. Patricia, are you there? Can you unmute yourself?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm on my phone, so this is going to be a different kind of, this will be an interesting interaction for the whole day. And I'm with Board Member Novel. This took a few minutes off my life getting in on the call today. I want to thank you all, first of all, for taking the time to be with us today. It would be a mistake to imagine that the impacts of our separate and collective works on this board absent an acknowledgement that something fundamentally has taken place in our world, as well as the controversies and traumas that have interrupted life and schooling for millions of California students and their households. So as we talk about all the work that we've done, it's important for us to understand that the opening of school this year is going to be like any other school year in our careers. I also, along with member Pupil Bronson and board member Strauss, I'm sure you'll hear from her as well, participated in the early math symposium. I had the honor of giving the opening address to welcome the conference participants. And it has always been a wonderful session. I've had the opportunity and the thrill of supporting this conference from its inception and its beginning conference activities. I also serve, speaking of math, I also am the liaison for the Math Curriculum Framework Committee. They had a virtual meeting, a 2-day video conference on June 24th and 25th. The agenda covered new content in Chapter 4, Exploring and Discovering and Reasoning with and About Mathematics, Chapter 5, Data Science, and Chapter 10, Assessment in the 21st Century. There's a great deal of interest about what California is doing in developing this new content. The Reasoning and Discovery chapter gives a new frame and interpretation to the instructional shifts for teaching math. The data science is literally the expression of what's happening in the world, and it lets students become the discoverers of knowledge. And then finally, the concerns and ideas expressed by the members as they discuss the assessment chapter and state assessment policies will have far-reaching impact on the understanding in the field on what it means to build a more holistic systemic approach to assessment. It was really important at this meeting to hear feedback from stakeholders during the public comment section about the importance of culturally relevant instruction, asset-based instruction, and assessment opportunities where students can show what they know. Clearly, what they were asking for is it was plain. Culturally relevant content's not about watering down the presentation of content or creating artifice in scaffolding lessons for English learners. It's about the background, the context, and the relevance of the materials stakeholders are looking for in the learning experiences, the play materials, and the activities that will be provided to students. I'm also looking forward to the significantly disproportionality stakeholder meeting. It will be a virtual meeting on July 15th. This has been a long-standing concern of the state of California. We are in compliance and doing our reporting on providing services to students with exceptional or special needs as required by federal mandate. But in the area of how we make reports or make referrals for special education, we are out of compliance because there is a significant over-reporting or over-referral of students of color, particularly African-American students. And so this stakeholder work group works to address not only what the standards or criteria are that define significant disproportionality, but also providing guidance in developing plans to address this over-identification at the local level. There was an IQC meeting held on May 13th. This was in the week right after the May State Board meeting. As you know, yesterday the State Board took action to adopt two frameworks recommended by the IQC, the World Languages Framework and the Arts Framework. At the May meeting, the IQC subject matter committees began the work of instructional materials adoption. Both the World Languages Committee and the Arts Committee looked at the content maps, the standards maps, and the evaluation criteria. So as excited as we were to see the framework come to fruition yesterday, their work is laid out in front of them to begin the process of guiding the adoption of content. And then finally, I had the opportunity to apply for, and I was accepted into a national work group that's being sponsored by the National Association of State Boards of Education. They selected 20 state board members from across the country to participate in a whole child policy study work group. It's being launched, and the first virtual meeting will be July 17th. There will be one meeting a month through the end of the year. The purpose of this work group is to provide support in the development of policies and strategies and leadership for the state board to meet the social, emotional, behavioral, and mental health needs of students and school personnel in the wake of and recovery from COVID-19. So I'm looking forward to being able to share with my colleagues on the board the things that I learned from participating in this work group with each of our successive meetings. I'm going to close my report by taking just a moment of personal privilege. We all witnessed with great pain and horror the murder of an African-American man named George Floyd. Every Black leader, and in fact, every Black person I know, from LeBron James to my own brother, has tried to give some rationality or explain this cause and this problem. I will use this pulpit to add their words, because they said it better than I could, to the public record. There's this thing called the Black tax. It's not an IRS thing. It's the added burden that comes with being Black in America. It's routinely paid no matter how much education you have, how much money you make, or how much success you've earned. The Black tax is more than the added stares, whispers, and suspicions when you're out and about. It's about the many instances of disrespect and incivility your color seems to engender, and being expected to somehow always restrain yourself, lest you not be what white Americans are never asked to be, a credit for the race. That experience includes not being afforded the same privileges as others, as well as not being treated the same in the eyes of the law. It's about living a life that included both of your parents growing up in rural Mississippi and recounting childhood memories of lynchings, the Ku Klux Klan, the 4 jobs their parents worked, to send them to private schools in another state. It's about the fears that lead to decisions not to let me, their child, out of their sight, or the issues they had to think through in deciding whether or not we could go away to college, and then not being surprised when the campus police stopped and frisked my brothers for walking or driving on campus while Black. It's the day in and day out fatigue of trying to explain the obvious to the clueless. It's about being asked to overlook blue failings and white failings so they can conveniently be viewed as Black issues. It's about being asked by so many what they should do or say about race when the easy answer lies in the privacy of each person's heart. It's the Black tax. It's paid by me and every person of color on this panel and across the country. And frankly, I have been paying that tax long enough that I shouldn't have to ask others to simply accept one basic reality, that Black lives matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pat. Vice President Strauss.
Well, let me just say that these have been incredibly and are incredibly challenging times for students, for their families, for teachers and leaders, and everybody I know in the field is working really, really hard, and everyone's tired and trying their best to do for students what students need to be connected. So the theme in all the liaison work that I did, that I've done since the last board meeting in May, really had a whole theme of really connecting to students, trying to help teachers, trying to build community, and a lot of collaboration. That's the theme of all of the work, and I think that this is our opportunity to do things differently and really make it better, and not to just tweak it, but to really shake it up. And so I just want to say that I think that is in all the liaison work. I do liaison to the Credentialing Commission, and as part of that, I'm invited to attend the CSU California Center for Advancement of Instruction and Quantitative Reasoning. And while Member Rucker is the liaison for the math framework, the work that CSU is doing with K-12 school districts is to try to help students in their math pathways and try to get students to be successful in a fourth year of math. And so they convened on Friday, May 8th, right after our board meeting, and they highlighted some of the projects that are going on in the state that I think will be really helpful and could be included in some of the strategies in the new math framework. But there's some exciting ways they're rethinking the fourth year of math for students in high school in quantitative reasonings. They're also looking at new courses that would help students who struggle with Algebra 2, which is really a challenging course for many students, or what we call integrated math 3, depending on which district you're in. And so the collaboration from CSU campuses and school districts, they're also looking at ways to help teachers get supplemental authorization in computer science, which, you know, we really need, especially as we've adopted our computer science standards. So I think that their resources will be really helpful, and I've asked them to make sure they connect with CDE and the IQC as far as the framework work. Also, the core school districts, which are Fresno, Garden Grove, LA Unified, Long Beach, Oakland, Sacramento City, San Francisco, and Santa Ana. Those districts have been together working on trying to improve school and district practice, and their core advisory meets twice a year. They met on May 21st. They have two things. One, they're looking at freshman on track program to help students be successful. Those of us who worked in high schools realize that you've got to really focus on 9th and 10th graders if you're going to make sure they don't get lost in the process, to make sure they complete high school. So they've been working with a breakthrough success community through improvement science. And they're also looking at back to school analytics, getting students back to school. So I think the core districts have been very helpful to us in helping to advise some of our work in around accountability and improvement of practice. And so I felt that their data tools are available, and it was a really collaborative time. Then the California Collaborative for District Reform, that's a group that meets 3 times a year with school districts and researchers. And Mike Kirst is part of that, Bill Honig, many of the some Stanford faculty. And they've been working for 15 or 16 years now. I think Matt's a part of it as well. And they worked on June 15th and 16th on the issues of reopening schools, which is obviously a real priority for all of us. And they talked about distance learning, social, emotional, and relationship issues leading through crisis, and what the big picture presentation. And several districts presented. Long Beach Unified was actually quite impactful in their stakeholder group and what they're sharing. And they offer lots of resources and thoughts. So I just think everyone is trying to put their best thoughts together. You might know that we have it's sponsored through, I see the Bechtel Foundation that sponsors math and science collaboration in the state, the California Partnership for Science and Mathematics. The Science Collaboration Meeting group met on June 8th, and they're working on professional learning, how to integrate next generation science standards and help to build alignment. So the CDE has reached out to the Science Collaboration Committee, and they are helping to run some of the remote and webinars that we're offering. So our communities of practice around the state in math and science are really helpful in trying to improve practice and in these really challenging times. Let's see. Then the Special Ed Advisory Commission, that's not normally a liaison position for me at all, but the position was vacant. And so I did attend on June 17th to make sure that we had state board representation there. We have a new chair and a new vice chair. David Totson and Havanya Hayes White are selected as our chair and our vice chair. They had updates on state assessment, the annual report for special ed. The special ed division did an update on what's happening during the coronavirus pandemic, and really a shout out to Marin County Office of Education. They brought students back and they presented how they're dealing with on-site instruction during the pandemic. They really collaborated with community agencies they just been doing really quite sharing the successes and lessons learned. They also, at the Special Ed Advisory Commission, talked about the parent and family perspective on distance learning and what that's meant. And then a very, very heartfelt thank you to Kristen Wright for all of her service as the State Director of Special Ed. When I first met Kristen almost 10 years ago, she was on the Advisory Commission of Special Ed. So she really has served us well. And as you know, she's moved on to Sacramento County office, so not too far away and still a resource for us in special ed. Two more. The Credentialing Commission met on June 18th and 19th, and Ida, you actually probably, Ida was sitting there because she's the commissioner. But basically, there's a lot of updates that Credentialing Commission has tried to do in light of the pandemic to make sure that teachers can teach in the fall if they didn't finish their hours because the school was closed, or if they couldn't take their test that was required because the testing center was closed. So along with what the Credentialing Commission could do, and along with what Governor Newsom would do with executive orders, they did everything they could so that we would have teachers available to teach in the fall for where our needs are. And the Credentialing Commission is also looking at their accreditation system. They have 4 years of implementation of the current system, and they believe that there's some changes and edits that need to be made. So we'll probably be hearing more about that. And then they're also looking at the teacher performance assessment and comparability study between all the different assessments we use to assess teacher performance, TPEs, Cal TPA, Ed TPA, and FAST FAST. So there's lots of them, and Ida might want to add any more context to this. They also, we have a bilingual authorization work group that began in late May to analyze and look at program standards, a really important issue as we continue to implement more and more dual language programs. And then a lot of discussion of teacher preparation programs and then handing off to induction programs and how to support mentors with new teachers. And there's continuing work on child development permit, which I'm sure is probably aware of as well. So you might want to add to that. I'll just add, just to support, the early math symposium was amazing. Kim did such a great job describing it, but I believe there were over 5,000 attendees because it was remote and it was free. We had people from all over the country, and a credit to Carolyn Pfister from State Board and Fresno County office for an amazing remote conference with full sessions, breakout rooms. It was amazing, and those resources are available, but I just was so proud of and the opportunity that was provided. And then this is my last one. The Concurrence Commission is the commission that is the subject matter projects. The subject matter projects have been very important to us in California in providing teacher professional development, and many of the heads of the subject matter projects actually are the writers on our frameworks, like the arts writers that we have for the arts framework that we adopted yesterday. So we had our update remotely on what the subject matter projects are doing and what they've been doing during the pandemic, and they are going to be a great resource for us going forward with, I think President Darling Hammond can share, but just some highlights. They're talking about, subject matter projects are based at different universities, but because things are remote, they're actually able to reach teachers and in remote areas that didn't have access to some of the training before. And so that's been an actual plus. And so they've also done things like lunch groups at an hour once a week at lunchtime. They've been doing remote trainings. They've been doing conferences. And so I think they're going to really help us a lot in our professional development going forward. There are book talks, and they have some new budget to address some of the learning loss, which I'll let President Darling Hammond share. So that does end my liaison report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Sun.
Thank you. All right. Always a pleasure to follow Member Strau here. All right. So the only item I really want to report on is the career technical education. I'm liaison to that. And the California Workforce Pathways Joint Advisory Committee is meeting tomorrow. So we always meet for another day after the board meetings. We do need an additional State Board of Education representative to take the place that Member Felisa Ortiz-Lacone had occupied. So now that we have some new board members, we may hopefully have someone to replace her very soon. So we are meeting tomorrow. As this board knows, we had approved the Perkins 5 federal applications and in May, and that has gone through its rounds and gone through the governor's office and has been submitted to the education department in Washington. And they have, from what I've heard, they have provided some feedback, and so there's a little bit of an iterative process going on right now. In the meantime, we are working on the local application for the federal, for the Perkins. Now that we have the Perkins application done, what the committee will now be focusing on is a couple of things. One, streamlining the different funding sources we have for career technical education. And we have the CTIG grant, as some of you are aware of. We also are working with our California community college partners on the K-12 grant for schools as well. And we also have now this Perkins grant. So we're hoping to look at different funding sources and streamline this for LEAs. The other piece is aligning the different applications and grants towards our guiding principles. We have developed the guiding principles to support student-centered K-14 plus pathways. And that is going to be our foundation from which to look at applications, look at quality programs, and actually also collecting data as along those elements, and whether our programs are making progress with student achievement along those elements. So that's essentially moving forward. And we are also looking at developing more of a California plan for career pathways. So the Perkins application was only a federal grant application. In that process, a lot of additional issues and topics we need to continue to explore has come up. And so one of which is credentialing around CTE teachers and educators. So we'll continue working on those issues as well.
So much going on. I'll just add, I'll add a brief couple of additions to all of that amazing reporting. As you might imagine, it's been very busy over the last few months legislatively as we finally got to a negotiated budget. And a lot of questions come to the state board staff during that time. I just want to give a special shout out to Judy Sias and Deborah Brown and Karen Staff Walters for all of the ball catching that they did and contributions that they made to that process. We together were involved with sort of helping the various offices figure out how we could get from here to there in terms of the kinds of strategies that will support the schools in this very complicated time. I gave testimony before the Assembly on learning loss, and as you saw in the budget, there's quite a bit of legislative language about how, and we heard about that over the last day or so, about how districts are expected to think about a continuity plan, how to put in place formative assessments. We now have some guidance on that to figure out what kind of learning strategies are needed, and then how to support more accelerated, I'm going to get rid of the, thank you, there's little things popping up on the screen, more accelerated learning. I think it's really important as we think about the questions and the fears that people have about learning loss to remember a few things. One is that kids are always learning every minute of every day, as we are as adults. And so the question is, how do we organize what they're learning in a way that will move them forward in the curriculum? But there's clearly huge inequalities that emerged during this time because some kids were in contexts where there was just a great deal more ready support than was available for other kids. And it'll be very important to pick up the phrase that Member Rucker used around asset-based instruction, which is one of the ways that our math frameworks folks are thinking about it, that we go into the school year with asset-based instruction in mind, rather than identifying deficits and labeling kids as below and behind and sticking them off into remedial courses where they do drill and kill, around, getting ready for test scores in the spring. We really need to figure out where they are in their, along the learning progressions in reading and writing and mathematics and quantitative reasoning and so on, using good formative assessments, activating the learning resources that are available to them, helping them see what they can do, what their strengths are, using those strengths to move them with accelerated progress. We will get much, much further that way than we will if we go into the school year with a deficit orientation about the kids. So we've been working hard on trying to put the tools together and the framework together that help people think about coming back to school, welcoming students, also piggybacking on Member Rucker's comment about the National Association of State Boards of Education Social Emotional Learning Work Group, which I'm working with NASB on. The social emotional elements of this are going to be very, very important. So that's been a very big theme in the work that the department's been doing. The CCEE and the state board is figuring out how to provide the tools or resources for that way of coming back to school. I hope everyone will spend the first couple of weeks really welcoming kids, helping them create a community, whether it's online or in person, enabling them to share what their experiences have been in private ways as well as in, communitarian ways, and then figuring out how to help each of them move forward. And I finally would like to just close by also thanking Member Rucker for calling us in to the conversation about what's been happening in the civil rights arena. George Floyd was not the only African-American man murdered by police. Just in that little window of time, Breonna Taylor, Tony McDade, Rayshard Brooks, we could go on with the naming. The broader equity issues have been focusing particularly on issues of policing, and we've had a lot of conversation about policing in schools, but we do also have to take up the ways in which systemic racism has led to tracking in schools, a lack of qualified teachers in the schools serving students of color, which, by the way, about 4 times as many uncredentialed teachers are in schools serving predominantly students of color, the weaker curriculum that's often available. So those are on our plate as members of the state board. And while we think about the issues of policing and of safety and of the treatment of adults and children in our society, we should also be thinking about the ways in which we can dismantle the systemic racism that still exists in our systems. So on that note, I will close out this part of our agenda. And I would like to ask, there's some screen that keeps coming up. Whoever's inadvertently sharing their screen to try to be alert to that so that we can continue to see each other. With that, we're going to go into our public hearings. And we're going to have 3 public hearings today, items 19, 20, and 21. Spanish translators are available for these items during the public comment period. If the comments you would like to make are in Spanish for items 19, 20, and 21, please use the same phone number and access code provided on the PowerPoint slide and inform the phone operator that you need a Spanish-English translator so that your comments can be translated. Members of the public wishing to dial in for public comment should view the live stream of the meeting to know at what time we'll be asking for public comment for each item on the agenda. Public comment may be provided by dialing the phone number and participant access code and then following each of the prompts. And then upon dialing in, Callers will be added to a caller queue. The operator will notify callers when it is their turn to provide public comment. We will also ask the public calling in for public comment to please turn down the speaker volume of their computers if they're following the live feed to avoid an echoing effect. There is a delay between the live feed, between what we're doing and the live feed and what people receive. So we're trying to accommodate for that delay also in the way that we get people into the queue and able to comment. Public comment will be limited to 1 minute for each speaker. For board members, please mute your microphones when you're not speaking and keep your cameras on at all times, except during the scheduled breaks to ensure that we maintain a quorum throughout today's virtual meeting. I saw that yesterday when people had to leave for a few minutes, they put that notice in the chat box. Thank you for doing that. I think that's a good practice to continue if you need to excuse yourself for a couple of minutes from the meeting. For each item on the agenda, there will be an opportunity for you to raise your hand using the Zoom participant window if you'd like to ask a question or make a comment. I think pretty much everybody figured that out yesterday, so congratulations to you. We'll continue to build on our success and take an assets-based approach to our board meeting this morning. So item 19 is a public hearing regarding the petition for the establishment of a charter school under the oversight of the State Board of Education, the TIME Community School, which was denied by the Montebello Unified School District and the Los Angeles County Office of Education. The CDE recommends that the State Board hold a public hearing to deny the TIME Community School petition. This item will be presented by Stephanie Farland of the CDE. Stephanie, please begin. We don't see you yet, but I'm hoping you're there.
So Linda, they're changing out the computers up here, so you need to give us a minute.
Okay. This is a day for technology.
Apparently
obviously.
so.
It is a technology day. So we will take a few minutes. Why don't we take a 5-minute break and let people kind of
Sure.
get their coffee and whatever, and we'll come back at around 9:50 and hope that everything is ready to roll.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, but I announced the break, so we'll take the break.
Oh.
Get your coffee.
Finally ready for takeoff.
Okay.
Okay, so good morning, President Darling Hammond, board members, Chief Deputy Gregson. Today we are, right now we are going through item 9, which is a petition for the establishment of TIME Community School.
Stephanie, you meant item 19,
I'm sorry,
correct?
did I say 9? I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Item number 19. TIME Community School. TIME is an acronym: Teamwork, Individualization, Mastery, and Extension. Community School is seeking authorization from the State Board to establish a grade 9 through grade 12 charter school within the boundaries of the Montebello Unified School District. The petitioners previously sought authorization through Montebello and the LA County Board of Education. They were denied by Montebello Unified on October 23rd, 2019. They went on to the Los Angeles County Board of Education, where they were denied on January 14th, 2020, and they appealed to the State Board on March 6th, 2020. The CDE recommends that the State Board hold a public hearing to deny the request to establish TCS, a grade 9 through grade 12 charter school under the oversight of SBE. The TIME petition was considered at the June 9th, 2020 Advisory Commission on Charter Schools. The ACCS moved to approve the TCS petition with a delay in opening for 1 year and with the understanding that TCS would be in operation for 4 years. They moved that vote on a vote of 7-2. The department's basis for recommendation of denial is that the petitioner is demonstrably unlikely to successfully implement the intended program, and the petition does not provide reasonably comprehensive descriptions of all required 15 charter elements. A little background on this school. Their mission is to develop pupils' academic, social, and political skill sets necessary for lifelong learning, critical thinking, and positive contributions to the community in which they live. They intend to open in 2020 to 2021. That always messes me up a little, with 110 pupils in grade 9 and grow to serve 600 pupils in grades 9 through 12 by 2024-25. It is a college preparatory program. So the findings from the California Department of Ed. I would like to, you'll see this similar slide in all of our appeals, as we mentioned yesterday, because of the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and the variations in the governor's proposed January budget, the proposed May revision, and what we finally got in the actual budget that he signed in this month. So I just want to reiterate, sort of after yesterday's conversation, I want to review how we analyze budgets in the Charter Schools Division. Petitioners send in their budgets with their appeal. We take their budget numbers and their projections, and we do our own analysis of it to determine if a school will be fiscally viable and remain so. This is what you see in the items. So we do take their numbers, we do our own analysis, and what you see in our item is our analysis of that. You can see their own budget numbers through the petition that they submitted and any other materials that they've submitted up to the meeting day. We are consistent with how we review budgets and fiscal projections to ensure we are being fair. It is understandably confusing right now because of everything going on and its effect on our state budget. So just as a little background, so we're not confused as to when we have conversations and when charters are having their time, their 10-minute time. We did ask all of the schools for a new budget after the May revise was released. This was before the ACCS meeting. We did an analysis of that budget. We did an analysis of the May revise budget. You don't see that in the state board items because the May revise projected budget no longer exists, and it's not what we ended up with the state budget that was signed. So that is why you don't see that, and that's why there was some confusion yesterday. We did do an analysis of the time budget after the May revise, and we found that they were fiscally unviable. Since then, as you know, the state budget has been approved without the immediate budget cuts, but with deferrals. We went back to the original budget time submitted, as we did for all of the charter appeals before you yesterday and today. We went back to their original budget submitted with their appeal petition. And I'll move on a little bit. So while they are viable for the first year, not with the reserves that the state board recommends or requires, but they are viable for the first year. And their viability is predicated on a lot of borrowing and no startup costs. When we originally reviewed their budget, they had no startup costs that they projected to have, and so that was a big issue for us. To be fiscally solvent, the petitioner needs to rely upon heavy borrowing, which can be exacerbated by the new budget deferrals. And as I said a minute ago, they do not maintain the appropriate level of reserves for their first year of operation. So while we understand that many charters start off this way with heavy borrowing, it seemed irresponsible to recommend for approval with the information we had and with the knowledge that we don't know where we're going to go in the next year or two in terms of state budgeting and what districts and charter schools will be receiving from the state budget. Also, the petition does not provide a reasonably comprehensive description of the following: measurable, element 2, measurable pupil outcomes, 10, suspension and expulsion procedures, and 14, dispute resolution procedures. With measurable pupil outcomes, they do plan to reside within the Montebello Unified School District, which is comprised of 25,000 pupils. 85% identify as socioeconomically disadvantaged, 33% identify as English learners, and 0.8% identify as foster youth. The petition does not outline measurable pupil outcomes that address increases in pupil academic achievement, both school-wide and for all groups of pupils, which is a requirement. Suspension and expulsion procedures and dispute resolution procedures. The petition does not include all the necessary language required for each of the charter elements that we traditionally recommend and require. So the CDE recommends that the SBE deny the petition to establish time. as they are demonstrably unlikely to successfully implement the program and they do not provide reasonably comprehensive descriptions of all required elements. So in this particular case, which this next bullet is a little different than what we have seen in the past with the State Board of Education. If the State Board decides, and after their deliberation, to approve the community school petition, the Los Angeles County Board of Education has agreed to be its authorizer under Ed Code Section 47605K1, which is the Ed Code section which allows for the State Board to request that a local agency take over the oversight of a State Board approved school. In the LA County, we did ask the LA County Office of Education, and they have agreed to that. And that is the conclusion. And I will put up the screen for call-in, public comment.
Thank you very much, Stephanie.
Okay.
So we are going to now, I'm going to open the public hearing at 10 o'clock a.m. First, we'll hear from the petitioners. The petitioners will have 12 minutes. Then we'll hear from the district and county that are opposing the petition. They'll also have a total of 12 minutes. After the presentation from both sides, there will be an opportunity for public comment from any individual who has not already presented for 1 minute each. So I'll invite the petitioners to come to the podium. And maybe we could take the public comment slide down so they can show whatever slides they want to.
Good morning, President Darlene Hammond, members of the board, Superintendent Thurman. My name is Dr. Gabriel Ramirez, and I am honored to have this opportunity to speak with you about Time Community Schools, the highly qualified team that created and will lead it, the students of Montebello who will benefit from the school, and the innovative elements of our petition. Time Community Schools has one fundamental goal: to educate the historically underserved high school students by providing an innovative model of learning and a culture of social justice. I'd like to begin by sharing a little bit about my background and that of my board. I am a first-generation Latino college graduate committed to improving my community through education. I have been in education for 20 years as a nationally board certified teacher, an administrator, and a director at the university level. As a teacher, I delivered culturally relevant and engaging lessons, maintained high standards for my students that resulted in their ability to perform above school and district averages. To scale my efforts, I decided to develop a charter school designed to address the inequities in education. For me, my involvement in education is not simply a career choice. It is my life's work to provide what I believe is a fundamental right to all children, a quality education that leads them to achieve their dream and life goals. The TCS board is comprised of highly successful individuals. Every member of the team overcame systems of race, gender, and or income inequality. We can each personally attest to inequity, injustice, and lack of access, resulting in a difficult and challenging road to success. Fortunately, each member can point to a mentor and or teacher who inspired and guided them, a gift they intend to pay forward to TCS students. Each board member individually and collectively is adept at deconstructing problems and offering thoughtful and practical solutions. Most importantly, they are able to transfer their undeniable professional talent and skill to education. Lamar Brown, TCS board president, is an expert in marketing and community outreach. He chose to leave a Fortune 500 company so he could use his skills at the university to help recruit students of color so they too could benefit from higher education. In addition to his broad oversight as a board member, he will lead the monitoring and evaluation of our outreach and recruitment initiatives. As a teacher, administrator, and lawyer, Brandy Price, TCS board vice president and founding board president, has devoted her life to those who have been marginalized and disenfranchised. She will bring her vast experience to educational leadership, policy, curriculum, and instruction. Adrian Enriquez, TCS Board Treasurer, owns a mortgage company and is a co-owner of United Trust Escrow. He is committed to developing and supporting TCS to ensure that the school has the fiscal resources needed to operate its innovative model. Alexandra Soto, TCS Board Secretary, is a second-generation Montebello business owner who has been highly engaged in revitalizing the Montebello community with a focus on business and education. Her status in Montebello will continue to support the development of partners for our student internships. Lastly, Dr. Jorge Moreno has been practicing integrative medicine for 20 years and is Chief Medical Officer of the Center for Wellness located in Montebello. Dr. Moreno's science background and connections throughout the community provide leadership that will support our holistic culture of social justice that will be rooted in educating the mind, body, and spirit. Clearly, this team is exceptional. We know that our backgrounds and stories will matter to our students, and combined with a high-quality education can be used to guide them to achieving their dreams. TCS will prepare students by providing meaningful choices that reflect real interests and that lead to fulfilling lives. Our target population resides within the boundaries of Montebello Unified and is 95% Hispanic. Only 30% of MUSD students graduate meeting University of California A through G requirements. This means that only 1 in 3 Montebello district students are even eligible to apply to a CSU or UC after finishing high school. Only 44% of MUSD high school students meet ELA standards, and only 13% meet the math standards on CASP. And to further add context, according to census data, only 10% of adults within the Montebello community over 25 have earned a bachelor's degree. This means that if TCS is approved, most of our graduates will be the first in their families to go to college. Our mission is to provide a college preparatory program to students in grades 9 through 12 that will develop the academic, social, and political skill sets necessary for lifelong learning, critical thinking, and positive contribution to the communities in which students live. Our vision is to positively impact all facets of society. Research from the past 20 plus years overwhelmingly attests that students need an engaging and rigorous curriculum, instruction that is individualized, a positive, socially just school culture, qualified and caring staff, and a sense of belonging. We will use project-based learning because studies repeatedly show its benefits. Our project-based curriculum is designed to encourage students to become passionate about learning by taking CTE courses that help prepare them for college while exploring career paths, making them both college ready and career ready. We will use career-based classes and internships because we know that real-world scenarios not only help students better master content, but also fosters the intrinsic motivation needed to become successful at learning. In addition, our courses are all UC A through G approved, and our graduation requirements ensure that students are UC CSU eligible at the time of graduation. Briefly, the time learning model has 4 components supported by research and best practices. These components are teamwork, individualization, mastery, and extension. Combined, they support a student's development towards mastery of content and the ability to problem solve. They develop the right habits of mind essential to being successful in any environment. Whether a student is gifted, an English learner, or has an IEP, the time learning model provides for differentiated instruction, maintains rigor, and individualizes the learning experience. TCS is prepared to provide all students a free and appropriate public education. On a personal note, my son had an IEP throughout his K-12 education, and so I have personal experience as a teacher, administrator, and a parent. My son is now 22 years old, in college, and a success story. As the ED and principal, I am well informed and positioned to provide appropriate leadership and support to my team to benefit students and to work effectively with families and providers. TCS is working with the LAC Charter SELPA to ensure that students are identified and served fully, and has developed a budget that supports a special education teacher / coordinator and contracted services. Approximately 95% of our students will be Hispanic, and approximately 20% will be English learners. After enrollment, TCS will conduct initial and annual identification and assessment of primary and second language fluency, provide classroom supports, and employ effective communication strategies with parents / guardians of ELs. Lastly, TCS is committed to serving foster and homeless youth and LGBTQ students through support built in through the time learning model, accompanied with thorough and comprehensive training for administrators and teachers in alignment with the McKinney-Vento Act and AB 490, allowing teachers and students to develop close interpersonal relationships during which students' individual needs and challenges can be addressed. The environment that we have designed does not allow students to slip through the cracks because of academic or emotional issues. Rather, we have created an educational system that ensures that all students are acknowledged and supported so that they may develop the strength of character to advocate for their own success. At the ACCS Commission meeting, the CDE staff stated they would have recommended approval had it not been for the governor's May revised proposal. In its report to you, the CDE expresses some concern now about pre-opening funding and the effects of deferrals. So let me explain our plan that addresses those concerns. Clearly, we, as does the ACCS, believe that it is ill-advised to open this year at this late date and with the uncertainties of COVID-19. But had timing permitted, we would have responded to the impact of deferrals and reopening costs through requesting a deferral exemption, through utilizing charter school loans, and through receivables, which are common practices in the charter world. If we are approved for opening in 2021, we would use the coming year as a development year to pursue startup grants. The Walton Grant invited TCS to apply as a result of a recommendation by Great Public Schools Now, which gave us a $50,000 development grant. Recently, we have submitted the Walton Grant application. Also, we were awarded the PCSGP grant in 2018, but was unable to access due to district denial. We will apply for the PCSGP grants again during its next cycle. Lastly, the TCS board is actively pursuing private grants and currently is speaking with several organizations who are interested in donating academic services and our funds upon approval. Our fiscal approach is conservative, and we will maintain this approach to ensure our long-term viability. We approach the budget as we have approached all components of school design, with great intentionality and purpose, consulting with our back office provider and establishing full TCS board approval. We are thankful that the CDE finds our innovative academic program to be educationally sound, our budget to be viable and sustainable, and our team to be successful at implementing the program. Montebello students need TCS. The challenges facing our Hispanic students have impeded them for generations. Every day that we do not address inequity, another dream is dismissed and squandered. The pandemic has highlighted and exacerbated these disparities. This crisis has made it clearer than ever that our students need innovative schools to help reform and reimagine a system that currently does not serve them well. The ACCS voted 7-2 to recommend approval of TCS. We ask today that the SBE vote to approve Time Community Schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now want to hear from the district and county.
Good morning. I'm representing the county. I can go, or I can yield to the district to go first.
Go ahead, since you're up.
Okay, let me share up here really quickly. Okay, am I projecting?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good morning, Honorable Board President, board members, SBE staff, and community. My name is Daryl Brown, and I will be presenting the Los Angeles County Office of Education findings on Time Community School. The county board found that the petitioners are demonstrably unlikely to successfully implement the proposed educational program. While the staff report included additional findings, the county board took action based solely on finding 2 in the area of finance. The California Code of Regulations identifies 4 indicators to determine whether a petitioner is able to successfully implement the instructional design as stated in the charter petition. The Los Angeles County Board based its finding of denial on one of the 4 indicators. The county board found that the petitioners presented an unrealistic operational and financial plan for the proposed charter school. At the time of submission, the school only had $190 in their bank. They also submitted a letter of intent to sell receivables. However, that letter did not include an annual percentage rate, which impacted our fiscal analysis. And lastly, the petition calls for a very unique facilities design. And at the time of submission, the petitioner had not yet identified a facility to meet that particular design. Our fiscal analysis concluded that to be solvent, the budget plan will require the school to, one, secure a facility that does not exceed the school's budget, two, to meet its average daily attendance, which would be 94%, and three, to meet its enrollment projections, which projected at 110 students in year one and growing to 600 students by year 5. In conclusion, the county board found that the petitioners are demonstrably unlikely to successfully implement the proposed educational program. Thank you. Placo staff is available for comment. Stop.
All right, good morning. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Thank you. So thank you to the State Board of Education and the State Superintendent of Public Instruction for giving us some time to share our findings regarding the Time Community School petition. My name is Kevin Yoon. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services with the Montebello Unified School District, and we are recommending to the State Board to deny the Time Community School petition. So the district evaluated the Time Community School and firmly believes that it fails to meet the criteria set forth under Education Code. There are 2 areas that the district is highly concerned about in the petition. Number 1 is the support for the English learners and compliance with state laws for English learners. And 2, support for students with disabilities and compliance with state laws for students with disabilities. English learners and students with disabilities are 2 of the most vulnerable populations, student groups in the Montebello Unified School District, as well as in California. And this presentation just shows a timeline of the events that took place with the Time Community petition. So summary of findings. In the area of English learner instruction, there are concerns. The Montebello Unified School District has about 33% English learners and their needs are great. In the review of Time's petition, we found, 1, that it does not meet the legal requirement for monitoring reclassified fluent English proficient students. The petition states reclassified students' progress will be monitored for 2 years, but RFEP students should be monitored for 4 years. In addition, it does not include metrics for the redesignation of English learners. While the petition does state the types of assessments to be administered, it does lack the scores and or performance levels that would constitute redesignation. And 3, there's no clear delineation of when designated and integrated English language development is provided and how. It was also not clear how students will be provided designated English language development during the school day that is aligned to the ELD standards and LPAC scores. And we know that in California, English learners must receive both designated and integrated ELD until reclassification, and this petition does not make that clear. In the area of special education, the petition's description regarding the charter services to the students with disabilities is insufficient. It does not explain how the charter school will provide special education and related services to its students in the event the SELPA does not accept it as a member. There is no reference to extended school year and whether it will be available. There's also no discussion of transition requirements for special education students. And it also improperly asserts that low achieving students will undergo the student success team within the framework of the response to intervention process prior to requiring the charter school to assess them. In addition, for our most vulnerable student groups who are English learners and with a disability, the description of the individualized education plan team fails to include a participant who possesses the requisite expertise in language acquisition for students duly identified as both a student with special need and an English learner. The special education plan included in the position does not indicate how the charter will meet the needs of students with disability who have moderate to severe disabilities or who require an alternative curriculum. And finally, the petition is also flawed with respects to its discussion of measurable pupil outcomes. Of the 3 goals listed in the petition, 2 cannot be measured and 1 does not relate to educational pupil outcomes at all. The suspension expulsion plan does not address alternative methods of correction or restorative justice. There is also no mention of physical education, which is a 2-year requirement in California. So overall, there are numerous issues with the petition justifying its denial, more than the district could identify here and now. In that light, Montebello Unified School District urges the State Board of Education to deny the Time Community Charter School petition. So we conclude with that presentation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. At this point, I think we're going to go to public comment. So we want to open the phone line for the public comment queue. And we should put the public comment slide back up there. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling 712-432-0075. And is somebody putting the slide back up?
Yes, they're putting the slide back up.
Okay, great. There we go. And then entering access code 651905#. Wait for the operator prompts to press *6. Then another prompt to press 1 to enter the queue. And do we have any public comments?
We have several public comments right now.
All right. Thank you. I guess I should say that we encourage you to state your name and affiliation for the record. Turn down your volume on your computer if you're listening to the live feed. Speakers will be limited to 1 minute each. And is the translator there to provide the instructions in Spanish for callers needing translation of their input?
Yes, the translators are on.
Okay.
This is Orion Vargas. I will be the translator taking the first question. I am ready. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Very well.
All right. Are we ready for our first public caller?
Can we please get the Spanish translation of the public comments before we start?
Do you want to hear the instructions in Spanish?
Yes.
Yes. Translator, can you please read the instructions for callers in Spanish?
Absolutely. Para la audiencia pública, si pueden por favor llamar al número de teléfono 712-432-0075. Le va a pedir el código de acceso 651-905 y la tecla numeral. Escucha el mensaje y cuando se le indique, oprima *6 y cuando se le indique de nuevo, oprima 1. Cuando sea su turno, un operador le pedirá en inglés que diga su nombre y afiliación y comience su intervención. Su turno empieza ya. Dígale, mi nombre es, represento, raya, y necesito un traductor.
Okay, let's resume public comment.
Okay. First caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Cors Vandiver. I am a founder of Tom Community Schools. Hello.
Your time starts. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Good day, board. Cors Vandiver, award-winning filmmaker with the LA-based production company known for Sundance Winner, The Birth of a Nation. I'm currently a writer, producer, director for our latest film project based on the killing of 12-year-old Tamir Rice by the Cleveland Police, working with the Tamir Rice Foundation. I reside in Atlanta, teaching screenwriting in partnership with Morehouse Human Rights Film Festival and Morehouse College. I'm Original Time Community Schools founder, and I worked with the Youth Policy Institute in Camino Nuevo Schools. I have to stress that Time addresses a great need in the educational school system, touching the underserved communities of color to provide lasting impact that is so important, especially in these times of racial unrest and racial reconciliation in conjunction with the global pandemic. And this school is just the beginning as we have verbal financial donor commitments with over 12 new established partners in the area of STEAM. I will support Time with my resources, art, with film and screenwriting curriculum. Thank you. Please recommend time to community schools. Thank you so much.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Jorge Moreno. I am a parent, physician, board member of Times Community Schools, a business owner, and a Montebello resident for over 3 decades. My wife and I have raised our 7 children in Montebello. We have had the privilege of enrolling our children in private schools. This choice is not available to the majority of our community in Montebello, for whom school choice is just unrealistic. Time Community Schools offer school choice to families regardless of their income. As a 30-year resident and Montebello business owner, our network is vast and solid. Our team is well equipped with a broad array of resources. We have connections to Rio Hondo Community College and just a vast array of individuals and businesses. And I'm thrilled to know that Time Community Schools is here to make a positive difference in our community. I urge you to vote in favor of our charter petition. Thank you so much.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
I'm sorry, I'm on the queue for item 20.
Okay, we'll need you to call back when we're accepting public comment for item 20.
Sorry, thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now.
I'll also send the list that Jackie, I believe, or Candace sent out, or was it Sandra, of what insurances do accept that we have, which contracts we have with insurance companies that do accept hospice patients.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now.
And board president of the Center for Elders Independence. They're a PACE program, and they
caller,
do.
You have the wrong number, please. We need you to hang up, caller. You have the wrong number.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now.
Hello?
We can hear you. Please begin your comment.
Yeah, I'm also for item number 20.
Okay, we will need you to call in when we are accepting public comment, when it is announced that we are accepting public comment for item 20. Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking for item 19. Your time starts now.
Good morning. My name is Doug Patskowski. I'm here for the Montebello Teachers Association. I do want to thank you for your hard work supporting our students, and I do recommend that you follow the CDE recommendation to deny this charter appeal. We do have alternatives in our district. We have the Advanced Technology Center, which provides pathways for our students. There are some major problems with the time charter. First of all, it did apply 2 years ago as well. They have never found a location. They do consider co-locating with the Advanced Technology Center, which would be a problem because they only have space in the foyers. They also have some major problems with finances. As this LACO said, they had $190 in the bank, and they were recommended by the commission just because they promised that they were going to fill out an application for a grant. That's not enough. They don't have the funding to start a school. They don't have a place to start a school, and they're not ready to get a school started. Thank you so much.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for item 19. Your time starts now. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now.
Lorraine Richards, community parent. Hello?
We can hear you. Please provide
Hello?
your comment.
Oh, okay. Lorraine Richards, community parent. I'm speaking to deny the applicant. I attended Montebello High School, which gave me an opportunity as a first-generation Latina to a four-year college, then continued to earn my teaching credential and obtain a master's. I attended MUSD from kinder through 12th grade, which did not hinder my education. I'm a parent of MUSD children. My daughter, a second-generation Montebello High School graduate with the 504, currently completed her first year at a four-year college, who earned 2 semesters of straight A's at the university, and my son beginning 8th grade. The current applicant time claims to be a better solution for students, although the poor financial stability of charter is not acceptable. Claiming to apply for a grant that has not been earned is not enough. A quality 21st education has a large budget. Time gives the whole family, the whole community a false hope. MUSD is overcoming previous financial mismanagement. The whole family and whole community cannot endure another education model that is stricken by financial strife. Please deny this petition. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please begin your public comment.
Hi, my name is Tavina Quintana. I am an employee of Montebello Unified School District, and I'm just calling in because listening to the gentleman from Time Charter, we do not need any more schools in our district. We have plenty of options. Our graduates are doing amazing things. All the employees are happy with what we have. We don't need any charter schools coming in and trying to take more of our funds and our students, which we're struggling with now. I just want to say that I hope you guys deny the petition. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now. Hello, did you wish to provide public comment for item 19?
My name is Valerie Hernandez de Luna, and I'm representing today's Georgia Charter School. I attended TFSCS for 3 years. This school has changed me academically for the best.
I'm sorry, excuse me. We're taking public comment for item 19 at this time. We'll need you to call back when we're accepting public comment for item 20. Thank you. For today's Fresh Start. Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now.
Good morning. My name is Lizette Romero, and I'm here to lend my support for Time Community Schools. 16 years ago, I was a senior in Dr. Ramirez's English class. He was an amazing teacher who created a student-centered class that validated the voices and experiences of his students. Some of my best memories of high school come from the assignments, community projects, and activities he spearheaded. Dr. Ramirez has had a direct impact on who I am today. I'm proud to say that this year I'm receiving my credential in special education. I've committed myself to helping those students who need the most support, as I know Dr. Ramirez has committed himself as well. Also, I'm a parent, and I'm excited to say that I want my child to attend Time Community Schools because I know he will receive the kind of education that I'm looking for, rigorous, engaging, and student-centered. I ask the State Board of Education to vote yes, because the Montebello community needs this school. Thank you for your time.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Lamar Brown, co-founder of Time Community Schools and president of the board. I'm currently a change management and communications lead at a top UC school. As a board member, I will work to ensure the school's success, particularly in the areas of student enrollment and community outreach, areas in which I have developed expertise. In these unprecedented times, it is more important than ever to find safe and innovative ways to connect and build relationships with families. I will continue to provide Dr. Ramirez with strategies and best practices to engage all families with the goal of ensuring that TCS schools population is a reflection of the diversity of Montebello community. I am honored to be a part of this highly capable team that is intent on equity and outstanding results. Today is a clear sign of our dedication and relentless focus to bring Montebello, an innovative school, back to ensure student success. I urge you to approve our petition. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now.
Hi, Ramel Antoine for the California Charter Schools Association, calling to speak in support of Time Charter Schools. We want to say that this petition is a high-quality petition. They have worked with our staff at the Charter Schools Association to ensure that they're implementing best practices and have a high-quality document that meets the legal requirements. We also want to state that the CDE did say at the ACCS that they would have likely recommended approval if it weren't for the projected budget cuts, but instead now are concerned with the projected startup funds. With SB 98, that would allow them more time to plan. They would have more than ample time to raise the funds. Additionally, they have found suitable facilities that would house the school once they're able to open. And we want to say we'll recommend support for Time Charter Schools. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Your time has started.
Thank you. It's Carlos Hernan. I'm urging you to please reject the Time Community School application. Mr. Ramirez and his associates have offered a very poorly developed educational program that would greatly hurt the very same students that you say we want.
Can you
yes,
please
hello?
Can you please get closer to your phone or microphone?
Yes.
Thank
Is that better?
That's much
Thank
better.
you.
Thank you. We'll restart your time.
Oh, thank you. So my name is Carlos Hernan. Good morning. I'm urging you to please reject the Time Community School application. Mr. Ramirez and his associates have offered a very poorly developed educational program that would greatly hurt the very same students they say they want to help. It was abundantly clear that Time Community Schools rushed together a poorly developed academic plan to open up a school with very little awareness of the community or how to properly run a school and, more importantly, how to educate students. Their plan from the get-go has had many flaws, and it failed to meet 9 out of 15 original educational guidelines to open a charter school. They have no expertise in their educational program. They have no experience in managing a charter school. They presented an incomplete academic program to the Montebello School Board. They had no answer to how to address students with special needs or English learners leaving behind vulnerable populations. Please consider the best interest of the Montebello Unified Community and reject their application. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now.
Hi, this is Angela De Ramos, representing the California Teachers Association. CTA recommends that the State Board of Education vote to deny the petition for the establishment of Time. The association opposes Time's petition for the following reasons. They are fiscally unsustainable given their lack of startup funds and the current state budget uncertainties. Secondly, the petition does not contain reasonably comprehensive description of most of the required elements, including the item on pupil outcomes, on suspension and expulsion procedures, as well as dispute resolution procedures. We urge you to deny this petition. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now. Caller, did you wish to make a public comment for item 19?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Please state your name and affiliation and begin speaking.
Okay, I'm waiting for item 21, I think.
One moment and we'll get you a translator.
Okay. Thank you.
Translator, can you please announce when you're on the line?
Señor, por favor, diga su nombre, afiliación y comience a hablar cuando usted guste, por favor. señor. I don't know if you can hear me. Señor, buenos días. Diga su nombre, afiliación y puede comenzar a hablar cuando guste.
Hello, am I on the queue? My name is Christine Demas.
Is our call manager here? Did you hear that?
Hi, well, my name is Christine Demas. I am a stakeholder in the Montebello Unified School District. I'm recommending that you deny time charter. They sound very well-meaning. However, the financial aspect of this particular charter is not in place for our community. Our community has already suffered enough corruption based on what's been happening in the news with regards to Measure GS bond money. We're still recovering. We do not need another organization or entity coming into our district ill-prepared to not just financially, but to teach our children. Thank you.
We have no additional callers in the queue at this time. We do have an additional 17 callers that are on the line that it appears may not have entered the queue. We're going to check with them to see if they would like to provide public comments.
Thank you.
Hello, caller. Please state your name. I'm sorry. Would you like to provide a public comment for item 19? Hello, caller. Would you like to provide a comment for item 19?
Callers in this queue, please understand this is for item 19. If you've called in for another item, we respectfully ask that you hang up at this time and call back following the item when it's presented. This is only for item 19, and callers should only be on the line for item 19. Thank you.
Hello, caller. Did you wish to make a comment for item 19? Hello, caller. Would you like to make a comment for item 19? Hello, caller. Would you like to provide a comment for item 19? Next caller, would you like to provide a public comment for item 19?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Would you like to make a comment for item 19?
Yes. I'm calling in support of Time Charter Schools. Good morning. My name is Gabby Hernandez, and I am a Montebello resident and a mother of two. And based on my experiences and what I have witnessed with my own children, and based on the data that I have read, the city of Montebello is in need of an alternative, innovative high school option for our families and students, one that is more career-based, hands-on, that's based on our students' interest. I believe Time Charter will provide a more college-focused preparation program where students can actually begin to explore their interests and put their skills and strengths to use. Time Charter's innovative teaching approach will better prepare our students for their future careers and will allow them to work in collaboration with teachers and other professionals within our community. Our students deserve this opportunity to be better prepared for their futures. They deserve this opportunity to have access to better support systems. I fully support Time Charter School. Please vote in favor of Time Charter School. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, did you wish to provide a public comment for item 19? Hello, caller. Did you wish to provide a public comment for item 19? Hello, caller. Would you like to provide a public comment for item 19?
I already provided my comment.
Okay, we're going to disconnect you from the line at this time, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Hello, caller. Would you like to provide a public comment for item 19?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Did you want to provide a comment for item 19?
¿Sí me escucha?
For Time Community School?
Translator, we need you.
Sí, señor. ¿Quiere dar usted una opinión pública sobre el asunto del punto número 19 en la agenda?
Oh, es que no escuché cómo estaba yo, no escuché cómo estaban hablando y no sé cómo es. Yo quería dar decir unas cuantas palabras nada más para la escuela.
I just wanted to say a few words about the school. I don't know how it worked, but just wanted to say a couple of things.
Yo lo que quiero, lo que quiero que no cierren esta escuela, porque es donde va mi hijo a la escuela, va a entrar al 10 y esa escuela es muy buena para él porque ha estado en otras escuelas y no ha aprendido como está aprendiendo en esta escuela. Y por eso yo quiero de corazón que no la cierren, ¿verdad? Para que mi hijo vaya a esta escuela y es lo que quiero decir yo nada más.
I just wanted to say that I really don't want this school to be closed. My son goes to this school. He's in 10th grade. It's a good school. He has learned here more than I have noticed in other schools. So from my heart, I just wanted to say that I don't want this school to be closed. That was all.
Translator, can you please ask what item he's called, what school?
Mi nombre es Alejo Salinas.
My name is Alejo Salinas.
What school are you calling for?
Señor, ¿para qué escuela? ¿A qué escuela se refiere usted?
Oh, para John Henry.
John Henry?
Thank you. We will need him to call back for John Henry. That is the next item on the agenda.
Señor, ese es el próximo asunto que vamos a tratar, el siguiente punto. Tiene que llamar de vuelta cuando toque ese momento.
¿Puedo llamar otra vez a este mismo número?
To the same number, you mean?
Yes.
Sí, señor.
¿A qué horas puedo llamar entonces? ¿A qué hora?
What time would that happen?
We don't know. It will be at the conclusion of this public comment and hearing.
No tenemos la hora, señor, pero va a ser al final de esta audiencia, al final de los comentarios públicos.
Oh, ok. Entonces puedo llamar.
Probably in an hour.
¿Una media hora?
Sí, va a ser como dentro de una hora más o menos, señor.
Ok, pues, gracias.
Very well, thank you.
I just want to be sure that everyone who's on the phone line understands that we are only taking comment for item 19, which is the Time Charter School, in case there are others who might be queued up for a later item. And they would call back.
Translator, could you repeat that in Spanish, that everyone on the phone line should be for item 19 only?
Absolutely.
And
para todos aquellos que están escuchando de manera telefónica, solamente estamos tratando el punto número 19 en la agenda en este momento, Time Charter School.
Great. And I don't know if you could clarify that people should hang up and call back if they are for another school.
De todas formas, si ya está en la cola, vuelva a llamar. Tiene que colgar y luego volver a llamar.
Okay, we'll resume with callers in the participant queue at this time. Next caller, would you like to make a public comment for item 19? Next caller, would you like to make a public comment for item 19? Hello, caller. Would you like to provide a public comment for item 19? Hello, caller. Would you like to provide a public comment for item 19? Hello, caller. Did you wish to provide a public comment for item 19?
No, thank you, but I would like to remain on the call. Thank you.
I'm sorry, we have to disconnect you right now. You'll need to call in for the item that you're providing public comment on.
I'm not providing any comment. I just want to listen in.
Okay. Hello, caller. Did you wish to provide a public comment for item 19?
Yes.
Please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking.
Hello. Hi, my name is Aiden Cordon. I am speaking on behalf of my school today, Total Academy. I would like to request that my school stays open. The benefits of keeping our school site open, in my opinion, will outweigh the risk of closing our schools. It is my belief that
I'm sorry, caller. You'll need to call back when we're hearing your item. Right now, we are accepting public comment for item 19, Time Community School.
Okay, have they done for today's Fresh Start yet?
No, we are not on today's Fresh Start yet. That is, we've got one more item to go after this one. We'll need you to call back.
Okay, sorry about that.
No problem. Thank you.
Do we have to call back?
Yes, we will need you to call back when we are hearing public comment for item 21.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, did you wish to provide public comment for item 19 for Time Community School? Hello, caller. Did you wish to provide comment for item 19? Hello, caller. Would you like to provide public comment for item 19, Time Community School? Okay, you will be disconnected at this time. Thank you. Next caller, did you wish to provide public comment for item 19, Time Community School? Okay, we will disconnect you at this time. Thank you.
Are we done with public comment then? Okay, Linda, we're finished with public comment for this item.
Okay. Didn't hear that confirmation. All right, so we are now going to close public comment at 10:51 a.m. and commence board discussion and action. First, I want to ask Ting Sun as our state board liaison if she has any initial comments. Then we'll ask board members if they have any clarifying questions or comments as part of our board discussion.
Hi. So yeah, a couple of things. In looking at the documentation around this particular charter, while there have been certain comments around lack of detail in some of the areas, I do believe that they do have a strong educational program in it. From looking at the documents, it feels like both CDE as well as the other, as the county also felt that they had provided a strong program. In this presentation, the presenter or the petitioner seemed to focus more on the background of the people on the board, and I think that was a way to help us understand more of the folks who are part of the operations and startup of this school. I hope that they have an opportunity to maybe go a little bit more into their educational program, because I did find that it was very innovative and that it was very much a rigorous and program that supports the student population that they are targeting. The financial piece as well, we had some discussion on the budgets as well yesterday. In looking at some of the comments and the additional information that has been brought forth around the budget, I also feel that the petitioners have the means and the resources to start up the school. So I will have my fellow board members ask their questions, but I do feel that this is this petition and the petitioners are in a good place on this particular school. And we also have heard that the Los Angeles County Board of Education is also willing to take on the oversight of this school.
All right, thank you very much. So we are now open for board discussion. And let me see if I can track our participants here.
No. Patricia
Yes.
Rucker is having some technology problems, so she is going to text us and let us know if she has her hand up.
Okay, I know Ida also had technology problems. This is a day for those problems. I have requests to speak from Member Strauss and Member Navo. So we'll start with them. Eileen? Eileen, are you with us? There we go.
Yes.
Great.
Yes, I was trying to lower my hand down to not confuse you. I apologize. I have a couple questions that I'm sure I wanted to clarify. So I'm wondering with the, and maybe Member Sung, and you tell me if we need the petitioner, there was a question about the facility. Did that get discussed and clarified? That was a question about would they be using Prop 39 and requesting facility in the Montebello Unified School District? Or how would they plan to address the facility issue?
We should, I guess, ask the petitioner to clarify that.
Clarify that. Dr. Ramirez, how are you planning to find a facility? Have you identified one? What's your plan?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the question.
Uh-huh.
So we did apply for Prop 39 to Montebello and made the request in time. When Montebello did send their response to that, the rate that Montebello was attempting to charge us for use of facilities was way above market value. And so for us, in terms of our desire to be fiscally sound, we decided that we had to absolutely look for private facilities to lease because it just made most sense. So right now we are in negotiations with 2 facilities to lease them for the upcoming school year upon approval.
My next question, Dr. Ramirez, is I know there was a question about the plan. By the way, I think the college ready, college preparatory mission really hits the target of what the state's goals are for students, and I appreciate the commitment. I didn't hear as much specifics about your English learner plans and your students with disabilities plans. So I wonder if you could at least highlight for us what, I know a member Sung said there was more there, but we didn't hear it in the presentation today, and I'd appreciate you addressing those.
Absolutely. Thank you. So, yes, so, again, I appreciate you acknowledging our program. We are happy that it's a CTE program because we believe that in itself is very engaging and really puts that energy and motivation into students to want to invest themselves in this curriculum, particularly for special education and ELs. Of course, we're very committed to serving all of our students. In terms of our special education, we are, of course, working with the LAC SELPA. We are committed to providing a robust continuum of partnerships to ensure that all the needs of our population are addressed. Within the program itself, the way that the time learning model works, there is absolutely time for the teachers to differentiate instruction. For we will be hiring a special education teacher year 1 to support students. Also, we will have instructional aides available year 1 as well that will be supporting students in the classrooms. In terms of our EL program, we're very excited about our EL program as well. 20% of the population within the high school population is EL. Our time learning model also very much integrates EL standards within the program. Teachers will be provided SADAI training, GLAD training to ensure that students have access to content. we will we will have our counselor who will be our coordinator of of our EL students who will work alongside me to monitor student growth. Of course, we'll utilize our formative and summative assessments and utilize all our different resources to ensure that students are making progress. We will use the state designations to ensure that students are working towards proficiency.
Thank you.
Any other questions? You're good, Eileen? I'll go to member Navo.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a couple of questions for the petitioner first. So, and I appreciate Board Member Strauss, your question. That helped, took some things off of the list. But can you address the measurable pupil outcomes, the concern around staffing, addressing students with disabilities? I know you talked about it briefly, but what's your staffing for the year look like for 110 students? And then can you address element 10, the concern CDE had around suspension and expulsions and the placement of students in alternative settings?
Yes, sir. Well, in terms of, I'm trying to remember the first part of the question was staffing, correct, for special ed?
For the whole school, for 110. In your first year.
All staffing for year one?
Yeah, for 110 students.
Yes, so all staffing for year one, we will have, I believe, I'm looking at the budget right now. We will have, I believe, 5 full-time teachers, 3 part-time teachers, a full-time sped teacher. We will also have instructional aid year one and a school counselor in addition to our support staff.
Okay. And your budget that you project covers that staffing?
Absolutely, sir.
And talk to me about the measurable outcome, the element 10, suspension expulsion procedures, the finding CD has there.
Yes, sir. So we do, so what the findings says, my understanding of the findings is saying that we do not address growth for the subgroups, but the way that it was written, and I think it's just a matter of clarification, what we wrote is that all subgroups will increase 2% annually. And our rationale behind that was that we feel that all subgroups, every student within the school should have the same expectation of growth. And so the clarification would really be that we would just need to, like, instead of saying all subgroups, the way that we listed it, that all subgroups will increase by 2%, just to list them out. I think that was the point of clarification.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. But I was talking about suspension and expulsion, where the finding is that there's an automatic placement of pupils in an interim alternative educational setting, and that's contrary to Ed Code.
Yes, so I'll answer that the best I can, and then John Lemo, who is also on the line, can help clarify for me. So my understanding is that when we submitted the petition, the language was submitted for the county, and so that language wasn't changed when it was submitted to the state. So it's my understanding that it's just a technical correction that needs to be made to reflect the state languaging.
Okay. And then I have a question for CDE. Maybe it's for Stephanie. Stephanie, the petitioner made a statement that in the ACCS meeting, CDE would have approved the school if the budget issues weren't a result of, I guess, COVID-19 and the May revise and all of the implications that you mentioned. Is that true?
So the only decision we ever had with this particular school was for denial. Yes, we had some serious issues with and concerns, obviously, about their ability to fiscally implement the program and to stay fiscally viable. But if you look at our summary of required charter elements in the A1, we did also have several no's there in terms of as you mentioned a minute ago, the pupil outcomes, the suspension expulsion procedures, the dispute resolution procedures, their goals to address the 8 state priorities. So there were other issues, but I will state that their design, their educational program design was not an issue.
Okay.
So that part.
Thank you, Stephanie. And then last question. Okay. There are over, in the correspondence folder, there are over 20 letters to deny this charter. And many of them call out a $3.2 million deficit. They're essentially the same letter. And I'm trying to figure out, as I look through the documents, where that's coming from. And I'm assuming these are incorrect. The amount is incorrect.
We did not see anything about a 3.2 million deficit when we did our analysis of their fiscal.
Okay, that's what I needed to know. Thank you.
Okay, Member Glover Woods.
Thank you. This question is either for Stephanie from CDE and possibly for the representative from Los Angeles County Office of Education. Stephanie, when you were providing the overview, you closed by mentioning that the Los Angeles County Board of Education was willing to authorize. I wanted to get a little bit more clarification as to why they are willing to authorize when the Los Angeles County Board of Education had recommended to deny, just to get some clarification on what may have changed from the time the petition was submitted to the time we're hearing the information now.
So just to clarify, the LA County Board is willing to take over the oversight of the school, not authorize the school. The state board would still be authorizing the school if they chose to move in that direction, if they chose to approve this appeal. So in that sense, they're not actually authorizing. We can definitely ask the county as to why they agreed to do this. My guess is that the law has changed and the school will need to go back to the local level to be approved the next time around. And it often helps if it's already at the local level and they have the benefit of being the oversight provider when that renewal comes up again. But we can definitely ask the county as well if there are any other reasons why they agreed to take the oversight of the school.
Thank you. That would be helpful, and I appreciate the clarification. So if the representative from Lakeville could also speak to why the decision to do the oversight, that would be helpful.
Absolutely, and thank you for the question. And I think it yields from the change in law in which oversight would go back to a local level, either the county or the district. And I know my director had conversations with the state board of education regarding that. But that was the intent, is that knowing that the law is going to have the school come back to local. It's more just a conversation about what could be done for us in terms of oversight.
Thank you.
All right. Matt, your hand is still up. Do you have another question? Oh, okay. Hand is now down. I don't see any other board questions at this. Member Strauss. There you go.
I just wanted, Stephanie, sorry, don't go away yet. I just wanted the issue of the budget came up. I actually think the 3.5 million from the letters is probably the Montebello problem because the district itself has had some budget trouble. But I want to know from the CDE analysis now, is the budget fiscally sound if we recommend going forward? Do you believe the budget plan is solid? Stephanie?
Yes. I would say that the budget plan the plan that they submitted with their original petition is solid in terms of if they get all of the startup money that they hope to get. None of that, as I could see, is finalized yet. So if they get all the startup money, and if the deferrals do not impact them greatly in repaying all of the receivables they have to sell in order to stay solvent for the first couple of years. So if that all works out for them, yes, I think that they could be viable. But those are big ifs, and we're trying to be responsible here at the department with the fiscal outlook because there's so much uncertainty over the next couple of years, but I would put those ifs in before the viability.
That raises a question for me, and I see, Brenna, that you also have your hand up. I'll come right to you in a moment. There was some conversation here about 2021 versus 2020, and I want to understand whether the questions of, I want to understand, I guess, from the petitioner, whether they were proactively preferring to be considered for 2021 as opposed to 2020, or whether you were feeling like the finances were, et cetera, were going to be adequate sooner than 2021. And then I'd love to hear from Stephanie on that as well.
Yes. So in response to a couple of things, in our budget that we submitted, we do not include any grants in that. So our viability is just based on is not based on those outside sources, those things to come in. Like our viability is based on what we submitted, and we do have a cash reserve, the adequate cash reserve for all 3 years. So I do want to make that part clear. In regards to the delayed opening, the reason why we were actively seeking a delayed opening was because our instructional calendar year is very unique. Our school was slated to open July 1st, 2020. So as of right now, we're already a week past our school start time. And so our instructional calendar is so key into the way that we provide instruction, the way that we do PD, the way that we look at data. And so we really thought that it was an important element that we would like to have opportunity to start the way that we had planned for it within our petition. Obviously, the other part of it is the COVID part that did make other elements challenging in terms of being able to open up this year. So with all that said, we would really appreciate that opportunity to have the delayed opening.
That would be a preference.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Stephanie, do you have any further comment on that?
No, I believe that, I hope I can get this right, SB 98 allows sorry, Judy's waving at me.
Sorry, this is Judy Sias with the State Board of Education. The Education Trailer Bill allows a charter school that had a scheduled opening of the 2020-2021 school year to delay opening for 1 year without a material revision. They just need to notify the authorizer by July 15th. So it would be up to the charter school whether or not they want to delay opening for a year.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Brenna, you were waiting.
Yes, so I have a question. So we just heard something a little different. I'm not sure if that messes with the question I was going to ask, but if we were to agree, kind of like yesterday, to the 1 year, waiting 1 year to open up, and the petitioner wasn't financially stable by that time, and there was still what ifs, would that make would the school not open, or would it be different than that?
This is Judy Sias again. It depends on the conditions that you all decide, if you do decide to vote to approve it, and the conditions that you put in it.
Okay.
All right. I am not seeing any more board hands raised. Do we have a motion?
I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve the charter for a term of 5 years. And so I need a little assistance here. Do we designate this to start, or will they just have a choice as we did?
I think, this is Judy again, you can designate them to start if that's your preference. But
Okay.
I believe they've said that they want to delay starting, so I don't think it's an issue.
Yeah, I think given that that their school calendar would have started already last week, so I will make the motion to approve the Time Community Charter for a term of 5 years, with the effective July 1st, 2020, with the beginning of instruction, and this is similar to yesterday's, between July 1st and September 30th. 2021 gives them that option. We will want them to produce evidence by May of 2021 of their that they are meeting their prospective enrollment for ninth graders of 110, or it could be a little bit more, for the 21-22 school year. And then that they will, to address making sure that we have a corrected budget based on current information at that time of their startup, that they would submit to the Department of Education a revised budget with the updated information, so that they are able to start up for that 21 school year, 21-22 school year.
So I would simply remind us that we had some information from Judy Sias yesterday that the enrollment projections have a standard sort of confidence interval around them.
Yes,
So
yes. Right.
So whatever, I think that should be the same as what we discussed yesterday.
Yes, I would agree to that.
Is there a second for that motion?
Ting, do you have those conditions you just read in writing that you could screen share?
I cannot, because I had to switch to my iPad.
You know,
so I did have
so many people with technology problems.
I know. So I don't, unless we want to take a break. I could try. I mean, I could maybe send something to staff or something along those lines to project. But I had originally intended to do that. I just am not able to because I had to switch.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Is there anything in the listing that has facility on it?
It doesn't. I did not include facilities. It sounded like they had facilities, but we do want to make sure that the facilities would still be in place a year from now. So we could add that to the condition.
This is Judy Sias. I think what we had yesterday was something where they would have to have a facility in place by May in order to allow time for CDE to conduct a pre-site inspection like they do for all the charters, in time, especially since they're opening July 1st. Or their calendar started July 1st, I believe I heard him say. So we could add something that they will provide necessary facility information to CDE in order to allow time for a pre-opening inspection. Can I read back what I wrote regarding the conditions just to make sure we have them correctly, Ting?
That would be very helpful. Thank you.
Please.
So you would move to approve the charter for a term of 5 years. It would be effective July 1, 2020. However, they would start instruction for the 21-22 school year. So it'd be a 5-year term with a delayed opening. They need to produce evidence by May 2021 of their prospective enrollment for the 21-22 school year, plus or minus the 25% as we discussed yesterday. They will need to submit to CDE a revised budget with updated information. I think I heard May 2021 to show that it is current for the 21-22 school year. Is that correct?
We could just make it consistent May 2021. Yeah, May 2020, just as they would be for their enrollment.
Yeah, it would be May 2021 so that they have a budget for the 21-22 school year. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
And
evidence that we'll add in evidence that their facilities will be ready.
Yes, and
to be occupied.
Yes, they would provide evidence regarding occupation of facilities, including, I believe they have the occupancy permits and all of the information that is necessary for CDE to conduct a pre-opening site visit. Is that it?
Yeah.
For the facility inspection.
Yes. Yes.
And and if they could also correct any of the deficiencies that were identified in the petition by CDE.
Yeah, that's similar to yesterday. Yes.
And then if we could set, do we want to set a date of, I don't know, May 1st or May 15th, just so everything's consistent for all of these?
That would be
May 15th, and assuming that's a weekday.
Especially if they're going to open July 1.
Yeah, maybe May 1st since they're opening July 1. May 1st works.
Okay.
So Linda, we still need a second on that
I was going to
motion.
ask if there's a second.
Can I also ask if we should make that under the oversight of the county, or will this just happen with the county's agreement after we make the approval?
We don't need to put that in the motion.
No, I think it would be good to put that into the motion since that is something the board has never done. So I think that's a good point to delegate oversight to Los Angeles County Office of Education. And Patricia tells me May 1st is a Saturday, so we will adjust it to the appropriate Friday. 30 days has 30 days for
April
April.
30th.
Yeah.
30 days have September, April, June, and November.
I know 30 days has no. I was trying to sing it too. Thank you.
Yeah. All right.
All right. So we're adjusting to April 30th, and then we were approving with those conditions, and that the school will be under the oversight of the Los Angeles County Board of Education.
Okay, so assuming folks have now followed that exchange about the various conditions, is there a second for that motion?
I'll second. Oh, Jim, go ahead. Jim did it.
Okay, Jim has seconded the motion. Is there further discussion?
Patricia Rucker had a question.
Okay. How are we going to get that from her? Can she come on?
Patricia, you need to unmute. Try again. Go ahead.
You. Hear you.
Patricia, we can't hear you.
I can hear her.
Oh, you can? We can't.
Mm-hmm. How many people are hearing Patricia?
Okay,
Board members can hear her.
Everybody on the Zoom call can hear, but we can't hear in the CDE room. So I don't know, does that mean the public can hear or not?
I do not know. We need a technologist.
Well, maybe Patricia could ask her question and one of us could repeat it, and then.
Yeah, why don't we do that?
Okay, go that way.
Yeah, Patricia, go ahead with your question, and then I just want to acknowledge that I see Cynthia and Matt in the queue after Patricia. Go ahead.
I'm getting texts from friends that people cannot hear her on the live stream.
She would like to have the conditions written down so that she knows exactly what she's voting for.
Well, she also would like to make sure that the conditions address all the areas that CDE identified in the petition that were not appropriately addressed.
Right. So I think we're going to need to get this in some way into writing. I don't know if Judy or someone can, Ting, do you know how to like send a screenshot or something to someone there, Judy, or someone in the room?
Ting,
Hi, Ting, my email.
Yes.
Ting, if you will email to Chad Owens here, I'll give you his email address and then we can put it up on the screen. Okay?
Okay, so give me a minute to do that.
Okay, meanwhile, we have some more conversation. We have a couple of other board members, so take your time to do that while we hear from Cynthia and Matt. Cynthia, you're next. And then Brenda.
Thank you. Thank you. It was a clarification question, which actually might get clarified from the written portion of the motion that we're going to see. But I wanted to ensure that in the motion, if there are still fiscal concerns, once the budget is submitted to CDE, that would come back to the board before moving forward.
Mm-hmm. And I'm wondering if these conditions are very much like what we looked at yesterday, whether we could simply amend those conditions and have someone put it up. I think Judy's been keeping careful track of the
I do think
conversation.
that the member Rucker is asking for additional President Darling Hammond because she wants
She
to
may,
make,
once we get it up on the screen, we can do a
Okay.
checklist, right? I believe that list did cover virtually everything, but if there's something left out, we could talk about it when we see it. Okay, Matt, you're next.
I tried to lower my hand. Thank you, Board Member Glover asked my question, and I appreciate that. I guess I will say that, you know, I understanding the initial proposal from Board Member Ting, I appreciate it. I reluctantly will support it, but I think that the concern for me is the volume of community members that have made the effort to say they don't support this school right now. And I think that's the challenge for me. So I'm just putting that out there, and I appreciate the proposal, Ting.
Yeah, I understand. And I have to say that this is serving a specific community. And I felt badly that I believe that there would be more community support if we were in face-to-face meeting, because there is a large number of Hispanic and second language support, and it is very difficult on this type of public comment for a population to come in and understand when they're supposed to call in, what numbers they're supposed to press. I was going to actually ask the petitioners of, you know, were there additional members from the public who would have called in, but for some of the technical issues with this. And I felt the same way with the ACCS meeting.
This is Judy Sias. I think we can't presume
okay. Well,
who would or would not have called in, or who would not have traveled up to Sacramento. I don't, I would like to clarify that for the record. I don't think we can presume that.
It was a wonder for me.
Brenna, did you want to, your hand went up and down.
Yeah, I had the same question. So it's, yeah.
I think what might make sense would be for us to take a brief break.
I think so.
And allow the staff to work together to get the conditions on a piece of paper that everyone agrees to. That, yeah, I mean, at least that we don't know whether the board will agree, but at least the motion maker and the staff agree represents the intention. And we can come back and look at that and then make our vote. Now, I was thinking if we went to 11:30, which was when I was estimating we might finish, I would simply call the lunch break at that time until about noon, and then we would, you know, go on to the other two hearings. So I guess the question is, how quickly do we think we can do that? Should we just call the 30-minute lunch break now and come back and do our vote? I think we need that clarity. We need the opportunity to talk about whether the conditions meet the concerns that people have raised. And I think we might need a minute to, you know, really be clear about that rather than.
I agree. And I think rather than waiting for me to try to type something up, I would rather have staff assist with putting together the motion. Yes. As Judy had. Yeah,
Linda, I would suggest we take our lunch break and then we'll bring this back up right after lunch.
Can I just, before we take the break, there was a clarification that the oversight would be by the LA County Office of Education, not the LA County Board. So just.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
County Office of Education, I'm sorry.
All right, so we're going to take our 30-minute lunch break. Let's come back at noon. I'm going to give you 33 minutes. Don't get too excited, but we'll come back and we'll have it written and we can consider and vote at that time. And don't leave the room because you might not get back in. Just stop your video and your audio. All right. Document on the screen, which had the motion.
Chad, we want to go back to the previous document that was on the screen? 1 minute.
Who was it was saying how smoothly things went yesterday? I think that was Kim. I think she jinxed us. Technology has been challenging today. Chad, can we change the screen?
Do
we
we
want
still? Yeah.
We want to get back to the conditions that were on
Yes,
the screen.
they're bringing up what was previously up there.
Do we still have the petitioners on the?
Yes, I think I saw they're on.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm on.
Okay. Wondered if you would want to address a support that you have from the community on your charter.
Yes, absolutely. So we do have 133 intent to enroll forms that we've gathered. Also, we have over 180 letters of support that we did include in the charter petition that was sent to CDE. So those interest forms and those letters were sent to the CDE as part of the overall package, because that was what we were asked to send what was sent to LACO, and that's what we sent to LACO to show the support of the community. So we do have quite a bit of community support.
Okay, we now have the conditions here. Was there
somebody
else who wanted to be recognized?
I'm sorry.
Is that Eileen?
Yeah, I just had a clarifying question. This is supposed to start as a 9th grade. So I'm assuming that the students that you had interest in were entering 9th graders. And if you wait a year and you still start with 9th grade, won't you have to identify different students to start the program, or will you plan to start with 10th graders that identified as 9th graders?
Unfortunately, we would have to recruit again new students to start in the 9th grade if we're to follow the petition's opening plan. But I do believe with the that we have that we would very much be able to reach our enrollment goals.
Okay, thank you. Tim, would you like to restate the motion?
Yes, so now we have it on the screen. I also want to make sure that Member Rucker is able to see this as well.
Yes, she is with us. She can see it.
Okay.
She can hear.
Great. All right. So, move to approve the time charter school petition for a term of 5 years effective July 1, 2020. The school would delay opening the start of instruction in the 2021-22 school year. Time will produce evidence that they have met the prospective enrollment for 2021-22 school year, plus or minus 25%. Time will submit to CDE a revised budget with updated information to show that Time is fiscally solvent and able to open in the 21-22 school year. Time will submit to CDE evidence of their facilities lease and appropriate permits, and submit to facilities inspection that is required for all SBE authorizer charter schools. Time will correct the deficiencies in the petition identified by CDE in the A1 and item. All corrected documentation will be submitted to CDE by April 29, 2020. And if there are any questions, whether these conditions have been satisfied, Time will, and I can't see my screen. Time will, sorry, thank you. Time will, sorry, you have to go down a little bit.
You're on number 8, Ting.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if there are questions whether these conditions have been satisfied, Time will come back to the SBE for resolution, and the board delegates oversight to Los Angeles County Office of Education.
Okay, and do we have a second for this motion as stated?
I second that. This is Jim.
Thank you, Jim. Is there any further discussion? I'm not seeing any hands raised. All right, we'll take a vote. And Karen, I think you need to manage the roll call vote.
Okay. Linda?
Yes.
Cynthia?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Brenna?
Yes.
Ide?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes.
Ting?
Yes.
And Patricia Rucker. Patricia, you have to call back in the phone line.
Oh my. And while we're waiting for Patricia,
Do you see her? She's up. She's on the screen.
yeah.
Okay,
Patricia, do you have a?
well, she has to call into a different line because her Zoom line isn't working. So we're going to have to wait a minute for her to call back in, I guess.
So while we're waiting for her to call in, I have a question about the next item, Karen. Do we need a break between these items for people to set up on your end, or can we move right ahead?
I couldn't read, and I was trying to send you a message on the chat, and the chat seems to be disabled.
Oh, what a day you're having. Do you vote yes on this set of, on this motion with this set of conditions? What is your vote?
No, we can't hear her.
Can you hear me, Pat? We can't hear you. Oh dear.
No, Linda, I don't think we need a break
You're
again.
muted. Let me see if I can unmute you. All right, say it again. Try again. Still not hearing you.
Oh, Linda?
Yes.
We can't hear her, so she's going to try a different line.
Well, let's see if this works. Well, so she's going to call into a different line. And Karen, the other question I was asking is whether we need a break for the staff after this.
I think we can keep on moving.
Okay. Just need to get that last vote recorded.
They're working the problem on this end. She's talking to somebody here, just not, we can't hear her.
Oh my. Can she just, can she talk to you and tell you her vote and you can?
Yeah, it has to be recorded as part of the roll call.
Okay. We can see you. We just can't hear you. Can she do like a thumbs up or a thumbs down?
No, it has to be a roll call vote.
Okay.
Yes, she can hear. So Linda, here's what we can do. We're going to hold the vote open.
All right.
But hang on one second. Maybe we solved it.
I'm waiting for item 20.
Thank you. We'll return to item, we'll start item 20 shortly. You'll need to call back in at that time.
Okay.
Okay, so Linda, what we can do is we can hold the roll call open, and when they get Patricia so she can talk to us and we can hear her, then we'll register her vote. We'll go back when we can, but we can proceed with item 20.
Okay. It's a day for creativity. We will then move ahead to item 20, which is a public hearing regarding the petition for the renewal of a charter school under the oversight of the State Board of Education. Consideration of John Henry High, which was denied by the West Contra Costa Unified School District and not acted on by the Contra Costa County Office of Education. The CDE recommends that the State Board hold a public hearing to deny the request to renew John Henry High. The item will be presented by Stephanie Farland of the CDE. Stephanie, you can now, I guess, change this slide and begin item 20. Stephanie, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Sorry. I was just, can you see the item 20 petition for the, can you see the right slide up on your screen?
Not yet.
Okay. We are working on that very quickly.
There we go.
There
we got it. We got it.
Okay. Phew. Okay. Okay, so item 20. John Henry High School is seeking authorization from the State Board of Ed to renew its grade 9 through grade 12 charter school within the boundaries of the West Contra Costa Unified School District. The petitioners previously sought renewal through West Contra Costa Unified and the Contra Costa County Board of Education. They were denied by West Contra Costa on December 18th, 2019. It then went on to the Contra Costa County Board of Education on March 11th, 2020, and the board chose not to act on it. They then appealed to the state board on March 25th, 2020. The California Department of Education recommends that the SBE hold a public hearing to deny the request to renew John Henry High, a grade 9 through grade 12 charter school under the oversight of the SBE. The Advisory Commission considered the appeal at their June 9th, 2020 meeting, and they moved to approve the John Henry High School renewal petition by a vote of 7-2. The basis for recommendation of denial is the petitioner is demonstrably unlikely to successfully implement the intended program. They have significant declines in academic progress of their English learner pupils, and admission requirements and enrollment process prohibit the school from reaching demographics reflective of West Contra Costa Unified. And the petition does not provide reasonably comprehensive descriptions of all required 15 charter elements. A little background on the school. Their mission is to provide a rigorous college preparatory education and character development program that will prepare students from underserved communities to succeed in college and beyond. Their pupil population primarily comes from Richmond and San Pablo and consists of predominantly low-income and immigrant students. They are operated by A Method Public Schools, a California nonprofit benefit corporation. AMPS, as it's known, is currently operates 3 schools in Alameda County and 3 schools in Contra Costa County. Academic criteria under 476071 is the authority that granted the charter shall consider increases in pupil academic achievement for all groups of pupils served by the charter school as the most important factor. The entity that granted the charter determines that the academic performance of the charter school is at least equal to the academic performance of the public schools that the charter school pupils would otherwise have been required to attend. The population that is served under John Henry High is 95% Latino and 91% socioeconomically disadvantaged. So here are CASP results for John Henry High as compared to the other high schools in West Contra Costa Unified School District. As you can see, they have met our threshold criteria for academic renewal, the academic renewal criteria, and you can see that there's been some variation over the years, and they've definitely have gone down in their math scores significantly from 2 or 3 years ago. Here are CAST results by pupil subgroup for socioeconomically disadvantaged pupils, as that is their largest subgroup. And again, some significant declines in their math scores. Their ELA goes back and forth, but from the last couple of years is on the rise. We did look at alternative measures as allowed under Ed Code Section 52052. And one of the things that we looked at that they provided us were their increase in advanced placement course offerings. They did increase to 5 offerings in 2018-19. We've included some of the dashboard colors on here for you to see. This is from the 2019 California School Dashboard, and you can see they're yellow for ELA and orange for math. Here are some of the subgroup totals. English learners are in orange, socioeconomically disadvantaged yellow, and Latino Hispanic green, no in blue. Some more specifics in terms of the dashboard and English learners. They are in orange for the English learners as a subgroup and in red for math as a subgroup, with significant declines in math and small decline in English learners for ELA. Ability to implement in terms of their budget. As I mentioned earlier, we did look at the original budget that they had submitted. And according to the original budget, they seem to be fiscally viable. It looked different for the ACCS because we were basing that one on May revise, which is no longer in effect, and under that budget they were not fiscally viable, so we went back to their original budget, and they are with the appropriate reserves. We are not looking at this in terms, because they are already they are an established school, so we were not looking at it. We did not have time to look at it in terms of deferrals, but that really is a question, hopefully, that we can have the school itself answer in terms of how they plan to deal with the deferrals that will be coming to them, and how they're going to do that. And so that's something that they can discuss during their time. There were insufficient descriptions of many of the charter elements that are listed there. Employee qualifications, they do not specifically identify which positions they regard as key in each category. They do not identify the general qualifications of all their positions, including the general qualifications of their non-certificated staff, and the petition does not contain job descriptions for any of the positions. Element 7, racial and ethnic balance. You can see by the slide on the screen that their demographic data is not reflective of the West Contra Costa Unified School District. This was an important point for us when we were reviewing their petition and their data. The concept of choice is one that is the CDE values, and part of that choice includes the ability for all students to enroll in a school when it opens in a district. Obviously, it's one of the elements, so it was something that the legislature felt was important to include. We understand that charters don't always have control over who applies to their school. However, they do have control over the preferences that they use in terms of their admission requirements. And part of the issue and the concern that we had with this particular school is they do not reflect the ethnic balance, racial and ethnic balance of West Contra Costas. You can see they don't reflect them in their English learners or special education or their African American population. And we feel that the preferences they've put in place, and these were not, I don't believe, in place in their first petition. So these are preferences that they're putting in place for this petition, will really limit any new students from outside their pool of the AMPS organization from getting into the school. You can see that residents of West Contra Costa is number 5 on their preference list. Their first preference is siblings. Their second preference are pupils who are already enrolled in another AMPS charter school. Then you go to pupils of founding families, and then you go to children of AMPS teachers and staff, and then you finally get to all of the other kids in the district. And then all the other pupils, obviously, in the state, because their charters are open to everyone. And so we did have a very big concern about whether or not they were open to expanding the types of kids they enroll in their school. There was nothing in their petition that specifically addressed the issue of expanding enrollment in their school to kids outside of their organization. And so that was an issue for us. Suspension and expulsion procedures. The petition does not present a reasonably comprehensive description of suspension and expulsion procedures in terms of placement of pupils in an interim alternative education setting. The family handbook contains language that could be interpreted as an additional offense for expulsion that is not listed in the petition, and that is that in the handbook they talk about their student attendance review board and some of the issues that they take on, and one of the things they state is that students can be dismissed possibly from the school, from AMPS, and or referred to the DA for student attendance issues. And that was an issue because really students should not be dismissed. The only way students should be dismissed is if they voluntarily disenroll or if they're expelled. So there was some language discrepancies between what was in the petition and what is currently in their handbook that we had some concerns with. Charter elements 11 and 14, retirement coverage. Petition does not specify who will be responsible for ensuring that appropriate arrangements for their employees' retirement have been made, and the dispute resolution procedures did not include a reasonably comprehensive description of this charter element. So the CDE recommends that the SBE deny the petition to establish John Henry High School. The petitioner is demonstrably unlikely to successfully implement the intended program, and the petition does not provide reasonably comprehensive descriptions of all required elements. Oops, I'm going to not do that one yet. Okay, and that's the conclusion, President Darling-Hammond.
Thank you very much. At this point, we will hear, I hereby open the public hearing at 12:27 p.m. and we will hear first from the petitioners. They will have 12 minutes, and we'll hear from the district and county that are opposing the renewal petition, or at least in this case, the district. They will also have a total of 12 minutes. After the presentations from both sides, there will then be an opportunity for public comment from any individual who has not already presented for 1 minute each. So we'll take the practitioner presentation.
Hi, let me share my screen here.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sylvia Flores, and I'm the site director at John Henry High School. John Henry opened its doors in 2015, and we're a small school serving a total student population of 315 students in grades 9 through 12. As a small school, we're able to create a community where all members of our school, we know each other by name. We are able to care for one another and support one another. As you can see, 91% of our students are socioeconomically disadvantaged. 21% are English learners, and 8% are receiving special education services. Since we opened the school in 2015, we've seen a consistently growing waiting list of hopeful families looking to enroll at our school. This past year, for the 2020-2021 school year, we had the largest wait list we've ever seen, with over 300 applications for this upcoming school year. So John Henry High School is one of the most coveted schools in the city. This slide shows you, we broke down based on current families' addresses. We see that over 90% of our students would be required to enroll at Kennedy, Richmond High, or De Anza, with the majority of our students being assigned to Kennedy High School based on their home address. As you notice in this next slide, John Henry is outperforming their peers at all three of these high schools on the CASP ELA SBAC exam. 68% of our students are meeting or exceeding standards in English, and as mentioned, our English scores have increased annually over all the testing years that have taken place since our founding. This next slide shows you the math comparisons for the SBAC exam. Once again, you can see that John Henry is outperforming all high schools that our students would otherwise be required to attend. We know that we have room for improvements. We don't like this 21%. So we have invested in new curriculum and restructured the way that we support math instruction. Now, the SBAC only shows you 1 year of student data, but as a data-driven school, this is our PSAT data, which is growth data for this past senior year class, so the class of 2020. This cohort of students has took the PSAT over 3 consecutive years, and I'm proud to report that the class of 2020 did increase their scores by 188 points during their time with us at John Henry High School. We see improvements in both English and math, and the increase can be attributed to our targeted support and intervention programs such as Learning Lab, interim assessments. So we are seeing growth, and I'm going to show you in terms of advanced placement, we have increased AP participation by 300% over the past few years. The AP course offerings, as you saw in the CDE presentation, we weren't offering anything in the first few years because we only had 9th and 10th graders. So as we added more classes, we began offering more AP courses. And now we're offering math, English, foreign language, and we're planning to add science and other electives in the next few years. So as you can see here, our passing rate, our AP passing rate grew from 12% to 40% between 1 year to the next. Now, I do want to address some of the concerns that were raised in the CDE staff report, beginning with recruitment. Our entire community, the John Henry community, is committed to achieving the demographic distribution that is reflective of our district. Students are accepted through a randomized lottery, which is operated by a third party called Enroll West Contra Costa. We partnered with them 3 years ago, and we've seen progress already. So over the years, our lottery numbers have grown exponentially. And for this upcoming year, we received 231 applications for only 90 spots for the incoming 9th grade class. So in order to reach the demographics that resemble those of West Contra Costa, we plan to improve our recruitment and outreach efforts and diversify our applicant pool. So we plan to target middle schools, both district and charter, who have large numbers of English language learners, SPED students, African American students, and we want to collaborate with the leadership teams at those schools to do annual events where we can make sure that families are aware of the opportunities in Richmond, and we want to help them with the enrollment process. We are also planning to hire a consultant who will be interviewing and surveying African American students, SPED, and EL families to provide recommendations for improving both the cultural responsiveness of our educational program, but also our recruitment and outreach efforts. Now that West Contra Costa is breaking up into 5 district boundaries, we have secured a partnership with KDI Charter Zone which we're going to be able to use a GPS demographic tool that captures school-age populations and breaks it up into free and reduced lunch, ethnicities, language status, in order for us to identify areas to target. And we have also established family captains within our schools so that we can target those areas and host like block parties, or right now virtual block meetings, to distribute recruitment materials and answer questions. We don't only want to diversify John Henry, but also our other elementary and middle school here in Richmond. Moving on to English learners, we have seen success. John Henry is succeeding in terms of our English learner program. In looking through the California dashboard data, John Henry has the highest percentage of English language learners making progress towards proficiency in the entire district at a rate of 56.3%. This is the highest rate of any school, traditional or charter, in our district. Our students do receive designated and integrated EL instruction that is aligned to the California ELD standards. This next graph shows you this is our total student body broken down by English language proficiency. As you can see, 21.5% of our student body is classified as English learners. This is for this year that just passed, so 1920. 71% of our students were English learners and have been reclassified. So in total, 92% of our total student body have been classified as English learners at some point in their educational trajectory, and 71% have been reclassified in that trajectory. In terms of our LPAC proficiency levels, 50% of our current English learners are in levels 1 and 2. We saw a huge influx of newcomers into our school this past year, so we have been able to provide the support and the rigorous instruction that they need in order to succeed. I'm going to transition into math. This past year, we adopted CPM, which is college preparatory math, as our new math curriculum. As I told you before, we're not happy with that 21%. We want to improve. And we have increased professional development opportunities for our math teachers and our support staff. We also hired paraprofessional tutors in order to be in every Algebra 1 section along with the credentialed teacher. This past year, our geometry and Algebra 2 classes had no more than 20 students per section. And this has proven effective in increasing students' conceptual understanding of math, which is one of the things that we noticed in the summer that was an area of concern. I'm going to turn it over to Mike Barr, who is going to be talking about the revised financial projections for our school.
Hi, good afternoon. As discussed by the CDE earlier, our financials are solid. There's two sets of numbers on this slide. The numbers at the top reflect what we shared with the ACCS last month. Those were based on the governor's May revision, which had a much lower funding scenario than what we currently know. The bottom set of numbers reflect the latest guidance we've gotten from Sacramento. We've done a couple things conservatively. We've assumed that enrollment is only 280 kids next year. We think it's going to be higher than that based on wait list and based on the excitement around the school. We've also conservatively assumed that we do not benefit from any of the hold harmless calculations that are made. In other words, we'd assume that if we have 280 kids next year, that's what we'll get funded on because we feel that's more conservative. There's a slide that talks about how we're going to mitigate through the external and internal factors that will affect our abilities to be successful, knowing that this is a multi-year economic crisis that we need to navigate through. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Janelle from Young Mini Core, and then we'll come back to Sylvia.
Thank you, and good afternoon, board members. Janelle Rulli with Young Mini and Core. I wanted to highlight for you again that even the CDE found that John Henry's academic program meets the renewal criteria and provides a sound educational program. As to the other points that CDE raised, the staff report suggested that these are fairly easily remedied with amendments to the charter. When it comes to governance, there was a question about the meeting location, but the charter school has complied with new law and will agree to a condition. On employee qualifications, they really just need to add the word key and move qualifications from the appendix into the charter. We heard about racial and ethnic balance. On admission, the charter school is willing to work with the CDE to reorder those preferences.
On suspension expulsion, they're already complying with the law, and I would add that the law was changed in 2018 to allow for involuntary removal as an additional reason that a student may be removed from a school. On retirement, they just need to identify who the person is responsible for ensuring arrangements are made. And on dispute resolution, we couldn't have made those changes because no changes can be made to the charter, but the charter school promised to make those changes. So ultimately, these things do not rise to the level of closing a nationally recognized charter school. John Henry was named a 2020 Best High School by U.S. News and World Report. They certainly don't rise to the level of closing a school that outperforms all of the schools that students would otherwise attend. The law simply does not permit this closure. And I'll go back to Ms. Flores.
Thank you. In terms of our distance learning plan, we're proud to share that 92% of our students were engaged in daily assignments during last semester's distance learning model. So we are working with the community and stakeholders to be able to continue that rigorous instruction and learning for every student that is at our school. We are college prep. We've sent over 90% of our graduating seniors to four-year colleges since we were founded. And you can see some other stats here. In terms of highlights, we are the third best high school in West Contra Costa. So we ask that you review our school. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And at this point, we'll move to the district presenters, potentially with the county, I don't know. The district, there we go.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you very much for hearing our appeal. I would like to thank you all also for your work. My name is Dr. Linda Delgado. I performed charter school oversight for the District of West Contra Costa, and I will be joined as needed in this presentation with the folks listed below. The school findings for West Contra against John Henry include that there is an inadequate English language development and special education programs, and the method organization provides inadequate governance and management. Background: preliminarily, test scores are considered the most important factor in reviewing a charter petition. Test scores are impacted, however, by student populations who traditionally underperform on the CASP. For example, English language learner percentages impact test results, as the test is not in the student's primary language. Test score comparisons are legitimate only when student populations, subgroups, are similar. The claim of equal to or better than district schools cannot factually be made, and a review of the data will make this clear. Subgroups include English language learners, special education, foster and homeless youth, and students living in poverty. A comparative review of all district high schools and John Henry will follow. In this table, you'll find highlighted John Henry is in the yellow first column, followed by all district high schools. Each school's data is presented in column form, and subgroup headings are noted along the left-hand axis. The highest percentage for each row is bolded and underlined. In no case does John Henry lead. The schools most frequently used in the petition for comparison are immediately to the right, Kennedy and Richmond high schools, and they serve considerably different populations. Please note the following rows in particular. For English language learners, Kennedy and Richmond have greater than 3 times the ELs. For special education, all schools with the exception of Middle College have higher special education numbers. Kennedy and Richmond serve the greatest numbers of socioeconomically disadvantaged students. John Henry is not serving a representative population, and further, the organization has changed the lottery to further cement this disparity. On this slide, the left-hand column compares the district and John Henry for EL percentages over a 4-year period, illustrating disparity in percentages. And there is a dramatically falling trend line. the district average is orange and John Henry is gray. The table on the right shows the overall school percentage of ELs in the first data column. The second data column has the percentage of that group who are English language learners levels 1 and 2. For example, at John Henry, the overall percentage during the years of evaluation was 12.5 of the total population, and of that 12.5, 23.8, about a quarter, are levels 1 and 2. Contrasted with Richmond High with an overall percentage of 39, basically 40%, and half of that group were ELs 1 and 2. Now we'll go on to the program itself. Staffing and scheduling issues. Over the 2019-20 year, 5 different teachers were, one after the other, tasked with leading the school's single ELD course. During this class period, each teacher attempted to provide instruction for 4 grade levels, 4 EL levels, and 4 language domains in one classroom. The petition was silent on how this might be achieved. There was a failure to provide adequate curriculum, although the organization stated that curriculum was in place from inception. The board did not adopt curriculum until this last academic year. The reclassification process was just recently drafted and put into place in the school's 5th year. We don't know what it contains or if it is effective. The performance gap from the dashboard, focusing on statewide data. To demonstrate the effect of subgroup membership on CASP scores, a review of statewide data is provided. The first row shows percentages of students at or above grade level for English only and fluent English speakers. This would be students with a firm command of English. The second row shows EL students at or above grade level. Obviously, you've got English language arts on the left and math on the right. Data are clear that John Henry is not serving the same student populations as other schools, and this demonstrates why it matters. Note in particular the gaps which are presented here in red. The gaps show the statewide difference between ELs and those with a command of the language. The gap between the two groups is significant, illustrating the effect of EL designation on test scores. Greater numbers of EL students have a greater impact on scores overall. John Henry has fewer ELs than most district schools, and scores are less impacted. Next, a comparison of these statewide performance data differences versus the John Henry gap. Performance gaps. The first row brings the statewide difference in scores between ELs and fluent English students only from the prior slide. That's the 45.68. The second row are the same data for John Henry. Ideally, that score would be smaller than the statewide gap. Rather, it is larger, and the difference is once again in red along the bottom. Compared with statewide averages, John Henry is underperforming. In this review, the presentation has shown that the ELD program has serious and long-term flaws, and this data demonstrates the problem. Now on to special education issues. This table compares district and John Henry enrollment percentages for special education from 2015 through 2020. Over the 5 years of operation, John Henry has served significantly fewer special ed students and has never served a student with moderate or severe needs. There are no CASP data that are publicly available for SPED students throughout the 5 years of operation because the numbers have always been too low. The district requested that John Henry share the data in their possession, and they refused. Inadequate special education program per former staff and leadership. 2 former method site leaders with extensive special education experience submitted whistleblower complaints detailing faulty special education provision. 5 teachers from the school submitted statements with concerns about special education program and organizational leadership, and quotes are provided in the appendix. 4 teachers reported receiving direction from leadership to change grades for special education students, to report that they were passing when in fact they were not. And 3 teachers reported direction to mark a student present who had not attended class. Additionally, the school failed to provide the required minutes to a number of students. They were noticed for that, and they did make up the minutes, but they made them up in the last 2 or 3 minutes of each class period, raising serious questions as to the seriousness of the organization's focus on special education students. Inadequate special education per community benefit organization. In 2019, the district received a letter from the Disability Rights Education and Defense Fund, an advocacy rights organization funded by the U.S. Department of Education that supports parents of students with disabilities. That letter stated, AMP's administration violated the law by directing special education and site leadership to hold SST meetings in lieu of parent requested assessments to determine whether or not a child needed services. In violation of the law, AMP's leadership directed families to return to the district for accommodations and services. The charter petition references obligatory child find procedures. However, it does not explicitly reference RTI, response to intervention, as a fundamental aspect of child find, meaning a child may go through the whole ILP, Individualized Learning Program, or RTI, response to intervention process, and the site director may deem them unqualified for an SST, creating further barriers to specialized academic instruction. The petition stated process could take an entire year for a child to receive services. In order to review data illustrating the gap between those in special ed, again, and those who are not, staff looked at statewide data to try and get a sense of what the impact on test scores might be. And here you have once again presented the gap in red. Of course, the higher the special ed population served, the greater the impact on scores overall. All other district schools have higher percentages of special education except middle college high, and all see the expected impact on scores. This data challenges the legitimacy of the school's data by demonstrating the impact of equivalent special ed enrollment. Governance issues. Since 2015, the Methods Central Office has lost at least 20 individuals out of 20 central office leaders, 6 special education directors, 2 directors of talent, director of IT, the COO, the CAO, the COF, 3 regional superintendents, directors of finance, systems, and assorted others. 7 central office staff were laid off or fired in June of 2020. That included 2 regional superintendents, 2 out of 2 compliance coordinators, talent communications special ed coordinators, director of finance and accounting. Since 2015, the organization has lost 28 site leaders, including deans and directors. Of these, 4 were from John Henry, 6 from RCA, and 6 from BJE. Those are the 2 other Method schools in West Contra Costa. John Henry lost 13 teachers and 2 front office staff between 2016 and 18. Sorry?
Time is up.
Okay. Would you like me to stop or shall I press on?
Stop.
Time.
You should finish your sentence, yeah. But that's
okay. Basically, we're seeing a great deal of turnover. There are 2 more slides, but you do have them in your deck. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. At this point, we want to put up the public comment slide. And we want to open the phone line for public comment. We hope that people who were trying to speak earlier have returned to speak at the proper time. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item I wonder if we can remove that. Can you remove that thing from the computer? Great. Can call 712-432-0075, enter access code 651-905#, wait for the operator prompts to press *6, and then another prompt to press 1 to enter the queue. And could we have the translator read the instructions in Spanish, please?
Absolutely, ma'am. Para la audiencia pública, el asunto número 20, el número de teléfono es 712-432-0075. Le pedirá un número de acceso, el cual es 651905 numeral. Escucha el mensaje y cuando se le indique, oprima *6 y cuando se le indique nuevamente, oprima 1. Cuando sea su turno, un operador le pedirá en inglés que diga su nombre y su afiliación y comience su intervención. Su turno empieza ya. Dígale, mi nombre es Raya, represento a Raya y necesito un traductor.
Thank you very much. We encourage you to please state your name and affiliation for the record. Remember to turn down the volume on your computers if you are following the live feed, and speakers are limited to 1 minute each. Let's see if we have public comment.
Speakers on the line, please ensure that this is only for item 20 for John Henry. If you're on the line for another item, we ask that you please hang up at this time and call back at the next item. Again, only speakers for item 20, John Henry, should be in the queue at this time. All other callers should hang up at this time and call back at your scheduled item. Thank you.
We have approximately 30 public commenters in the queue, so we will start with our first caller right now. Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry High. Your time starts now.
My name is Emma Urbach. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I am the Executive Director for United Teachers of Richmond. I'm asking that you deny the renewal of John Henry High because the school does not have qualified staff at key levels to ensure student success. A Method, John Henry's parent organization, recently fired or laid off their Richmond Regional Superintendent, Richmond Regional Compliance Coordinator, and Special Education Director. Additionally, the current John Henry Site Director, Sylvia Flores, has never taught, has a 30-day substitute permit, and does not have an admin credential. Natalie Garcia, the John Henry Dean of Instruction, does not appear to have an administrative credential or clear credential either. John Henry is currently recruiting for 10 teaching positions, and it is not clear from the posting that a credential is required despite new state law. John Henry averages only 6% retention of teachers, and the majority of teachers who work there do not have clear credentials. John Henry and their parent organization do not have the necessary staff, credentialing, or expertise to successfully educate students this fall. WCCUSD teachers are ready and willing to welcome students back into the district schools this fall, where they will be taught by qualified teachers with credentials. And thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry High. Your time starts now.
Hi, I'm Joseph Glatzer, a teacher in the West Contra Costa Unified School District, and I'm asking that you deny John Henry High School's appeal. We have many great opportunities in our district and would welcome John Henry students back with open arms, including with AP courses, visual and performing arts opportunities, sports, exciting electives, academies, and more. So the demographic makeup of John Henry is not reflective of the community, with 95% Latinx. They have a lower number of special ed, English learners, homeless foster youth, and African American students compared to public district schools. So comparing their test scores with those of ours, district schools, is comparing apples and oranges. In the 1920 school year, there was only one ELD class which had 5 different teachers, and there is a lack of progress for English learners overall. It is an unstable learning environment. There is a large yearly turnover of teachers and administration. Despite having many opportunities to fix these issues, they have not. They do not need more chances. Please deny their appeal. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Jamie Zemansky. I'm a parent for one graduating student and one student who's still at John Henry. I ask that you leave the school open. You want to give children of color a better education. John Henry is doing that. Ms. Delgado has given information that is based on the whole organization, not John Henry. John Henry's numbers are much lower. Also, Ms. Delgado should be disqualified for the way she has treated John Henry. She's given data that she did not get from John Henry. She never visited the school. This school has given my children a better education than any of the public schools have in Richmond, and I know because I moved them from public schools. Public schools here in Richmond do not give safe environments for our children. John Henry has done nothing but provide safe environment and a loving family environment that lets and helps children succeed. They really live by their motto, honor hard work.
Time.
Please, please approve this school. We need them. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Beatrice Burden. I actually have a sister who goes to this school. I am calling in to please ask you guys to give them another chance. All the schools we have in the area are already overcrowded as it is, and we would really appreciate having a school in our color community that actually provides them a good education and is not just overcrowded and doesn't have the attention that the students need, both for their mental health and for their education. So I just ask you guys to please think with your hearts when you vote for this today. Thank you for your time.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Gabriela Rodriguez. I am a founding parent and a community member. Good afternoon, board members. I would like to express my support for John Henry High School. John Henry is one of the top performing high schools in West Contra Costa. I don't understand why this school is being penalized for serving our Latino community. Our students have achieved so much with the high level of academics offered at John Henry. They offer a safe environment for our students and promote a pathway for college. It is very disturbing for our families and community to hear that UTR, the Teachers Union, sent out a message request to its members to vote against John Henry, but it does not encourage its members to close the learning gap our district schools have. Please keep John Henry open.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Philip Ellingberg. I'm speaking on behalf of ministers in Richmond. I'm a pastor in the city of Richmond, and I'd like to speak on behalf of not only our congregation, but my colleagues and at least 40 parishioners. We have at least 5 African-American students who are on the waiting list for John Henry, and we'd love to have them there. I've worked extensively with the school in our area, which is Kennedy High, and our students are traumatized from the gang violence as well as the heavy drug presence. And we wrestle with how best to educate our children. Some thrive in these zone schools, but it's not true for every child. I work again with several of these students who are going through heavy trauma, and I ask that we please renew John Henry. Don't take that choice away. Parents should have the ability to choose what works best for their child, and one's economic situation should not be a bar to exercising that choice. The bottom line is this, in my opinion. Thank you so much. Please renew John Henry.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Claudia Lee. I am the site director for Untitled Chapter School in Oakland. As a member of the AMS community, I have worked closely with the staff members at John Henry High School for 2 years now. I have witnessed their professionalism, dedication, and commitment to their students. I have seen 100% of John Henry High School teachers and administrators and hundreds of parents and students going to meeting after meeting of this long and arduous renewal process. Parents and teachers say that they appreciate the learning that is happening in the classrooms and the opportunity that having another high school in Richmond has created for the community. I hope that the relentless support and advocacy of hundreds of Richmond's parents means something to you. They just want to choose the school for their children. I hope that you grant them the right to choose. Thank you very much.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Marissa Glidden. I'm a proud West Contra County educator. Before teaching at West Contra Costa, I was hired to teach at a method. Beginning a teacher orientation, it became clear to me that something was seriously wrong. Not only was every teacher uncredentialed at a method, I was also explicitly taught by the leadership to participate in illegal and problematic disciplinary processes, including making students wear tissue boxes on their feet if they didn't wear shoes that met dress code, taking students' desks away so they're forced to sit on the floor, withholding lunch from students who misbehaved, and threatening expulsion for minor misbehaviors, and then dismissing students from the school without official documentation. I was also told that a method encouraged special education students not to apply to the school and purposefully did not recruit students in predominantly African-American areas. This is what I was explicitly taught by a method leadership. When I spoke out about these policies, they threatened to fire me. After I resigned, Teach for America did their own internal investigation and had the same findings. They now refuse to place teachers at that school. Please protect our students and do not allow John Henry to open. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Kevin Doherty, and we work with John Henry High School along with many other schools and youth programs in Contra Costa County. I personally have coached the youth in our community, and I can recognize valuable influences teachers and institutions can have on them. John Henry High School, their teachers, administrators, and staff tirelessly work to provide quality opportunities and values for the youth in the community they otherwise would not have. So for the sake of our community's future, we cannot afford to let quality, free public schools like John Henry High School be eliminated. Please vote in favor of John Henry High School. Thank you for your time.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
Good morning, good afternoon, board members. My name is Eric Becker, and I come to you today to show my support for John Henry High School. I am currently the assistant principal at John Henry's sister school in Oakland. I'd like to address the argument that A-Method Public Schools is unable to operate a school that successfully serves underprivileged communities. Oakland Charter High School was established by A-Method Public Schools Network in 2007. It is an exemplary school that serves over 85% socioeconomically disadvantaged students and 99% minority students. According to U.S. News & World Report, it is currently the #1 high school in Oakland. OCHS is also a California Gold Ribbon school and was ranked as high as #4 in the state for its API scores. Again, this is the sister school of John Henry, operated by the same charter management organization that West Contra Costa says is demonstrably unlikely to fulfill its education program. I'm also a parent in West Contra Costa. I have 3 children in WCCUSD public schools, and I would like you to keep John Henry open as an option for them. John Henry has outperformed all of the local schools, especially for socioeconomically disadvantaged students in the past 5 years. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry High. Your time starts now.
My name is Phoebe Bugay, and I'm a credentialed Henry teacher advocating for the school because it's time to put students first. We of growth, but the dashboard shows we have the highest percentage of ELL students progressing towards proficiency in the district, and 71% of our student body are former ELs we designated as proficient. The former teacher focus did not work under our current leadership. He likely does not know that we were granted a letter of good in the district. Old grievances need to be set aside so we can focus on the future. Compared our data with statewide averages instead of the local schools that our students would otherwise. The only kept it local was when looking at demographics. We do not have a selective admissions process, but we are notoriously rigorous, and we students who come to us. Who by over 90% socioeconomically disadvantaged minority students. Low African American enrollment is a charters issue, not a John Henry specific issue, and Ms. Flores is fighting tooth and nail to make us a leader in changing this disturbing trend. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Mike Parker. I'm a retired community college instructor in industrial electronics and a member of the Richmond Workforce Development Board. I have long been concerned about the problems in our education system in preparing underserved communities for skills required in our modern economy. I, and I assume all of you, recognize the institutionalized racism in our society and in our school system. JHHS is a good example of this institutionalized racism. It's part of the resegregation of our public school system. Although the surrounding community is about 25% black, JHHS has less than 3% black enrollment. At the same time, JHHS does a poor job in developing English language learners. This segregation denies all of our young people the ability to learn and understand other cultures in the society in which we live. I urge you to make rooting out institutionalized racism a priority and deny renewal of John Henry High School. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Felix Cabrera, and I'm the Dean of Instruction at Oakland Charter High School, the sister school of John Henry and the AMPS organization. I've worked for OCHS for 6 years, 5 as a teacher, and 1 as an administrator. Just a second here. Let me turn that up. The public education system is clearly broken in California. I've learned this not only in my time working in it as both before I joined Oakland Charter High School, but also through my education program that I've gone through as an administrator, as I now have my administrative credential. Nowhere is this gap more important. We failed to close the achievement gaps across the state, and nowhere is this more apparent than in Contra Costa County and Richmond in particular. John Henry shows consistent improvement and growth in both Latinx and socioeconomically disadvantaged students, and more families are looking to them as an answer for their educational needs over the failing public schools that resist change at every turn. So I highly recommend that you keep John Henry open and allow it to continue to make the improvements that it has been working time and again to make sure it happens. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Letza Cuellar, and I am a student at John Henry High School, who will be a senior next upcoming school year. And I have grown in more ways than I can count academically, all thanks to John Henry with the aid from my teachers, staff, and my own classmates. And I would like to ask you to vote in favor of John Henry High School. We have fought and worked so hard for so long to build up our community, and I'm sure my fellow classmates have hopes for a future with John Henry as well as. Please vote in favor of John Henry. Thank you for your time.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
Hola. Hola.
Un momento, por favor. Translators, are you
Yo tengo
available?
mi propio traductor.
Right here.
Okay,
Y para
thank
dar su opinión pública sobre el asunto 20 de John Henry High, diga su nombre, afiliación y proceda a hablar cuando guste.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Karina Rodríguez y yo tengo mi propio traductor. Hola, mi nombre es Karina Rodríguez y yo quisiera que la voz de mi hijo y la de mi familia y la de la comunidad sea escuchada.
Hi, my name is Karina Rodriguez, and I would like my voice and the voice of my son and the voice of my community to be heard once more.
Mi hijo Ángel López estaría comenzando a cursar el último año de la high school.
My son Angel would be enrolled in his last year of high school this year.
Esto va a ser posible si ustedes hacen un voto a favor para que la escuela siga abierta.
And this would be possible if you guys vote for the school to remain open.
Mi hijo actualmente se encuentra preocupado y yo diría hasta cierto punto un poco deprimido.
My son finds himself very worried and a bit depressed at times.
Él es muy activo y con esta pandemia de golpe ha parado todos sus proyectos que tenía para el verano.
He's a very active kid, and with the current pandemic, everything has stopped all of a sudden.
y ahora lo que más le preocupa es el cierre de la escuela. Él se siente a la deriva sin saber cuál es el siguiente paso.
But what the thing that worries us the most is the closing of the school. He feels lost and not being certain about his future.
Lo hemos inscrito en las escuelas públicas, pero de ninguna hemos tenido alguna respuesta.
We have enrolled him in many public schools, but have not heard anything back from any of them.
No entendemos por qué tanto esfuerzo, tiempo y energía han puesto para el cierre de la escuela.
We don't understand why there's so much effort into closing John Henry High School.
Cuando se ha visto que superó a todas las escuelas de alrededor en matemáticas y en inglés.
When the school has been shown to surpass its other competitors in Contra Costa in math and English.
Ha sido nombrada como una de las mejores high schools en el país en el 2020.
Has been named one of the best schools in the country in 2020.
El 90% de sus graduados ingresan a universidades de 4 años.
90% of its students get into a 4-year college.
Y la Comisión Asesora de la Junta Estatal recomendó que se renovara por votos de 7-2.
And the State Advisory Commission has reminded. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
Hi, I'm Mary Flanagan. I'm a retired teacher. I taught 14 years at Neestrom Elementary Public School in West Richmond. And for a few years, John Henry High School was in a temporary portable on the other side of Neestrom, the elementary school. It was on the same block. And John Henry did not have any visibly African-American students or teachers or parents. And at that time, the kids at Neestrom, the elementary school, were more than 20% African-American. And it's a huge insult to our students and their families that John Henry excluded African-American students. That segregation is unconstitutional. Remember Brown versus Topeka Board of Education? And our elementary students had witnessed that racist segregation right on the other side of a cyclone fence every day. I urge you, do not renew John Henry High School's charter. Even now, John Henry only has 2.8% African-American students, and Kennedy High School, the nearest public high school, is 25% African-American enrollment.
Time.
Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Forrest Borey. I'm a teacher. Well, I have been a teacher at John Henry High School for the last 2 years. Right now, I just found a job with Berkeley Unified Public Schools, not a transition that I wanted to make. I very much wanted to stay with my family at John Henry High School. I think that our director, Ms. Flores, is an absolute hero to the community. I feel that the biggest problem in the last 2 years that I've worked at our school has been the constant threats of closure. And you want to talk about teacher turnover? Well, now you're going to have another one with me because I had to find another job this last year. But again, I would have absolutely loved to have looped 2 more years with the 10th graders of this year. I'm sourly disappointed that nobody from the educational community ever once came into my classroom and got to see the incredibly profound growth that we were making. I am so blown away that people, like the other mother had said from our school, that people are putting so much energy into shutting this down instead of just asking us what we need and how they can help us. They've constantly treated us poorly. And this school absolutely deserves to stay open. Watch it in 5 years. It'll be the absolute best school in West Contra Costa. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Joanna Morales, and as a junior at John Henry High School, I feel anger. Anger, a strong feeling of annoyance, displeasure, or hostility. So answer me this, who must I blame for this hostility? When I'm stuck in a class, anxiety rising, hostility, knowing this isn't healthy for me, so why must this be? All vanish from me, my tranquility. I'm told not to blame you, so please tell me who. I must blame for making my worst fear come true. Look now, I'm not just writing a poem, I'm trying to get to you. For my words that are broken, please don't be like a cold flu. Your nose spreads to me and then kicks my hostility. And so you must see, I won't keep my tranquility. I try so darn hard to do my best, and if I got my school, I'd give it a rest. But sadly, that's not guaranteed. So here I am to plead. Keep my school open, fight for John Henry. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
Oh, is this me?
Yes. Please provide your public comment.
My name is Debbie Baer. I'm a Richmond resident, and I am calling to ask you not to renew John Henry's application, even though I hear that it causes disruption for the children who are currently attending, and that does move me. But I feel that the sort of segregate, the lack of African-American students and the poor performance of disabled students and English learner students, high teacher turnover, which happened before the previous 2 years, all make me feel like John Henry, the rest of us who pay money into the West Contra Costa Unified School District budget are subsidizing schools like John Henry, who can take the students they want and then go forward with and reach out to the rest of us who are left.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Juba, and I represent the California Teachers Association. CTA recommends that the SBE vote to deny the renewal petition for John Henry High for the following reasons. First, JHH fails to meet the academic requirements for renewal in the Charter Schools Act, with significant declines in academic progress of English learners in ELA and math, and concerns that the current admission requirements set up an enrollment process that prohibits JHH from reaching demographics that are reflective of West Contra Costa Unified School District. Second, their enrollment practices are highly suspect, and their governance practices fall short. And the CDE also found that the petition does not contain a reasonably comprehensive description of all the required elements of 4, 5, 7, 8, 10, 11, and 14. So in conclusion, the State Board of Education should deny this renewal position. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Please provide your public comment.
Hi, my name is Araceli Magan, and I'm a proud mother of 2 students who are attending John Henry High School. And I really ask you guys to please keep it open. It's been an amazing school. It has helped a lot of my students. And that's how I'm hearing a lot of comments. I don't know why they're focusing a lot in races who attend the school. Everybody's welcome in that school. So I just please ask for you guys to please consider and keep our school open, especially now with the distance that kids cannot be overcrowded in other schools. Our Richmond schools are fully packed. There won't be able for them to have them separate 6 feet off students. So please keep our school open, John Henry. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
Hi, hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Please provide your public comment.
My name is Najeli Ochoa, and I am a John Henry alumni. I graduated in 2019 and am currently attending a 4-year university. More than 90% of graduates were accepted into 4-year universities looking to pursue higher education, and a lot of that is due to the amazing academic resources provided to us at John Henry. It's honestly very devastating that we had to fight this hard for a school that has proven themselves numerous times in so many ways that we have the right to remain open. This has become such a political thing. Please focus on the fact that so many students and parents chose to be part of the John Henry High School community. It's very saddening that we have to keep fighting for our school during this pandemic. We're all frustrated that so many people try so hard to shut us down. Families chose to attend. The choice lies on us, and if so many families are fighting hard to keep the school open, that should tell all board members how important this is to us. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts.
Period.
Hello, caller. Would you like to make a public comment for John Henry High?
Yes.
Please state your name and affiliation. Your time starts now.
My name is Philip Chong. I reside in the city of Richmond, and I'm a teacher at John Henry High School. We are a small school, and we emphasize that in giving students and families a choice on where they're educated. An example of how we use our small size to better students' experience is just 2 days after the County Board of Education denied or took no action on our appeal. We received, or that was our last day of in-person instruction. On that last day, in order to minimize the impact of the digital divide, we did a full eyes-on inspection of every student's laptop, power supply, and ascertained that they had an internet connection. If they did not, we made sure they had that, and we maintained their communication with them throughout the instructional period of the school year. Thank you very much.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Sam Eaton, and I'm a teacher, an accredited teacher at. Who've asked you to approve John Henry and keep it open. I want to emphasize, like many people have been, that we are really focused on high achievement. I've seen many of my students really grow and get into four-year universities, and we are a college-bound kind of focus. And I also want to mention that many students have been reclassified. A vast majority of my students are ELL students, but they've been reclassified, and they're still bilingual. Finally, I want to emphasize the ripple effects this closure would have not only on these hundreds of students, but these hundreds of families and the public schools in our area. People have mentioned the public schools in our area are many times not safe and at the very least are vastly impacted by the pandemic and budget cuts and are overcrowded. So again, I please really urge you to keep our schools open.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Superintendent Mukherjee. I am a scientist at Lawrence Berkeley National Lab and a concerned member of the community. I asked the school be allowed to continue operation. In my capacity as a scientist and educator for over 15 years, I've interacted with hundreds of high school students, including those from JHH, and I've observed firsthand how motivated and excited the students are to learn, especially coming from the background that these students are, where no one expects these teenagers to succeed. It's amazing that what JHH students have achieved over these past years. I mean, just look at their college expectance over the last years. It's phenomenal. So I didn't get a chance to look at all of Ms. Flores' slides, but from what I saw briefly, the overall performance far exceeds all the other schools in the area year after year. Yes, their performance declined a little in 2018-19, but I do not think that warrants JHP denied renewal. I'm surprised that only the 2018-19 is being highlighted when they have had a stellar performance year over year, both in English and math.
Time.
Earnestly requires the SB members to keep the students' future in mind, and please vote in favor of John Henry High. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry High. Your time starts now.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, caller. Did you need translation?
No. Okay. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Christina Avila, a parent of a 4.5 GPA student. I just want to say that John Henry is one of the best schools in Contra Costa County. My daughter is one of the students, and I'm proud to say that John Henry is doing an excellent work. The environment at John Henry is very safe. You won't see any police watching around or arresting students. John Henry has an excellent discipline. It is a place where I feel confident to leave my daughter every morning. It is a place where my daughter feels safe, supported, and where she can accomplish her goals. Please don't close John Henry. Our students deserve an excellent quality of education at John Henry. We don't have too many good options in Richmond. Please take a time to visit our school. Please don't turn your back to our students and keep John Henry open. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Sater Wilson. I'm a teacher in the West Contra Costa School District, and I'm opposing the renewal of John Henry High because the school is failing to recruit and retain black students or black teachers. During 2016 to 2017, 90% of the faculty was first or second-year teachers. During 2017 to 2018, 80% of the faculty was replaced. The school has failed to meet the needs of black students, special needs students, and English language learners. The lack of consistency is damaging to the students of the community. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
My name is Helen Kang, and I'm a teacher in West Contra Costa Unified School District. And already I've been working with colleagues to plan for how to make connection with students, especially if we are starting the year in a distance learning environment. When you look at the data that the district has provided, it paints a picture of a governance or an institution that is generally chaotic. And with such high staff turnover, it's going to be really hard to meet students' needs. In addition, I ask that the board please deny the charter renewal, as it creates a situation where the charters serve some students, not all, and any institution that takes public funds needs to serve all students. So I ask again that you please deny the charter's renewal. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry High. Your time starts now.
This is Catlin O'Halloran with the Charter Schools Development Center. The Charter Schools Development Center has been a strong supporter of the larger ABE Method Public Schools organization since our deep involvement in its humble beginnings over 25 years ago. Since then, AMPS has laid a remarkable track record of launching and operating schools that serve the Bay Area's most challenged populations. John Henry High is its most recent. Though John Henry is only in its 5th year and needs to continue to improve to meet AMPS's organization's high standards, it has made significant progress, and we believe it will continue to do so. We also believe it meets the statutorily mandated standards for charter renewal, and that John Henry is a far better alternative for its students than the schools they would otherwise attend. As such, we urge you to grant the appeal to renew the school's charter. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
Hello there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good afternoon. My name is Angelica Zermeño, and I'm new to the community of Richmond. And I'm also new to the AMP community. I'm a former math consultant, also worked as a charter authorizer, and worked for the WASC Oversight Committee. I wanted to first applaud the board for looking at deconstructing some of the systematic issues that occur in education, and I encourage you to look at what's happening now. It seems more political than anything else. Maybe you might want to ask the questions of the authorizers if they did their part. Quality authorizers ensure that they support charters and help them improve. And all I hear now is just nitpicking. So it sounds more political. I encourage you to look at quality charters and make sure that we're serving our schools because these kids are learning. And I purposely chose to move to the AMP community because they are fighting for all their students. They're not selecting.
Time.
So I just encourage you to keep it open. So thank you. Take care.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
My name is Brett Robbins. I'm calling as a Dean of Instruction at John Henry High School, and I request that you renew the charter for another 5-year term. John Henry High School was founded by parents and community members looking for a dependable pathway to college and opportunity for Richmond students, a pathway that didn't exist for students in this district prior to the school's founding. Since opening, John Henry High School has produced a 4-year college acceptance rate above 90% each year. It has outperformed the schools that its students would otherwise attend by large margins in English, math, EL progress towards proficiency, and by even wider margins when you look at the most vulnerable subgroups. These academic proficiency and college acceptance data must be prioritized in making this recommendation. The Black and brown families of West Contra Costa have been denied a viable pathway to empowerment for far too long. These communities have been disproportionately impacted during COVID, and this is not an appropriate time to shut down their college preparatory high school that they've built in Richmond. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
Ramel Antoine for the California Charter Schools Association, speaking in support of John Henry High School. I want to refocus the conversation to what is actually required by law, and that is that academics be the most important factor in determining the renewal of a school, which John Henry meets, according to the CDE's report. I want to point out that CCSA strongly stands behind quality authorization, which we believe West Contra Costa has not offered. The first time that the school has been hearing about these pieces of feedback has come in this process. We believe that if these were issues beforehand, there should be a healthy conversation between the school and their authorizer, and this should not be the time to hold schools accountable. I ask that you listen to the students that have offered their feelings about their school and how much they need their school. And the last thing I'd like to talk about is the population growth over time. The numbers that have been presented are not static in terms of John Henry's population, that they've made meaningful growth in all of the demographics that matter. Please support John Henry. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon to the board. My name is Edward Sklar, and I serve as legal counsel for the West Contra Costa Unified School District. And I ask this board to follow the recommendation of the CDE staff and not to renew the charter of John Henry High School. Contrary to John Henry High School's statement, this board may certainly deny the renewal under the law. The district's decision not to renew comes with some context, where A Method Public Schools chose not to address what had been ongoing district concerns about recruiting English learners, particularly English learners who had less fluency in English, about the educational program for English learners, about the lack of recruitment and program for students with disabilities, about a lack of staffing for these students, about high teacher and administrator turnover that was impacting the educational program, and about a lack of transparency and accountability. The board should take this vote not based on the reputation of a school, but take a vote in light of the facts. Keeping with the intent of the recent changes under AB 1505, we ask this board honor the concerns of the district and not renew the charter. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry High. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Sarah Butler. I'm a trustee on the Contra Costa County Board of Education. I urge you to support the CDE recommendation for denial of John Henry High School due to the many issues involved. Specifically, I want to call your attention to the West Contra Costa document in your documents folder titled NOV, which is for Notice of Violation. The Notice of Violation includes, that was from November 2018, and I know that's a while ago, but some of these violations are still not corrected. They included teacher credentialing, special education, the lottery and admissions process, and compliance with the confidential use permit for the facility. Anyway, the admissions process is still a big problem. There are 9 positions open of the 18 positions for John Henry, and special education, you've already heard, is not being done adequately for those students. Thank you very much.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry High. Your time starts now.
Hola. Hi.
Un momento, por favor. Translator, are you available?
Sí, a la persona que está llamando, si puede, por favor, dar su opinión pública sobre el tema de John Henry High. Diga su nombre, afiliación y proceda a hablar cuando guste.
Sí, buenas tardes. Hola.
¿Es para mí?
Sí, señora, le escucho.
Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Morena Larín. Voy a necesitar un intérprete, por favor.
Sí, señora.
Estoy hablando por John Henry. Soy residente de la ciudad de Richmond, madre de 2 hijos, uno que se graduó este año de John Henry y el otro que irá al 9. Estoy agradecida con la escuela por haberme recibido a mi hijo. Vino hace 1 año y medio de El Salvador, aprendió el 90% de inglés, lo escribe y está preparado para ir al colegio. Gracias a John Henry, a los maestros, a nuestra directora por apoyarlo, por confiar en él. Espero también que mi hijo pueda ir y se pueda graduar, tenga ese privilegio de graduarse en John Henry. Me siento tan segura cuando me voy a mi trabajo, al contrario de las otras escuelas, donde hay una inseguridad en la que los padres estamos con miedo de dejar a nuestros hijos porque a cada momento hablan la policía que hay problemas. Nosotros nos sentimos inseguros. John Henry tiene todo. Por favor, darnos esta oportunidad. La necesitamos, nuestros hijos. Necesitamos una alegría. Hace unos meses tuvimos una tristeza que la dijeron.
Translator, can possibly get you to translate? We have about 20 seconds left in her comment period.
Yes, of course. Good afternoon. My name is Morena Laren. I am calling on behalf of John Henry. I'm a citizen and resident of Richmond. I am mother of 2, one that will be graduating this year. The other one is attending 9th grade. We were here from El Salvador, and we are so thankful for John Henry. 90%, my son, it's 90% now proficient in English. Thanks to the teachers, the support, they supported him. It will be a privilege for him to graduate, and we feel confident in the work that they do here at John Henry. Unlike other schools that are full of uncertainty and problems with the police, I see that they have this uncertainty all the time. Please give it another opportunity. We're full of happiness, and we're just sad to see what's going on.
Thank you. Time's up.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry and begin speaking. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Tammy Campbell, and I'm an education advocate and taxpayer in the West Contra Costa Unified School District, requesting a denial of the John Henry Charter. The WCCUSD staff provided you with an extensive report, and the school board denied the renewal of the charter on the following: lack of growth for English language learners and declines in academic achievement, lack of transparency and accountability, failure of staff to provide a legally accurate special education program, significant teacher turnover, promotion of modern-day segregation, and as a taxpayer, it financially impacts my other public schools in my school district. And why would you turn over what the local jurisdictions have already deemed not renewable? I urge you not to support the renewal of John Henry. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Coy Vargas. Necesito un traductor.
Un momento, por favor. Translator, are you available?
Hola, por favor, diga su nombre para hacer comentario público.
Gracias. Mi nombre es Coy Vargas y tengo a una niña en el grado 10 que va para el 11. Me siento muy feliz de tener a mi hija en esta escuela, ya que académicamente ella ha progresado muchísimo, ha sido buena siempre en la escuela, pero ahora se siente ya muy feliz porque los maestros la ayudan mucho. De hecho, no sé, pero me siento feliz que los maestros, la misma directora, haga llamadas personales para avisarnos que a nuestros hijos les hace falta completar cierta tarea. Yo tengo el compromiso de decirle a la niña: hija, tienes que terminar esta tarea, especialmente inglés. El maestro, yo estoy muy feliz con el de inglés porque siempre puso mucho empeño en ellos y estoy muy contenta con esta escuela. Me da tristeza que piensen cerrarla, pero yo siento y creo en Dios que se va a quedar abierta. Y le doy muchas gracias a los maestros, a la directora y a todos ustedes que hacen un trabajo muy maravilloso para que todas las escuelas estén funcionando bien. Especialmente John Henry, para mí es una escuela que me ha abierto mi corazón y deseo que todos los niños estén allí.
Time. Translator, could you please provide us translation? Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Coy Vargas. My daughter attends John Henry. She's 11 years old. I'm happy that she's at this school. The teachers are great. Teachers call me to let us know if there's homework outstanding, and it makes me very sad to know that there's a possibility of the school closing. I encourage you to please keep John Henry open. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now. Caller, did you want to provide public comment for John Henry?
Hi, this is Esmeralda Gonzalez. Am I on the line?
Yes, you are. Please go ahead and we'll start your time.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I work at the front office at John Henry High School, and not only do I see the interactions between the students, the parents, the teachers, etc., I see so much care that goes into and so much effort, not just on an educational level, but also caring for them, for their welfare, for what's going on with their families and so forth. I retired from the University of California, Berkeley, 37 years there. So many students told me how they wish they would have gone to a school like John Henry. I wish that I could have raised my kids at this school, and they all graduated from West Contra Costa Unified School District. I went to Berkeley High School, where predominantly there were other ethnicities and Hispanics were not represented, but I can't blame the school for that. I cannot, and I strongly urge you to please renew the charter for John Henry High School. Thank you so much for your time.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Edgar Quiros, and I'm a homeowner, taxpayer, and resident of West Contra Costa County, and I serve as a volunteer board member of AMPS. Thank you for the opportunity to express my sincere and strongest support for the renewal of John Henry High School. As I sit here to listen to the opposition who is asking not to renew, I am appalled and saddened at accusations of this being a segregated model of education. I'm a retired diversity and inclusion executive with Kaiser Permanente after 29 years, and to divide communities of color the way the opponents are is a disgrace. John Henry High School matters. The students and teachers of John Henry matter. And because of the parents and the community support of Richmond, Richmond matters. Thank you very much. Please vote in favor of John Henry High.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
You may now ask your question.
My name is John.
John Henry High School matters. The students and teachers of John Henry matter.
I'm sorry, caller, we're not hearing your...
Oh,
I need you to turn off
okay.
your background.
My name is John Erminger, and I'm a recently retired teacher in West Contra Costa. I want to point out that our local board rejected John Henry. The county rejected John Henry. And as of now, I know it was July 1st, the law changed. So this definitely violates the spirit of local control. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Please state your name and record. Please state
Thank
your name
you.
and affiliation.
My name is Jennifer Lapp. I'm a community observer. John Henry staff is diligent in making connections with students and families outside of school time to ensure student success, which I believe is demonstrated in their test scores, their four-year university admission rates, and their recent six-year WASC accreditation. Though there are issues that John Henry does need to address, I would like to urge the board to continue John Henry's charter, both to allow for clarification of the wide gap of information presented by both sides today and to allow the school time to remediate the cited issues, particularly because communication of concerns by the district, including the reasons for stated non-renewal, have disputed timing, motivation, and origin. I'd also like to recommend that the board note that multiple people have called in on behalf of John Henry earlier, and many of our parents don't have the flexibility with work to ask for more hours off today, especially on short notice. When we talk about barriers to access, this is it in real time. So I'd respectfully ask all board members and IT staff to convene about 30 minutes in advance of the public start time, which was 8:30 for today. Tech happens, but we've got to do better. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. My name is Angel Lopez, and I'm going into 12th grade, and I say that in theory because John Henry High School has not been approved to continue operating, and I have been to every meeting with the state and the district, and I've spoken for my school without much understanding of the reasons why people are interested in John Henry High School closing. In my school, I am listened to, my teachers are interested in me, and they push me to make an effort every day. I find the support to them to finish my education successfully and they make it easier for me to get into a four-year college and to actually finish it. I am asking to please keep John Henry open. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Ingrid Gonzalez, and I was calling because I want the school to remain open. I have my child who is currently in Benito Juarez, and I chose this school because of the fact that you guys had the extension all the way to high school, and I didn't want my child to go through the process of moving schools and, having to meet new friends and all that. So I was very excited when I found this school in my community with high stats, high test scoring, good teachers, safe location near the police station. We are Latino parents. We are a Latino family, and I never have ever felt any type of race towards us or even other, races, African American. I heard you guys speak about that. I don't believe this school is racist at all. I feel like every school, every child is welcome. So I do want you guys to remain with the school open. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Joanna Pace. I'm the parent of a K-12 West Contra Costa Unified School District graduate, and I urge you to deny the John Henry High School renewal petition. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. As a parent who's attended many, many school board meetings, I've been appalled by John Henry High School's lack of adherence to the laws regarding abuse and harassment complaints by students. Please listen to both the local school board and the county school board. Deny the John Henry High School petition for renewal. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now. Caller, would you like to provide public comment for John Henry?
Sí, por favor.
One moment and we'll get the translator.
Thank you.
A la persona que llama así desea dar opinión pública sobre el asunto número 20, que es John Henry High. Diga su nombre, afiliación y proceda a hablar cuando guste.
Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María Vargas y hablo de parte de John Henry. Soy mamá de 6 hijos y me siento muy feliz de tener a mis hijos, uno ahí y otro que va a ingresar al 9 grado. Ahora me siento preocupada por por las decisiones que han querido tomar de cerrarlas. Ahora, quisiera yo que la mantuvieran abierta porque para mí la seguridad de mis hijos es mucha y me siento feliz, me siento segura.
aparte de que veo las calificaciones de mi niña que salió ahí, me siento muy feliz de que ella esté ahí, que mantengan la escuela abierta, porque para mí la escuela de ellos y la meta que ellos tienen de que sean profesionales, para una mamá que tiene 6 hijos, no es fácil la educación.
Time.
Yo he encontrado un paso más.
Time translator, would you please provide a translation for us?
Certainly, ma'am. Good afternoon. My name is Maria Vargas. I am speaking to support John Henry. I am the mother of 6, and I am very happy that my children attend the school. One is there, and one is about to get into 9th grade. I am concerned when I heard about the decision to close the school. I would like for it to remain open. I feel safe. I feel happy. I see the grades of my daughter who's there at John Henry, and that makes me happy. I would like for it to keep it open. My goal is for all of them to become professionals. When you are a mother of 6, it is never easy. I'm just calling in support for John Henry.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
Hello. My name is Patricia. I'm calling because I want John Henry to remain open because I see how John Henry has helped my daughter in her education and to accomplish her goals. Also, I have a son in 7th grade, and I want him to have the same opportunity as my daughter. And I'm pretty sure if you close John Henry, my son will have the opportunity that my daughter has. Please renew John Henry open. To be honest, I haven't enrolled my daughter in any school because around my neighbor, I don't see any good school for her. So please keep John Henry open. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
Hola, mi nombre es Guadalupe Migón y necesito traductor.
Un momento, por favor. Translator, are you available?
Yes.
Thank you.
Siga, señora Miro.
Hola, mi nombre es Guadalupe Migón. Tengo 2 hijas. Tengo 3 hijas, pero una está ahí en John Henry y la otra va para 9º grado. Es muy importante para mí como padre, como mamá, saber que mi hijo es un lugar, tiene excelentes maestros. El nivel académico es muy bueno. Lo veo reflejado en las calificaciones de mis hijas. Veo la seguridad del lugar, es muy bueno. Los maestros son excelentes. Lo que viene siendo la directora ha hecho un buen trabajo para que los estudiantes, promoverlos y apoyarlos para que sigan a la universidad. Pido que por favor no cierren la escuela, ya que va a ser afectado para mis hijas el moverlas de plantel de uno a otro. Por favor, necesitamos de su apoyo para la apertura de John Henry.
Hello, my name is Guadalupe Migón. I have 3 daughters, one currently at John Henry. It is important for me to know that she can stay at John Henry. They have great teachers. There's great security. The teachers provide support for my daughter to move on to college. I hope that they don't close John Henry. Please, I pray that they stay open. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Demetria Gonzalez, and I'm a teacher in West Contra Costa. I am opposing the renewal of John Henry High School. Currently, John Henry High School only serves 10 students with IEPs. This shockingly low number when compared to their total population. They have failed to recruit students with IEPs and have not supported those students they serve. In fact, the California Department of Education has already flagged John Henry High School for failing the adequate test the few students they do have. In 2018, WCUSD investigated a claim that SPED students were not receiving their minutes as required in their IEPs. Staff found out that minutes were being made in 3-minute blocks and at the end of class. No one should think that 3 minutes is enough time to adequately support student learning and development. I ask that you please oppose the renewal.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
My name is Nicole Estrada, and I'm calling as a member of the community in support of John Henry High School. As a Latina working in the Bay Area tech industry, I see how underrepresented we are in the Bay Area's largest and most profitable industry, and it deeply saddens me. John Henry High School's success in graduating its Black and Brown students into four-year colleges at a rate of over 90% gives me hope that this reality is changing and that our next generation will have greater opportunities to participate and thrive. Please follow the ACCS recommendation and renew John Henry High School so that they can continue their great work.
Next caller, please state your name and record for the please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Liam Dillo. I'm a credentialed chemistry and technology third-year teacher at John Henry High School, and I'd like to express my strong support for the school, particularly for its attention to underserved students. I first want to point out what seems to be overlooked today is that shown in the data earlier, we have a 91% low socioeconomic status population, which is actually higher than the rate of the surrounding community. In terms of racial equity, I'd like to state that our population is representative of who applies, which we do not control. I will state that I personally had close relationships with several of our students who happen to be Black, at least 3 of which who have spoken in support of our school in recent hearings. 3 of my former students recently graduated and are going to 4-year institutions. I hardly see how this constitutes segregation or racism. Our site leader has stated a plan to recruit a more diverse population. I'm personally willing to knock on doors in the community to support this plan. Finally, our special education population. In my time in public charter schools, I have not seen more attention given to ELL or SPED students.
Time.
I've also seen at least 7 of my students with IEPs or 504 plans speak in support of the school in recent hearings.
Time.
Support John Henry.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Michelle Cordero, and I'm calling to tell you to please renew John Henry High School. This school has helped me so much by helping me achieve my goal. My brother's in 7th grade, and I would love it if he goes to John Henry High School. That way he could achieve his goals like I am. Please renew John Henry. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Luis Romo. I'm a Richmond resident and graduate of Richmond High School, and now an employee at A Method Public Schools calling in support of John Henry High. Despite the current uncertainty, we still have more than 120 families on our waiting list for the incoming 9th grade class. Families remain hopeful and committed to John Henry. We want the opportunity to continue building our program. We're only 5 years old, and you can see the positive impact that John Henry is making in the community. We have outperformed all of the surrounding schools in both math, English and math since we began SBAC testing. In 2019, John Henry received a 6-year WASC accreditation status and a letter of support from Dr. David Brown, the WASC visiting chair. This year, we were recognized as one of the best public high schools by the U.S. News and World Report. In 2018, we received a letter of good standing from WCCUSD Superintendent and have not received any complaints or letters of concern since. And finally, the ACCS recommended that it will be renewed by a 7-2 vote this past month. Please keep John Henry open.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
My name is Don Gosney, and I own an online newspaper, Radio Free Richmond, which attempts to disseminate what goes on at our charter schools. I hope you all can understand that this isn't about test scores and achievements. It's about the school, and you cannot divorce John Henry High School from the company that owns and operates it, and that would be A Method Public Schools. I sent you a detailed list of problems that AMP has had with disclosure, finances, staff and administration turnover, uncredentialed teachers, treatment of the community, sexual bullying, communication with the community and the media, failure to adhere to their agreements, failure to address concerns repeatedly brought up by the WCCUSD, fomenting a potentially dangerous situation at the WCCUSD board meeting when their renewal petition was initially denied, and some serious difficulty embracing the Brown Act. Given that my report didn't resemble any of the hundreds of form letters you may have been sent, I hope you had an opportunity to peruse it. Given that we all want what's best for the kids and their parents, it would be nice to issue a renewal conditioned on AMPS getting their house in order. But that's not an option for you, is it? So do you give AMPS a 5-year license to continue as they have?
Time.
Doesn't solve any of the problems that they've got just here? Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please state your name and affiliation.
My name is Jane Wong, and I am a parent of 2 boys. One attended John Henry and finished and had so many offers from CSUs, UCs, and USC. I'm a proud parent of this community, and my second son, I hopefully will be in his same footsteps. My request is please don't shut down John Henry. It will be a disservice to the bright futures of our leaders. I am also a homeowner, and I am still continuing to pay 7 bonds for the West Contra Costa Unified School District. 7 bonds for the school district. So we as parents should have choices for our children to attend what schools they will need to propagate their academic achievements and their career goals. And they will definitely be strong constituents in our community.
Time.
And they will be leading our community in the next few years. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Veronica Alvarez, and I am calling in support for John Henry High School. I am proud parent of 2 daughters who are part of the John Henry community. My oldest daughter graduated from John Henry in 2019 and is currently attending a 4-year university. My 15-year-old daughter attended Richmond Charter Academy for middle school and completed her freshman year at John Henry. I was decided to keep her in the AMS family because of all the help they provided for the success of my older daughter. You are adding unnecessary stress to our students. They worry about where they will go to school for the next year. Please keep that option open to them. Parents enroll all children, but they are the ones who want to stay in the right decision lies in your hands. Thank you so much.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. I think you'll probably have to mute your background speaker. Okay, would you like to...
Can you hear me?
We need you to mute the volume on your computer, please.
Hello? Hello, my name is Carlos Tabuada. I'm a retired teacher with 20 years experience in our district, and I am calling to request...
Speaker, we're receiving an echo. You need to turn down the volume on your speaker, please, on your computer.
Hello?
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record to provide public comment for John Henry. Your time starts now. Caller, would you like to make a public comment for John Henry? Okay, we have no additional public comment in the caller queue at this time. We do have several other callers that are on the call-in line. This call-in line is for callers wishing to make public comment for John Henry High. If you are calling to make a public comment on another school, we ask that you disconnect from the line right now. You'll need to call in when we're accepting public comment for that item. Can we please get the Spanish translation of that also, that this comment that we're accepting right now is for John Henry?
Las llamadas que estamos aceptando en este momento son solamente para el número 20 en la agenda, que es el caso de John Henry. Para las siguientes llamadas tienen que volver a marcar y esperar el punto más adelante. Por ahora solo es para John Henry.
Caller, did you wish to make public comment for John Henry?
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you. Did you want to make public comment for John Henry?
Yes.
Please state your name and affiliation. Your time starts now.
My name is Dulce Bernal. I'm the mother of a son in John Henry. He's in 11th grade. He wanted to attend 12th grade for next year. I'm asking you to please consider to keep John Henry open. My son is under a lot of stress because he doesn't know what school he's going to attend. And also, he received a letter of interest of different universities. One of the universities that was Harvard. But letting you know that's telling you that John Henry is doing their job by preparing our kids for the universities. Many universities are looking to our kids and start the interest of them. Maybe those teachers, they don't want it to keep John Henry open is because they're doing a very lousy job not preparing their students. So I want you to take under consideration what our students, our teachers, our community is doing. So hard all this year for John Henry. And they've been doing so much stuff, even if they have so much stress. So please keep John Henry open and don't give more stress to our kids and let them prove they can do much, much better. Thank you.
Next caller, do you wish to make public comment for John Henry High? Caller, would you like to make public comment for John Henry High? Next caller, do you wish to provide public comment for John Henry High? Caller, do you wish to make public comment for John Henry High?
Yes.
Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Joaquin Robinette. I'm a proud African American and recent graduate of John Henry High School class of 2020.
Speaker, we need you to turn down the volume on your computer. We're getting an echo and cannot understand you. Thank you. Thank you for turning down the volume on your computer. And you can proceed afterwards.
As I was saying, today I speak for my entire senior class. It's been a challenging year for me and my peers, to say the least. The early dismissal of my seniors year due to the pandemic, not knowing if our school would survive another year, and to top it all off, the stigma concerns.
Next caller, please.
John Henry is improving.
Yes, I'm here. Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Please start your public comment.
Yes. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Jeff Robinette. I am a proud African-American father of a 2020 graduate from John Henry High School. I'm speaking on behalf of 15 African American students and their families on a wait list who, if selected, are committed to attend John Henry High School in the fall. While not guaranteed, these students deserve the right to attend a safe and progressive school, just as my child was able to do. If John Henry is closed, please know that there will be no viable choices in the West Contra Costa Unified School District for them to attend. Time doesn't allow for me to list all of the outstanding achievements of this school. Its permanent closure will devastate hundreds of students and their families, as well as having a negative effect on our community. Please vote to keep our school open. As far as the claim of lack of diversity, we're a black family. For us, it was a matter of choice. John Henry High School not only welcomed us with open arms, but racism just simply doesn't exist in this fantastic school. Please keep it open. Thank you.
Caller, did you wish to make a public comment for John Henry High?
No.
At this time, we will disconnect you from the call. If you're calling for today's fresh start for the next item, we'll need you to call back in when we're taking public comment at that time.
What time would that be, please?
When this item's public comment is over and the hearing is done.
Okay, is fresh start up next?
Yes, it's the next item, but unfortunately we don't have an idea what time that will be. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Caller, did you wish to make a public comment for John Henry High?
Yes.
Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Bianca Forrester. I'm the principal of Oakland Charter High School, John Henry Sister School. I have worked in public education serving the most diverse and deserving students in the Bay Area for over 24 years. John Henry High School serves over 90% SES and minority students. Last year, John Henry was awarded a 6-year WASC accreditation in no small part because the school provides a comprehensive college preparatory curriculum designed to prepare every student to meet the UC CSU A through G requirements. Over 90% of John Henry graduates have been accepted to a 4-year college or university. Additionally, John Henry has outperformed all of the surrounding high schools in both English and math for all subgroups since the school began testing in 2017. The success of John Henry High School students in meeting the rigorous academic program offered, classes that strongly correlate with later success in college and beyond, illustrates why this school should be allowed to continue to equitably serve Richmond students and families. I urge you to vote in support of John Henry High School. Thank you very much.
Next caller, did you wish to make a comment for John Henry?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, I am Natalie Garcia, one of the Deans of Instruction at John Henry High School and a Richmond resident. Amidst the worldwide pandemic and our current civil rights movement, we are living in uncertain times, and it is precisely why it is crucial to keep John Henry High School, a WASC-accredited and nationally ranked high school by U.S. News, open for our schools and their families. It is a community hub offering resources, support, and academics, among other things. You should not listen to all the naysayers calling in. We need teachers and adults who are spending their time to sabotage our school due to political allegiances. None of these loud naysayers have once stepped foot inside our learning community, and instead are making false accusations. West Contra Costa continues to dehumanize our students down to dollar bills as they scramble to figure out how to get out of their $50 million deficit. And false information is being disseminated even today, including during public comment to our president stating that I don't have a clear credential. Please check again because my credential is clear through 2024. Let me remind you, John Henry is the best in Richmond and has received a recommendation from the ACSS board. Unfortunately, West Contra Costa has only offered failing and unsafe, traditionally large public schools in our city of Richmond, and our families and students demand that this not be their only option. Please listen to the students, parents, and families who have elected John Henry as their choice for their educational experience. Don't get lost in all the smoke and mirror tactics. Please vote to renew John Henry High School's charter. Thank you.
Next caller, did you wish to make public comment for John Henry High?
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Kimberly Castro, a student at John Henry High. John Henry has provided all the John Henry community, including myself, a safe and positive environment that I know I won't experience at a public school. I believe this is an issue between political groups that we students should not be dragged into and taking our education away from. John Henry challenges you into doing your very best work and to honor that hard work. My sister attended a public school, and from what I've seen, she was doing very poorly because of the education given to her and the environment provided. At John Henry, I've noticed a dramatic change in her studies as well as her feeling safe. At John Henry, I feel safe, and the education provided is outstanding. Please don't take that away from all of us. Vote in favor of John Henry. Thank you for your time.
Next caller, did you wish to provide public comment for John Henry? Next caller, did you wish to provide public comment for John Henry?
Yes.
Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good evening. My name is Isora. I had the opportunity of attending Richmond Charter Academy for all 3 years of middle school. In my 3 years at the school, I learned so much through expanding my education. I experienced greater things than any other school in the area would have ever given me. Due to some changes in my life, I had to move high schools and was blessed enough to have landed in another great school. Unfortunately, that meant leaving my friends. With what this year has already brought us, I'm in shock and fear for the school, John Henry. Even though some of us were lucky enough to get out before all this happened, some of my former classmates are still at risk. The second option for them would be schools like Richmond High and Kennedy. Knowing this gives me a very unsettling feeling because so many good kids I know will be thrown into situations we all know of at other schools. This organization left me with a greater mindset for my future and left all of us feeling safe and set for what's ahead. So to know that this could all possibly go away gives me a great fear for the ones I left in love. Thank you.
Next caller, did you wish to provide public comment for John Henry? Next caller, did you wish to provide public comment for John Henry?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
My name is Juan Navarro, and I'm a former student from the graduating class of 2020. I have been part of AMS since 7th grade. All of the teachers that have taught me have given me their all to make sure that we all receive a good education. My primary language is Spanish, and John Henry has done an amazing job in helping me. I am currently enrolled at a four-year university and receiving $20,000 in scholarships. This is all thanks to my amazing English teacher, Ken Kasake, who spent multiple hours of his free time revising my essays and informing me of scholarships. I am a first-generation student, and this type of support will not be achievable in a public school. I am deeply saddened that people are trying to shut down John Henry High School and have never witnessed the community that is present at John Henry. Please do not let these people sway you or blind you from the greatness that is within John Henry. Thank you.
Next caller, did you wish to provide public comment for John Henry? Caller, would you like to provide public comment for John Henry?
No. It was not.
Just a quick reminder, those in the call line, if you are waiting for fresh start, please hang up. Once again, if you're waiting for the next item, fresh start, please hang up. These comments, if you're on the call line, are only for John Henry. John Henry, thank you.
Next caller, did you wish to make a public comment for John Henry?
Yes.
Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Is this me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. My name is Madeline Cronenberg. I was serving on the West Contra Costa School Board as a trustee when John Henry was approved, and I voted to approve it. I'm calling today because I am truly disappointed in how many violations they have had since the time of their approval. I understand that they have some strong teachers who've served their community well, but they have some very, very poor operations and governance procedures, and that's why all these violations are out there and left for people to be victims of. It's really important that districts and schools not be allowed to treat employees and treat the rules the way they have done. So I please ask you now to look into that and to not allow the renewal to go forward. Thank you.
Next caller, did you wish to provide public comment for John Henry?
Yes.
Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello. My name is Eduardo Martinez. I'm a Richmond City Council member as well as a retired elementary school teacher. I urge you not to renew the John Henry High School charter. As a classroom teacher, I have found that the unspoken policy of culling problematic students from charter schools and casting them back into non-charter schools hinders the abilities of teachers working with students whose parents cannot advocate for their children and who end up in non-charter schools. Statistics illustrate that this is what is going on at John Henry High School. By looking at statistics, we can see that we can surmise that anecdotally the school may serve some students adequately but fails the community as a whole. We need schools that are inclusive in their ability to serve all students. This is not happening at John Henry. Thank you.
Next caller, did you wish to provide a public comment on John Henry?
Yes.
Please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking.
My name is Suzanne Balmaceda, and I'm asking you to please deny the petition of John Henry. I am a parent and a teacher in West Contra Costa. John Henry is not providing a strong academic program. Overall, their math scores are going down quickly, according to the California School Dashboard, and there are huge gaps between their Hispanic students and all other subgroups. Their college and career readiness scores are also declining, even though they supposedly focus on that at their school. John Henry has falsely claimed that they are a top high school in California, but according to U.S. News and World Report, they are actually number 746 in California. Several district schools are higher on the list and have higher graduation rates. They do not serve the same population of students as our district, and they do not do a good job of serving the few students from subgroups that they have. Compared to their nearest district schools, such as Kennedy High and Richmond High,
Time.
Henry serves significantly fewer English learners, special ed, and homeless foster youth and socioeconomically disadvantaged. Please do not renew John Henry, and they only have an 84% graduation rate last year. Thank you.
Next caller, did you wish to provide public comment for John Henry?
Yes.
Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, I'm Richie Peregrina, and I am going to be a senior next year at John Henry. There hasn't been 1 year of my high school experience that I have not had to fight for my school, and yet if I had to pick either Kennedy or RHS high school experience, I would rather fight for John Henry all over again. So please keep my school open. And to the lady that said something about our school being like racist and such, I guarantee you that's the exact opposite. And that's all. Thank you.
Hello?
Please state your name and affiliation and begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Missy Perez Caro. I am a homegrown educator in Richmond, California. I work at my local WCC high school about a mile from John Henry. named Kennedy High School, I plead you to hear the voice of the community, your students, families, educators that are asking you to reinvest into the schools that already exist here. I am humbly requesting that you let the students come to schools like Kennedy High, Richmond High, or De Anza High. These schools will welcome these students and families with open arms. We want more students to be a part of programs or academies like information technology, media, law, health, theater, international, many more. If they're interested in trades, they can work in woodshop or welding. If they enjoy electives such as art, Kennedy has an amazing silk screening program that would be great experience for them. They have a promising future at our neighboring schools, and I would like to invite them to join, and I implore you to deny John Henry High School. Thank you.
Next caller, did you wish to provide public comment for John Henry? Caller, would you like to provide public comment for John Henry? Next caller, would you like to provide public comment for John Henry?
Yes.
Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
My name is Miss Duguay, and I'm a credentialed John Henry teacher and Richmond resident. John Henry admits to areas of growth, but the dashboard shows we have the highest percentage of ELL students progressing towards proficiency in the district, and 71% of our student body are former ELs redesignated as proficient. We were issued a letter of good standing from the district in November 2018, so old grievances need to be set aside so we can focus on these students' bright future. Even today, the district compared our academic data with statewide averages instead of the surrounding schools that our students would otherwise attend. The only time the district keeps it local is when looking at demographics, because switching these lenses strategically supports their false narrative. We do not have a selective admissions process, but we are a notoriously rigorous college preparatory program, and we take the students who come to us, who, by the way, are over 90% socioeconomically disadvantaged minority students. Low African-American enrollment is a tragic charters issue, not a John Henry issue, and Ms. Flores is fighting tooth and nail to make John Henry a leader and changing the disturbing trend. Cut through the noise, vote John Henry. Thank you.
Next caller, did you wish to provide a public comment for John Henry?
Yes.
Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Stephanie de la Cruz. I'm a student at John Henry High School. I wanted to say that the John Henry High School is a very secure place. I've been part of AMPS for 5 years. Thanks to John Henry, I was able to get a program, entry program at the University of San Francisco. As the oldest sibling, I wanted John Henry to stay open so that my younger siblings would be able to attend. So please do not close down the school. Thank you.
Next caller, did you wish to provide public comment for John Henry?
Yes, please.
Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Ardo Rintila. I'm calling on behalf of Defend Public Education Now, and we are asking the board to deny John Henry's application. We are asking you to respect the district's denial and the county's denial. These denials did not come easy. There was a lot of hard work put into them, and I applaud the teachers and the members of John Henry for trying to save their school, but the facts are the facts, and we're asking you to deny John Henry's renewal. Thank you.
Next caller, did you wish to provide public comment for John Henry? Next caller, did you wish to provide public comment for John Henry? Next caller, did you wish to provide public comment for John Henry?
Yes, please.
Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
My name is Madeline Lozada. I was an ESL student, now reclassified as a fluent speaker of English, thanks to John Henry High School. I'm so happy to be there, and I don't want the school to close because I'm so sad about it. And also, they have so many programs like AP programs, and please, I really wanted to stay open. Thank you.
Next caller, did you wish to provide public comment for John Henry?
Me ha ayudado. También he mejorado mi inglés como ESL, ¿no?
One moment, caller, while we get the translator on the line.
Translator, are you available?
Su nombre, afiliación y puede comenzar a hablar cuando guste.
Era la Bibi, ¿no? Okay, bueno. Hola.
Un momento, por favor. Translator, are we available?
Sí, señor, ¿puede continuar?
Sí, hola, ¿me escucha?
Sí, puede comenzar cuando guste.
Hola, ¿estoy en línea?
Did the caller wish to make public comment on John Henry?
¿Desea usted hacer un comentario público sobre John Henry?
Sí, por favor.
Yes, please.
Please state your name and affiliation and begin your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Diga su nombre, afiliación y comience con su comentario público. Tiene 1 minuto.
Buenas tardes, muchas gracias. Mi nombre es Richard Lozada. Soy un padre orgulloso y tengo a mi hija quien atiende a John Henry High School. Si ustedes no saben, John Henry High School está en el grupo top de las mejores escuelas en Richmond. Y por favor, no tiene ningún sentido el cerrar nuestra escuela. Mi hija terminó de aprender inglés gracias a esta escuela. Por favor, consideren la gran educación que el staff provee aquí en esta escuela. Ella en este John Henry High School ha encontrado buenas clases de AP y también de honores. Ella es muy buena estudiante, tiene todo, es una estudiante que tiene pura A. Por favor, recuerden que tener una oportunidad para atender a una buena escuela, a una high school, hace la diferencia para ir a una buena universidad. También estoy seguro de que ustedes saben muy bien la diferencia que hay aquí en lugares de poco dinero como Richmond, comparado a áreas que tienen más dinero. Entonces, no es justo que quiten la oportunidad.
Translator, would you please provide feedback? Time is up.
Good afternoon. Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Richard Lozada. I am the proud father of a daughter attending John Henry. John Henry is one of the top schools in Richmond. It doesn't make sense to close it. She just finished learning English thanks to this school. Please consider John Henry. The staff, education, everything is good. IEP, the classes, and my daughter is a straight A student. Please give it the opportunity to continue with this good school. You know that going to a good school makes a difference to getting to college or not. And especially here in Richmond, there is a difference between schools versus other areas. Please consider John Henry.
Next caller, did you wish to provide public comment for John Henry? Caller on the line, would you like to provide public comment for John Henry? Next caller, would you like to provide public comment for John Henry?
Yes.
Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. 1 moment, we'll get the translator.
Okay.
Sí, por favor diga su nombre, por favor, para dar comentario público.
Mira, mi nombre es Alejo Salinas. Estoy llamando para la escuela John Henry. Yo no quiero que se cierre esta escuela porque esto es donde mi hijo está aprendiendo. Él va a entrar al 10 y él está aprendiendo mucho en esta escuela. Yo quisiera que no la cierren. Le pido de persona a la gente mayor que por favor no la cierren esta escuela. quiero que no la cierren porque es donde mi hijo está agarrando más calificaciones, está aprendiendo más en esa escuela que en otras escuelas que ha estado. Muchas gracias.
Yes, my name is Alejo Salinas. My son is a student at John Henry. He is learning a lot at this school. I beg you to please not close this school because he's learning a lot there. Please don't close it. Thank you.
Next caller, did you wish to provide public comment for John Henry High? Caller, would you like to provide public comment for John Henry? Next caller, would you like to provide public comment for John Henry? Caller on the line, would you like to provide public comment for John Henry?
Yes.
Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Rosa Curiel. Good afternoon, board members. I am here to support John Henry. I am representing 6 families that were not able to attend the call. John Henry is important to our community, our Latino community. John Henry has provided the students with higher education and has offered a way to go to college and universities. Our seniors have been accepted to UCLA, UC Berkeley, UC San Francisco, along others. Our district says that they're ready for our students, but they have a $48 million deficit. How do they plan to provide a quality education to our students? I'm appalled to hear the teachers union calling to close the school. They have not provided. They have failed our students, and they continue to fail our students. That's why there's so much learning gap in between. We need a quality school. John Henry, that's what is providing our families, our Latino families.
Time.
Thank you.
Just a quick reminder, anyone still remaining on the phone line, this is only for John Henry. Again, this is only for item 20, which is John Henry. All others need to hang up and call back when that item is read. Thank you.
Next
Hello?
caller, did you wish to provide public comment for John Henry?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Did you wish to provide public comment?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Jorge Lopez. And I am the founder of AMPS, the oldest charter school system in the East Bay. And perhaps more importantly, I am born and raised in Richmond and raised in West Contra Costa schools. I became an educator due to my experiences in Richmond schools, especially due to being expelled from Richmond High School and without due process simply because my mother did not speak English. I agree with that public schools need to serve all kids. So if we look at West Contra Costa academic achievement through the history, and I mean decades and generations of families, you will see that black and brown kids have been severely misserved in the West Contra Costa schools. So just because kids are in the building does not mean that they are being served. Black and brown poor students of Richmond deserve a shot at better outcomes of college. JHHS is one of those pathways to a better future. If you look at the transitions in the West Contra Costa Unified School District, you will see also so much turnover with 3 associate superintendents terminated, 2 superintendents, 1 a lame duck. You will also see chief academic officer resignation, 2 SPED directors in 3 years. You will also see a HR resource associate superintendent also.
Time.
So what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Keep JHHS open for the families of Richmond, for families,
Time.
community, and for equity.
Next caller, did you wish to provide public comment for John Henry? Caller on the line, did you wish to provide public comment for John Henry? Caller on the line, did you wish to provide public comment for John Henry? Did you wish to provide public comment?
Yes.
Caller, did you wish to provide public comment on John Henry?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now.
My name is Luz Del Natur, and I'm a soon-to-be ninth grader at John Henry High School. I just want to say that John Henry is a good school that supports their students, and they want their students to go higher than they already are. I'm a student that is recently at the University of Art, and I really want to support the school. Thank you.
Next caller, did you wish to provide public comment for John Henry?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Did you wish to provide public comment for John Henry?
Yes.
Your time starts now.
Yeah, my name is Carlos Taboada. I'm a retired teacher with 20 years experience in our district, and I think I want to request this board not to renew John Henry's charter. They have had 5 years, and that's enough time. They do not deserve another chance. They talk a lot about the English learners that they have, but they fail to tell you that not one student was redesigned fluent English proficient. Also, they have a tremendously high turnover rate in teachers. Currently, they are trying to recruit 10 teachers, and yet in their job description, they do not mention the requirement of a teaching credential. It's time that this community gets together and support our democratically controlled system of public education. You must remember that our school board denied the charter of Henry. Please, thank you.
Next caller, did you wish to provide public comment for John Henry?
Yes, my name is Conception, and I have a daughter in John Henry, and I really appreciate this school because my daughter has been getting grades, a straight A, and I really like it because teachers have been improving a lot, and they always focus and they do their homework on time. So this is something that I really love because they care about them. And I also, the behavior and the environment is really good, it's safe. So this is why I would like you to keep John Henry open. Thank you so much.
Next caller, did you wish to provide public comment for John Henry?
Yes.
Please state your name and affiliation for the record and begin speaking. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Ajanta Day, and this is my 7th year at OCHS, which is the sister school of John Henry. During these years, AMS has nothing been supportive and always been very inclusive of the staff population, which is one of the concerns which keeps coming, I see. And I do not understand why John Henry is being closed down because I have a lot of times collaborated with their staff for student support, and they have supported their students to the best of their abilities, and the leaders work as hard as no other school. For last 2 years, this commotion about if it's getting closed or open is creating a lot of problems in our community, and I hope that you would take our problem under consideration and think about the student population.
thank you in support of John Henry.
At this time, we have no additional callers on the caller Q&A and no additional callers for John Henry High on the participant line.
Thank you very much. At this point, before we get into public discussion among the board members, I'm going to bring a close of, close the public hearing at 2:49 p.m. I'm going to encourage us to take a 10-minute break so that people can be prepared for the next part of the conversation. Get a cup of coffee, whatever you need, and we'll resume at 3 p.m. All right, let's see who we have back here. I see Eileen and Ida, Jim, Brenna, Cynthia, Ting. Kim will be back in a little while, perhaps. All right, and I understand, Karen, do you need to call the roll again?
Yes, I will call the roll again.
And then we can see if Patricia's available to vote.
So, Linda, you're obviously here. I'm talking to you. Cynthia?
Yes. Here.
Jim?
Yes, here.
Matt?
Here.
Brenna?
Here.
Kim?
Here.
Ida?
Here.
Eileen?
Here.
Eileen?
Here.
Okay. Ting?
Here.
Okay. And then Patricia Rucker.
Here.
Yay.
Yay.
Okay. Bravo.
All right, so I think we want to ask you, Patricia, while we have you, and we hope you'll stay with us, to cast your vote on the previous charter school item on the Time Community School.
Patricia,
Okay,
that
and
was
I do want to
item
confirm
19.
that I did receive a written copy of the motion that was proposed by Board Member Sun. As I understand what was written in the document I received, I will vote reluctantly yes.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
She voted yes, so the motion passes, Linda.
All right. So we will now move on to, we can take that off the screen, and we will move on to discussion on John Henry. And I'm going to turn to Ting first as our liaison for framing.
So just I wanted to thank all the members of the community who called in and spoke on John Henry, both for and not for the renewal. And I know that with these charter renewals, unlike the new charter petitions we looked at earlier, these charters come with history and varying perspectives of that history. And often they come with a lot of emotion and passion. And so, again, just, you know, it is always helpful to hear from the public. And I just wanted to commend those who called in, and especially the students who called in and advocated for their school. And then from here, I'll just have the board members have any questions they have on the charter.
All right, well, we will start our discussion. There were a lot of questions raised, so I'm sure we will have many we want to explore. I did want to begin the conversation by treating one issue that came up, which was the question about the performance of English learners at the school. And just to point out that the English learner category is this unusual category. As students gain proficiency, they leave the category. So having your best students reclassified at a high rate often means that the students remaining in that category have lower scores because they're reclassifying at a high rate. And we did see that in this charter school, the 90+% of students who began as English learners and the 70+% proficiency reclassification rate means that English learners are doing well in the school and becoming reclassified. Those remaining in the English learner category are a smaller number because of the reclassification of others, and may have lower scores because those with better scores are moving out of the category. So that's something we could illustrate statistically. It's an unusual aspect of that subgroup and understanding their performance, but it seems very important to understand that in this particular case. There are a lot of other questions that came up that I think we will want to explore about the treatment of students in special education, the recruitment policies, and suspension and expulsion policies. And I would love to get back to those agenda items at some point. I do want to open it up to other board members who have questions that they'd like to get on the table, but I wanted to start with that clarification so that we could move on to the other set of pressing items that have been raised. So do I see any board members ready to, I see a hand went up. Yes, Vice President Strauss.
I have several comments and clarifying questions, and excuse me, it may be that other board members are wondering some of the same things, so I won't do all of them. I'll do some and then see if other board members have some and then come back. First, let me just say, I think this was, I think John Henry provides an opportunity for students in the community, and we heard from the students and the parents, that's meeting a need. And I felt that strongly, and I believe that that's important to consider. However, I think the concerns that were raised in the denial and in the comments are worth exploring, and I have several concerns. So, and I have an interesting question. So first, let me ask the petitioner. So if this petition is not approved, the students will not go to school this fall at John Henry. So what plans have you made to support students knowing that we're in July and school's likely to open in a month? What communication and plans have been made? Because at this point, it's denied unless it is approved here. So I just wonder what you've done to think about that.
Are you addressing that to the district or to
no,
the
to the charter petitioner?
Hi.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for the question. So in March, when we received the decision from the county to not hear our petition, and when they told us that we had to go straight to the state board, I told my families that they needed to have a plan B, an option if John Henry doesn't renew. Since then, we've been supporting families in trying to enroll at other schools. Most of our families want to enroll at other charter schools, but by then it was March. Most charter schools did not have any space. They had very long waiting lists. The school closest to us, Leadership Public Schools, they had a waiting list of over, I think it was 75 students. So they told us, you know what, we're most likely not going to be able to accept any of your transfer students. So we also helped them with the applications for the district schools. However, at that time, the pandemic hit and the transfer office was closed for several weeks at the district. We directed them online and we helped them with the online applications. But our families continue wanting to enroll at John Henry for next year. So they told us that even though some of them have found another school, Most of them haven't yet. They either haven't received an offer from school. A lot of them have told us that they're going to pursue private schools or online schools if John Henry doesn't renew. And we've started to make calls after the ACCS recommended for approval. We began making calls to ask what their status was. Have they found another school? And like I said, some of them had, but the majority of them said that they were considering online options. Some were even told that if they wanted a small school within the district, that they could look at Greenwood Academy, which is a continuation school. And in terms of the families wanting to stay here, we've had several town halls throughout the summer, and we started that in May. And they keep wanting to stay at John Henry. So, like I said, some of them have found an option. Most of them haven't. I would say about 70% of them are still in limbo, basically.
So let me just follow up with the district. If this charter is not renewed, what would be the process for supporting these students, particularly as the transition and how difficult the times are now?
Hi there, this is Dr. Linda Delgado. I will start to answer that, and I may lob the rest of the question to Mr. Ruben Aurelio, who's also on the line. We did write up a one-pager. Actually, the district has been engaged in preparation for welcoming the students back, back when the initial petition was refused in the district. So we have prepared well, I believe, to welcome students back. I can clarify too that there is another option for students who prefer a small school, and that would be Vista Independent Study High School, one of our district schools. And also I'm going to mention that all of our larger comprehensive high schools have a program called Academies, which you're probably familiar with, Linked Learning Academies of Learning. And they enable us to take a high school of 1,500 or so students and break those kids into smaller groups. So if the students were to, say, attend Richmond High School, they would be in a cohort that's about 150 students, and they would move through most of their classwork with that same cohort of students. So it offers the benefits of a large school, but the crowd size of a small school.
Thank you. And I'm just going to ask the petitioner, my understanding is there was a notice of violation in 2018, so almost 2 years ago, and now we're at 2020, and I'm just wondering what you did to address the notice of violation at that time.
Yeah. So we entered into a resolution agreement with the district, and in November of 2018, we received a letter from Mr. Matt Duffy, who's the superintendent for the district, a letter of good standing, meaning that we had addressed these violations or these concerns on the resolution agreement. So ever since then, we've had to submit several documents to the district. We had to submit our credentialing status every quarter. We had to submit plans for professional development, and we have not received any letter of concern, any complaint from the district since we received that letter of good standing. In the resolution, it stated that if there was any concern, AMPS and West Contra Costa would meet and confer if any issue arose. And so far, we haven't had any issue arise. We haven't had any requests for a meeting, and we've been serving students well.
So Dr. Delgado, you in your presentation actually appeared to challenge the violation and listed quite a bit of violations. So do you believe that that John Henry High had addressed the notice of violation and is in good standing, or did you believe that that wasn't true?
I believe that they did the very best they could back when things were due, back when various submissions were due as per the agreement. The gentleman who led most of that charge is no longer with the organization. So I think some institutional knowledge was lost. So far as the concerns that were called out in the notice of violation, special education was one, and as you heard from the presentation today, continues to be a concern with the district. They're among our most vulnerable students, and they are students who we are keenly attached to protecting. Also around credentialing, there has continued to be quite a bit of turnover at that at that particular school, as well as the other two schools in the district. So I would say credentialing continues to be a concern. Let's see, I think I'll leave it at that for now. Oh, and so far as there were some communications with the school surrounding questions such as provision of free and reduced lunch. Apparently there was something in the handbook and paper disseminated to parents saying that there would be a penalty if free and reduced lunch were, or if parents were not current with their lunch bill, report cards would be withheld and things like that. So there have been some communications back and forth of the district endeavoring to notify the school when there are issues and work with them as best we can.
Thank you. So I have one more question, and then I'll leave it to my other board members. I'm sure there are more. To the petitioner again, there was a concern about obviously your demographics not representing the local community, and a concern about your admission priorities, which have been changed from your original petition to give priority to. So that doesn't fit with what you said you would do to address the lack of representation of certain groups. So how do you address the issue of the admission priorities, considering that the population is not as reflective as it is supposed to be?
Yeah, thank you. You're right. We haven't had the preference for students coming from an AMP school in the past. The reason why we decided to add that to this petition is because our elementary, middle, and high school are on the same block. They're right next to each other. So we wanted to have a K-12 system. And right now, I mean, we've been working on this recruitment outreach plan because we do want to diversify our school. It's not that we want to stay the same. We do want to diversify. We've been trying to work with, many different stakeholders, with church groups. We created parent groups in order to support the addition of English language learners, of SPED students, of African American students. Just in 1 year, we increased from 11% to 22% our English learner population. And this happened from 2018 to 2019. And we're open to working with you guys, to changing our preferences if that's what's needed. Like I said, we added it because we had a campus that was right next to each other. But if that is going to create an issue, we are open to removing it or changing the priorities.
Could I follow up on that a little bit?
Yeah, and I'll wait after that for my other colleagues to comment.
I just wanted to follow up on that particular issue and just get a little more clarity on some aspects of it. On the English learner population issue, if you continue to be as successful in moving kids towards reclassification quickly as you have been in the lower grades, that will go down again. So I just want people to understand that you have to think about that population differently than others. But I am interested in what your specific recruitment plans are for African American students and for students with special education needs. And I know you mentioned that quickly earlier, that you have a consultant working with you as a recruiter, but I couldn't catch it all in the speed with which you had to explain it. So could you tell us more about what you will be doing in the context of recruiting African American students from the community and both recruiting and keeping students with special education needs.
Definitely. So right now we just started working with the consultant. It's KDI Charter Zone, and they are allowing us to use this GPS tracking. So they do their own breakdown of students who have special education, language status, the ethnicity, race and ethnicity. They have that specific tracker, and it helps us as a charter school to target areas. We haven't right now worked with middle schools in order to go into the middle school and do an outreach event. I was working at Oakland Charter High School 3 years ago, and I was there for 4 years on different leadership capacities. I was a counselor there, and when I came to John Henry, I'm a resident of Richmond. That's the reason why I decided to transfer over here, and we were seeing that yes, the demographic population wasn't resembling the districts. So one of the strategies that has worked, or that I noticed that it worked in Oakland, was going to the middle schools and providing the support for families to apply, and also the information, because sometimes they don't know what options they have and how to apply. So since this is an online application through Enroll West Contra Costa, all charter schools in Contra Costa have been using this third-party system in order to run their lotteries. So we are thinking, why don't we go to the middle school? Why don't we set up a table and outreach, and maybe work with the leadership team at the middle schools who have high percentages of SLED students, who have high percentages of African American students, in order to be able to give the families the information, and they choose whether they want to apply to our school. But we're there to support them and help them with a computer, with staff who are going to help them apply. And then the other thing is that we are, some of our students who are currently enrolled, some of them have already graduated, specifically African American students. This year, we started a partnership with other charter schools. We created the African American Task Force, and it's a group that we meet every quarter or every 2 months, I believe, in order to discuss this issue, because it's not just an issue at John Henry High School, it's an issue at a lot of the charter schools in our community. So we are working to do an independent, basically like a survey, and hiring that consultant to come in and talk to them, to be able to see what is missing, how would we be able to attract more African American students, more special education students, more English language learners to our school. And also in terms of the task force, we're seeing that a lot of the work is very effective through word of mouth. So we've been working with pastors from African American churches, and we've been working with families who are connected in the African American community, in order to go to events and in order to pass out that information and let them know that we exist, let them know that we're there, let them know that we're in the marina, that we're a safe school, and help them apply to our school, diversify our applicant pool.
Okay, that's helpful. Let me see if there are others who would like to. Not seeing anyone with their hand up yet. There we go. Member Navo.
I just want to echo Board Member Sun and Board Member Strauss' comments. And Board Member Strauss, you asked a lot of the questions that were on my mind, but one in particular that I don't know that we've had a chance to dive in a little deeper to is the question around credentialing. So for the petitioner, I know that the district raised a number of questions around credentialing. There were a number of callers that called in. Can you tell us what you're doing, how you're addressing that issue?
Yeah, definitely. Since we received the notice of violation, like I told you guys before, we had to submit a very detailed credential list. Every one of our teachers, the 18 teachers that we had to provide their credentials. We had to provide the number of their credential, whether it was preliminary, clear credential, whether they were on a short-term staff permit. we have every single teacher at our school has a credential or a permit in order to be in the classroom. We do not allow anybody who doesn't have the appropriate credential to be in the classroom with students. So we have been fully staffed. We, at the beginning of this past year, we did have a substitute teacher in one of our classrooms, but the teacher was there for 30 days only. They weren't there for any longer than that. So we follow the law, we follow credentialing requirements, and there hasn't been any, like I told you before, there hasn't been any communication from the district saying that we do not have, or that we have a problem, that we have an issue. They have not asked us to meet and confirm regarding any issue in terms of credentials, in terms of SPED. Nothing like that. There have been certain issues brought up that are not related to our school. They're not related to John Henry High School. That I think is where the confusion is happening.
Would you like to clarify that?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So one of the issues that was brought up was that there was an investigation regarding a lot of different things. And that we did have an investigation. That investigation was, I believe, in 2017, 2018. So basically, with that investigation, it was an independent, it was Oracle, and they came back and they told us that the allegations were unsubstantiated, so there was nothing there. And then after that, we received basically that notice of violation. And once again, we received the letter of good standing. We have not had any issue. There was someone who brought up a SPED concern in regards to a letter from DREDF. That was not at our school. I honestly don't have information because that wasn't part of our school. We have not had any complaints or any letters of concerns since I joined the organization in 2018.
I think at this point, Board President, I'm gonna back away and let other board members ask questions.
Okay, Member Rodriguez is waiting.
So I had a couple of the questions that came up and another question, but I saw that Ms. Delgado, you raised your hand, and I'm not sure if it was in response to the last issue. So if she could answer.
Well, we work with board members at this point in the conversation.
Okay, all right. I thought she was going to respond to that. So I similarly had the question that Mr. Novel brought up regarding the credentialing. But also when you said an investigation of things, could you be specific about what things, and was that at your site during the time that you were there?
It was not during the time I was there. It was before I joined the organization. I joined the organization in 2018-19, specifically at John Henry High School. I had been working at Oakland Charter High School, our sister school, prior to that. So the investigation took place in 2017-18. And like I said, that investigation was through a third party. It was through Oracle. And yeah, once again, the allegations were unsubstantiated. We can send you information on that. I also have our board president here who can answer to that question in more detail if I'm allowed.
That's okay. I'll go on to my next question. So somebody made a comment, a public comment, regarding teachers being encouraged to falsify documents, and that TFA was no longer sending teachers to your site. Can you respond to that, please?
Yeah. So the first part of that, it was in the investigation. Once again, it was unsubstantiated. The second part, TFA, we haven't worked with TFA. John Henry started in 2015. We have not worked with TFA since we started. We didn't have the partnership, so we've never had TFA say, oh, well, we're going to investigate you guys, and we are not going to send teachers there. In terms of my Dean of Instruction, Natalie Garcia, she was part of Teach for America, and she has been here for the past 2 years. So I don't know where the TFA investigation took place, but it definitely didn't take place at John Henry High School because we were open since 2015, and I know that we haven't been working with TFA since.
Thank you.
All right. I'm going to ask Ms. Delgado if she wants to add a point here that was on the previous matter, and then see who else wants to. Then we'll go to our next board member.
Thank you. Regarding the 2017-18 investigation, yes, that was conducted. And according to our review of the investigation, it was perplexing in that the items that were investigated had to do with actions that were taking place at John Henry High. And of the people who were interviewed, there was not a single interview of a teacher or staff member at John Henry. All of the interviews took place with people who were from the central office. And in the words of our attorney, it was not a serious investigation. So moving on to the other issues, I think we've conflated a couple of different things. There is the letter of good standing and there is the notice of violation. The school was allowed to move on and attempt to rectify their issues, but the letter of good standing was related to funding issues and was issued specifically so that the school could continue to draw down federal resources. Could I ask, our attorney is available to answer these questions in a little more detail. Are we able to bring him into the call?
If he is not currently here, I don't think so.
I think he's standing ready. And also I just wanted to return really quickly to the issue of reclassification. I pulled up the reclassification data for this particular renewal, and students redesignated last year for John Henry were exactly 0% of a total of 12.5%. That's the number that connects to the presentation earlier. So 0 students were reclassified. They did, as I mentioned in the presentation, just recently redo their reclassification process. So I think that was put into place this year, and I think it's early to say how effective that is because there's simply no experience with it yet.
Yeah. I don't know if the petitioner wants to say anything about that. I do want to get to member Glover Woods. And I just want to frame this to say that at this part of the conversation, we're really trying to prioritize the questions that board members have. We've heard from both the petitioner and the district. So we want to stay, specific to the questions that are getting raised. And did you want to respond on the reclassification and how that played out this year?
Yeah. So the reclassification policy was in there even since before John Henry High School opened, because we've only been open for 5 years. Every so often we look at our English language learner program. We take a look at our reclassification policies. We take a look at the state or the California Department of Education, county, all of that. And yes, last year we did submit a new reclassification policy to the board, which was approved. And in terms of 0% of our students being reclassified last year, that is correct. We did not have students who were at that threshold yet. And prior to that, the first 2 years that we opened, we saw that there were a lot of students who were long-term English learners, and we decided to reclassify at that moment because they were proficient. So last year we didn't have any students. Then this year we did reclassify some. So it just depends on the year. It depends on where our students are at. We're not going to reclassify just because we want our numbers to look a certain way. We want to make sure that our students are ready to succeed. And we're a college prep school, so we definitely want to make sure that our students are meeting the proficiency standards in order to be reclassified.
And you noted that you had recruited in a lot of new English learners in this last year. It's such an unstable category that's why I just want people to keep those points in mind. Member Glover Woods.
Thank you, President Darling Hammond. First, I'll proceed my question with saying that it was encouraging to hear the comments from the students that are being served and the positive statements from the parents as well. Many of the concerns I have been brought up by my fellow board members, but I would like to drill down on a particular topic, which is the recruitment and the work that's being done to diversify the student population. It's been mentioned, and I believe, Ms. Flores, you mentioned that there are a lot of efforts planned or either have started as far as working with churches, working with students at the middle school level to, again, increase the population of African American students and students with disabilities. My question to you is, how long have those efforts been taking place? Did the start of those efforts coincide with the decision to revoke the charter, or were those efforts that were put in place before? So, and I have one other question after that, but I'll stop there for that first response.
Okay. Yeah. So we started these efforts recently, and it wasn't because of the notice. It wasn't due to the notice of violation that we had from the district. That effort started this previous year. When I came to John Henry, I basically saw that we needed to do some work. We needed to improve. We needed to diversify. We needed to make sure that our students, that we had a representative group. And unfortunately, in 1 year, we haven't seen the progress that the district wants us to have yet. We're asking for a little bit more time. We in 2015-16, which was the first year, we only had 9th and 10th graders. And then the following year, we included, or we went up 9th, 10th, and 11th. So we didn't have that many students applying to our school. We're a brand new school. We tried to recruit from the different charters that were around, from Richmond Charter Academy, which was our middle school within the AMP system. We went to Richmond College Prep. We went to Caliber, to Waves Academy. But where we haven't done yet is we haven't gone to district middle schools in order to do that outreach. So we definitely want to open up that channel of communication. Last year, we joined the district enrollment fair. That was the first year that charter schools were invited to the district recruitment fair, which was huge. It was at the Richmond Auditorium. So we were very happy that we finally had established that communication between district and charters. And it wasn't just our charter; it was charters all over West Contra Costa. So since I started at John Henry, yes, there is work to be done, and I am committed to doing this work. We at John Henry, like I told you, it's not just me; it's our families. They want to be able to help. I had one of the parents tell me her son was graduating. We did a drive-through graduation, and she told me, "Hey, Ms. Flores, if you want me to stay in the task force, I'll definitely stay. She's an African American parent. Her child had special education, and she was like, I love the program. I want to help, and I want to help you guys recruit more students to diversify the school and to be able to achieve the demographics that the district is asking for. I definitely don't want John Henry to close, even though my child doesn't go there anymore. He graduated. I still want that to happen. So we definitely have those connections. We have been building more and more community connections with our outreach. I'm sorry, we hired an outreach coordinator. It was 2.5 years ago, and they have also been helping with the serving in the African American Task Force through West Contra Costa charter schools. And we've been, in my opinion, we've been making progress. We're not there yet. That's not, I'm not trying to stay at the current level. I want to improve, and I want to make sure that our school is representative of our district numbers. And that's why we're open to changing our preferences if that's what's needed. We thought that it was good to include the neighboring school, the Richmond Charter Academy, which is right next door. But if that's not gonna, give us the results that we need, then we're willing to work with that.
Linda,
So it seems it's been.
Linda, this is
Hi.
Stephanie. I just wanted, when you get a moment, to respond.
Okay, I do have just a couple of follow-up questions, or not necessarily a couple of follow-up questions, maybe one more. It seems that it's been fairly recent for the school to reach out to the community organizations, the faith-based organizations that may provide support and services for predominantly African American community. Maintaining confidentiality, of course, for students and families at John Henry. Of the 3% African American student population, approximately how many families would you say are actually represented in that 3%?
What do you mean? How many families are represented in the 3%?
Correct. So if you have 3%, based on the numbers that have been shared, 3% of your student population being African American, how many different families make up that 3%?
Yeah, we currently don't have any siblings between African American families. So out of the 315 students that we have, if we, hold on, I'm doing the quick math here, it's about
10 kids.
10 students, yes. And so there are 10 different families. Like I said, we have 2 of the families who are really strong in terms of being in the community and helping put the word out there. This year, the lottery, we've seen huge increase in the amount of students that are applying, and we are diversifying our applicant pool. So I do expect us to move up in terms of that.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I heard Stephanie's voice a moment ago. I trying to find you on my Hollywood Squares, but go ahead, Stephanie, if you would like to make a.
I don't know that I'm on the Hollywood Squares.
Okay.
So I just wanted to respond that I appreciate hearing for the first time all of the recruitment strategies that John Henry is putting in place now, which is great. But I also want to make sure that it's understood that you can put in great recruitment strategies and you can have a lot of kids on the wait list going into the lottery, but if you don't change the preferences, you're not really going to see much of a difference unless those kids are already in the AMPS system. So the recruitment strategies are great, but it's not going to make much of a dent if the preferences stay the same, because all those kids are in the lottery, and as you know, once you're in the lottery, those preferences kick in. But I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you very much. And that I'm not seeing any other board members' hands up, so that may get us close to the question that we might want to be raising, which is, as we have experienced in other cases, if we want to consider conditions, those might include conditions around the preferences or other features that that we've heard concerns about. This is Brenna has her hand up, and if anyone else wants to get in the conversation, this will be the time to flag it so that we can move forward towards, a vote.
Linda,
Brenna?
after Brenna, Patricia Rucker would like to ask a question too.
Great, and then I have Member Strauss also in the list. Go ahead, Brenna.
Yeah, just quickly. Hi there. I think the school is already committed to responding positively to the conditions, and we're ready to implement whatever it is that the state board decides as conditions. With lottery preferences, as Director Farland mentioned, those can be a helpful way to change up demographics, because we can't have any preferences that discriminate on the basis of race or ethnicity.
And in terms of the suspension and expulsion,
I think we want to know about the suspension and expulsion policy in very specific terms.
Yeah, sorry, was that for me?
That was raised as an area of concern previously.
Yes, correct.
So the area of concern that was raised was regarding our handbook. So on the petition, I don't believe that there were any issues that arose. It was related to the family handbook, which was online, and it was an old family handbook that we had used in previous years. We have since removed that language. In the presentation from CDE staff, you guys saw that one of the blocks was for suspension. We are in the green. Our suspension rate is very low. In the past 5 years, there has been one expulsion, unfortunately, but we're tried our best to support every single student. We have used restorative justice practices. We've been working with our previous dean of students. It wasn't that he left the organization; he transferred to the elementary school. So he taught us a lot when he was here, and we've been instituting those practices. We've been systematizing those practices, and we definitely don't like to suspend students. We don't like to expel students at all. So as you can see, our dashboard data is in the green for suspensions because we've been using other methods when there are behavior issues that arise. We're not in the business of suspending or expelling students. We have two amazing counselors who have been working tirelessly with our students. They support them since they're in 9th grade. So 2 counselors for a student body of 315. We think that is part of the reason why our suspension rate is so low, because we are able to serve them and to start working with them in groups and all of that. So hopefully that answered the question. If you need more specifics, I'm open to answering that.
I thought that was clear. Did you have anything else, Brenna? Brenna, did that answer your question adequately? Are you frozen? I think Brenna's frozen. Brenna, are you able to try again?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes? I was just going to ask what the restorative justice practices were, a little more specifically.
Okay, can we get a succinct rendering on that? And then I do want to move to, there's a couple other callers waiting.
You can move on. You can move on. I don't think it's working.
Okay. So I think Member Rucker is waiting to get in. So I want to acknowledge her because she's had such a hard time today. We definitely want to hear from her when she's able. Patricia, can you get in?
I'm hoping you can hear me.
We can.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Well, first of all, I want to thank my fellow board members. I think you've been having some psychic moments and reading my mind and asking a number of my questions. So the frustration with the technology really and truly has not hampered my ability to feel that I'm participating in this call. So let me just say, I heard the president suggest that maybe we could consider looking at some conditions as a way of looking at how to approve or how to move forward on this particular charter. And let me just give a little perspective from where I'm sitting out here with the inability to speak in some detail about that. Yesterday you created some conditions for approving a charter, and that the conditions on that charter were significant and important primarily because it addressed an opportunity for the development of a new program and a specific approach to serve a particular community. And we just, on the previous item, also approved a number of conditions to correct a charter application or to correct a renewal that had problems that through all of the conditions that are happening right now at this exact instant, through the hearing process, there was simply interference for a lot of conditions that were probably unique and different conditions. And so I understand why those conditions were added to that charter, especially given the fact that we would have a partner with the local LEA that would be doing a lot of the oversight and monitoring and support with the implementation and the work that charter would be doing as it opened going forward. This charter is different. In listening to the presentation from both sides, there obviously is conflicting information. There's also a conflating of a lot of ideas or a lot of points of information about whether the charter was substantially out of compliance or had met the compliance requirements from the notice of violation. And, the district, and I found the district's presentation was very compelling in pointing out what the problems of this charter were. These are not new problems. These are not problems that have arisen in the past couple of months. These are problems that have been recurring and occurring throughout the period of the relationship the LEA has had with the charter. I'm concerned that there is a teacher recruitment and preparation program, Teach for America, who thrives on not only an innovative program for developing teachers, but also looks for innovative opportunities for their workforce to go into teaching, has decided to change or alter their relationship. And I'm further concerned that despite what the charter management organization is saying about what they have done and what they are now trying to do, the district is quite clear that this is something that the problems are things that they are aware of and that they either have not addressed or have been inadequate to address. So I'm not sure how a set of conditions for this charter are going to resolve problems that fall somewhere on the continuum between you haven't done nothing or you simply haven't done enough. So I'm concerned not only about the quality of the management of this charter, but I'm concerned that the problems are not simply going to go away with a set of conditions aimed at trying to support the charter as you have with the previous two items and the previous two hearings. The conditions are not the same, and I do not have faith in the ability of this charter to address these problems because they clearly have not done so up to this point. I'm done.
I will make a small response just to the reason why I raised that question. By law, the primary metric we need to use is the performance of a school in relation to the other schools that students would attend in its absence. And it's clear that in this particular case, this students in this school are outperforming those in surrounding schools in English language arts and math. So we have a burden of proof in relation to this particular renewal. We've heard a lot of the back and forth about different conditions, but some of those have stayed on the table and some of them have been moved off the table. And so I think it would seem reasonable to be thinking about that question, but I would love to hear from the other board members, and Member Strauss is next in the queue.
So the only comment that I wanted to make was that I had some very strong concerns about the turnover, the amount of teachers, the turnover in the teachers. We know it takes teachers a couple of years, 3 to 5 years, to gain confidence and skill set to really make a difference. And so the amount of turnover I was very concerned about, and also in the whole management organization, it seemed like it was there seemed to be, at least as I heard from the district presentation, a lot of turnover. I don't know that that's a condition we can put in, because who knows what the causes are, obviously, for recruitment and support for teachers as they develop. But I just want to put that on the table, that I am concerned about the constant turnover as it was presented.
I have one other factual question I'd just like to ask, which is the question about the role of the county offices. I believe I understood, and maybe Stephanie is the one to answer this question. The district denied, and then the county declined to hear the appeal. Is that right?
I believe they heard the appeal. They declined to take action. Is that correct?
Yeah.
No,
Commissioner is nodding.
they didn't hear it at all. Okay, I'm sorry. They didn't hear it at all. They declined to hear it at all.
So they did not deny the charter.
No,
Somebody
they did
said
not. No,
they had denied the
yeah.
charter. And do we know anything? I mean, I would love a little background about what it means when a county steps aside and says we're not going to hear the appeal.
Should I respond to that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is Judy Sias with the Chief Counsel for the State Board. Under the law, the county has the option to not hear the appeal. So I don't think we can try to presume what their motives were or were not. But if they decline to hear it, there's nothing in the record as to their issues or concerns or anything about this charter school.
Okay, so we can just correct the record on that score and move to any other questions.
Linda, Matt has his hand up.
Okay, Member Navo.
I just have just a few questions for CD. Just to Stephanie, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Sorry.
Okay. I know I saw you walk away. I just want to get back to brass tacks a bit, because I do sense that there's a struggle between what the district sees and understands and what the petitioner sees and understands. And I see a petitioner who, by all extensive purposes, seems to be willing to try and make whatever adjustments are necessary. But I just want to go back to the original presentation. The charter was academically, it met the requirement. Is that correct?
Yes, it met the threshold for the academic renewal criteria. Yes, it did. Yes.
And it met the requirement fiscally.
They are fiscally, yes, they are.
So the issues that we're talking about are related to the program, but it sounds like we're also talking about things of the past. What does all of this fall under?
Right. I would say that the primary issues would be access for students to attend the school, and that was whether students in the district have access to the school, and that was one of the primary issues. We also had issues with some of the elements that we had gone over in the presentation. in terms of employee qualifications and in terms of the suspension expulsion, which they addressed, in terms of retirement coverage, dispute resolution. But I would say that the biggest concern for us and the issue that we really wanted the board to discuss was this issue of access for all students, and whether or not moving forward, if they moved forward over the next 5 years, more students would have access to this school, which we found not to be the case because of the preferences they put into their admission requirements. And so I think the department feels that access is an important issue when it comes to charter schools. It's something that we've discussed in other items, in other appeals over the course of the last year or so, and I'd say that is very much a concern.
Okay, that helps a great deal. So really either the preferences change or the potential that we're going to be continuing to deal with this issue.
Yes,
It
because recruitment is great, but if you don't change your preferences, then there's no other way for other types of students to come in.
So that becomes the issue. And I have a question about 1505. The charters that the state authorizes, right? After July 1, we're past July 1, so where do they fall? Where does this charter come back to for renewal? Say they're approved for 5 years. Where do they come back? Us or the county office? The authorizer.
I think they would go back to the local district. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So I didn't phrase the question very well. My point was that I think this goes to the petitioner. At the end of this journey, if you can't come to agreement with the district, at some point you're going to come to a fork in the road where the district is the authorizer and they don't come to us. Is that correct? Under 1505.
Well, this is Judy Sias. Under 1505, at some point, not for this appeal, since this appeal was heard by the district in the county before AB 1505 took effect, so start there. But in the future, when they come up for renewal again in the future, should they be renewed this time, then they would be subject to 1505, where they could eventually come to the board under a different standard, though. It would be under an abuse of discretion standard.
Right. Okay. So it's going to be incumbent, whatever happens, if the charter is renewed through us, at some point, the charter and the district and the county are going to have to come to agreement, because it's not going to come to us again in the same way it has.
I'm sorry, Matt. This is Judy. I'd like to correct my answer a little bit. It's been a long day. I think for charter schools, for all of us, I know. The first renewal, they will come back to us under the current under a de novo review. But then eventually, you are right, there will be a fork in the road where they will have to get authorized locally and be appealed, or if it's an appeal, it would be under an abuse of discretion standard.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions from anyone? If not, I wonder if we can see if there's a motion. I don't see anyone else with their hand up. Oh, Brenna. Okay.
Can Stephanie speak on the governance issues that Board Member Rucker brought up? Or management issues? Just she was concerned, and I want to have one more chance for
Stephanie, do you feel you can respond to that?
The department didn't have governance issues. I think that came from the district.
Okay, so that was not an issue that
was not a
No, it was not.
Okay.
All right. All right. Do we have no other hands up? Do we have a motion?
Yes, so I will, if I could make a few comments, and then I will make my motions. Appreciate my fellow board members' questions and deliberation in this topic. It is not easy, as most of those of us who've gone through some of these charter renewal processes before. I wanted to just say that although academic performance is the most important part for renewal, there are other compelling factors that we often need to and should look at. And so I think the questions that is raised by board members and it really spoke to those. In the case of John Henry, the school has acknowledged that their opening was not perfect, and they have very earnestly communicated their openness to making the recommended improvements. And knowing that they are in their first renewal, they were a startup, it does take a while for your student demographics to make that change. But I believe that they have shown lots of success with their students. They are accomplishing their mission of sending their students to college. And I was very impressed too that I think it was something like 92 or 94% of the students, or maybe even 96% of their students, during the campus closures, they were able to outreach and connect with their students during this past spring. So this is, I see this as a school that is meeting the student needs. Certainly there are some areas of work. And so I am ready to make areas of work, including repairing some of those relationships with the district in their area. So with that, I am making a recommendation that we approve the renewal of John Henry charter, and I have some conditions that will go with that. That's on the screen right now. So here we go. So recommending approval of the renewal of John Henry High for a term of 5 years with the following conditions: that John Henry High will conduct a root cause analysis and develop an academic action plan focused on identifying and improving the school's mathematics performance and its services and performance for students with disabilities. This plan will include a description of related staff training and support for utilizing assessment data and targeted instruction and intervention. The Amethod Public Schools Executive Board will adopt the plan, and provide it to the California Department of Education by October 1st, 2020. John Henry's leadership will provide quarterly updates to CDE on their implementation of the academic action plan. John Henry will provide residents of West Contra Costa Unified School District enrollment preference above all other preferences categories described in the petition document, with the sole exception of siblings of current students. This preference is intended to produce a student body that mirrors local ethnic English learner and special education demographics. John Henry High will provide an annual update to the CDE on or before October 15th, 2020 on its success in recruiting, enrolling, and maintaining a student population that matches local demographics. The school will submit to the CDE a revised budget and a revised charter petition that addresses deficiencies and or includes necessary language as outlined in the CDE staff analysis.
All right. Thanks very much. Is there a second for this motion?
I will second that motion. I appreciate Board Member Sun's detail. I like the requirements to come back and review admissions preferences. So I will second that, and I will second that, and just simply add that again, at some point with this recommendation, the petitioner is going to have to mend the relationship with the district and the county based on 1505.
All right. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no hands raised, I think we're ready for a roll call vote. Karen, can you conduct the roll call?
Yes. Ting,
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes.
Eileen,
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Yes.
Ida?
Ida, you might be talking to yourself on mute. She was having technology trouble.
I was raising my hand instead. Yes.
Okay. We need a vocal vote from
Yes.
everyone.
Ida, can you repeat your...
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Kim?
Abstaining since I missed most of the presentation.
Okay. Brenna?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Cynthia?
Yes.
Linda?
Yes.
And then Patricia?
No.
Okay. The measure passes.
Okay. Wow. You guys are in a marathon here. We all are. And we have another charter renewal, which is the Fresh Start Charter. We're going to take a 10-minute break so that Stephanie can organize and set up. And we'll be back at 4:22. All right, are we all reassembled? Oh man, I am having some trouble with my computer now. I think it's just over, it's exhausted.
Yes, I
We
think
all are. And I want to start out by welcoming everyone back. I think probably Karen needs to call the roll to reestablish the quorum.
Yes, I shall call the roll. Okay. Linda?
I'm here.
Cynthia?
Here.
Jim?
Here.
Matt?
Here.
Brenna?
Here.
Kim?
Oh, with volume here.
Okay, hi. Ida?
Here.
Eileen?
Yes, here.
Ting?
Here.
Patricia Rucker?
Here.
Yay. Good. Everyone's present.
All right. And I want to say at the beginning of this part of the process that I have to leave shortly after 5 for another meeting, and I will come back. So I'll be in and out, and Vice President Strauss will take the gavel at that point and carry us forward. Agenda item 21 is a public hearing regarding petition for the renewal of a charter school under the oversight of the State Board of Education. Consideration of today's Fresh Start Charter School Inglewood, which was denied by the Inglewood Unified School District and the Los Angeles County Board of Education. The CDE recommends that the State Board hold a public hearing to deny the request to renew today's Fresh Start Charter School Inglewood, a transitional kindergarten TKK through grade 8 charter school. And this item will be presented by Stephanie Farland of CDE. Stephanie, please begin.
Great. Thank you, Linda.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Good afternoon, everyone. As mentioned, we're here today to hear the appeal for today's Fresh Start Charter School Inglewood. The charter school is currently authorized by the Inglewood Unified School District with a charter term that expired on June 30th, 2020. The petitioner sought renewal from IUSD and the Los Angeles County Board of Education. They were denied on October 11th by IUSD and on January 7th, 2020 by the LA County Board. At the June 9th, 2020 Advisory Commission on Charter Schools meeting, the ACCS moved the CDE's staff recommendation to deny today's Fresh Start petition to the State Board of Education. The motion passed by a vote of 6-3. As stated, our recommendation, the department's recommendation, is that the state board hold a public hearing to deny the request to renew TFS CSI, a transitional kindergarten through 8th grade charter school under the oversight of the state board. This is going to be an acronym that I'm going to keep tripping over. TFS CSI is demonstrably unlikely to successfully implement the intended program. The operational history of the Today's Fresh Start organization exhibits ambiguity, self-dealings, and a lack of transparency, conflicts of interest based on related party transaction, and in its history, in 2007, Today's Fresh Start countywide was revoked by the LA County Board of Education. The petition does not provide a reasonably comprehensive description of the required elements, and the petitioner has a past history of involvement in charter schools that the SBE may regard as unsuccessful. Little background on the school. Today's Fresh Start Inglewood is currently authorized by Inglewood Unified School District and serves 430 TKK through grade 8 pupils on a private facility with a charter term, as stated, that ended on June 30th. TFS Inc. operated a countywide charter, which was revoked and later closed in June 2015. Petitioner also operates Today's Fresh Start Compton, authorized by the Compton Unified School District, with a term that ends in 2023. Today's Fresh Start intends to serve 527 students in TKK through grade 8 in 2021. Their mission is to educate each scholar individually and personally, academically, emotionally, and socially to achieve their individual academic potential and personal best. And you can see on the graph that projected enrollment starts at 527 for the next school year and moves up to 727 for 2024-25. The California Department of Education's findings and concerns. Fiscal and governance concerns. Current governance concerns and past history of fiscal mismanagement were critical in CDE's recommendation of denial, as it has an impact on Today's Fresh Start's ability to serve its pupils. Operational history of Today's Fresh Start exhibits ambiguity, self-dealings, and a lack of transparency, resulting in adverse relationships with its authorizers. Conflicts of interest based on related party transactions, which include transactions with Golden Day Schools, Inc., Los Angeles School Services, Inc., and California Construction Management Services. TFS, Inc. has a long history of movement between authorizers as well as negative outcomes in terms of non-renewals and litigation, including the 2007 Today's Fresh Start countywide charter revocation by the LA County Board of Ed. Conflicts of interest. Today's Fresh Start Inglewood contracted with California Construction Management Services, which is run by the petitioner's husband and for which the petitioner served as an officer. Golden Day Schools, Inc. is a related entity and run by the petitioner's husband, contracted with the CDE for child care services. Today's Fresh Start to Inglewood audit findings, which were upheld by the courts, included findings of various improper conflicts of interest based on related entities. And further note, the Department of Education is currently in litigation against the Golden Day Schools, Inc. and the petitioner's husband to recover disallowed costs of approximately $20 million. LA School Services, Inc., an entity owned and operated by the petitioner and her husband, owns the building Today's Fresh Start Compton leases. The petitioner also appears to run religious organizations that use the Today's Fresh Start address. Unsuccessful history. Today's Fresh Start, Inc., a nonprofit benefit corporation, has been operating charter schools since 2003. In 2007, their countywide was revoked by the LA County Board of Ed, which resulted in litigation, which was settled in 2015 when the revocation was upheld by the California Supreme Court. Today's Fresh Start Compton, in relation to Today's Fresh Start Compton, TFS, Inc. dissolved the countywide benefit after the revocation was upheld and filed a single school petition approved by the Compton Unified School District. The California state budget impact. This is, as you will recognize, the same slide we've been using in all of our appeals the last couple of days to describe and explain the budget impact during this COVID-19 pandemic and the impact it will have on the state budget to LEAs, including charter schools in 2021 and the future. With the fiscal analysis, we do not we did not find that today's Fresh Start would have any fiscal issues during this time, or as we analyze their budget and their budget projections, would not have any issues in terms of deferrals. However, as you can see here, they have a projected enrollment of 527 with positive ending fund balances of 19 million, over 19 million, with reserves of 300%, 295%, and 276% for fiscal years 2020 through 2023, respectively. Now, that first block there includes their charter school facilities grant. So when we take that out of their budget, they still are viable, and they still have very large ending fund balances and very large reserves. The Department of Ed is concerned about the following. Their high reserves are well above what is normally required by the State Board of Ed, which is 5%. And if you remember, they have over 100% reserves. The TFSI, what we're concerned about is that they're not spending money on students being served by the school. If they were investing resources in pupils, I think you will see when we get to their academic achievement, they would probably likely yield a more significant gain in academic achievement, as well as when we noticed that these funding reserves were so high and we're questioning whether or not they were spending money on students. We did go out and look at the SARCs for some of the schools that we used in our comparable school comparisons with today's Fresh Start, Inglewood, and we did see that there was quite a gap in expenditures. For a 2018-19 year, today's Fresh Start Inglewood was spending $9,500 per pupil, where the schools, the comparable schools that we were comparing them to, were spending between $12,000 and $19,000 per pupil. So there's quite a large spending gap in expenditures at the school. Academic renewal criteria under Education Code 47607. The authority that granted the charter shall consider increases in pupil academic achievement for all groups of pupils as the most important factor. And the entity that granted the charter determines that the academic performance of the charter school is at least equal to the academic performance of the public schools that the charter school pupils would otherwise have been required to attend. I'm going to take my mask off just for a second because I have to breathe. Deep breaths for a second. The Department of Education findings, we selected 11 schools serving similar grade spans where pupils would otherwise attend and that are comparable and that they have similar enrollment for similar significant subgroups. The CDE has determined that the CAS data demonstrates that TFS-CSI does perform at least equal to the schools where the pupils would otherwise be required to attend. However, in general and statewide, this school is still academically low performing. You will see in our comparable schools that we did use schools in Inglewood as comparable schools and schools in LA Unified as comparable schools, as according to our data, a large proportion of their students at Inglewood actually would be LA Unified students. Moving on to their dashboard. Their dashboard for 2018-19 and 19 in English Language Arts. You'll see that they were in yellow in 2018 and have gone down in 2019 to orange. So there was a decline in their colors for the dashboard. And mathematics had a slight increase, but stayed in the same color range. There were decreases in CASP data. When you look at the ELA and math scores for the various pupil groups that attend the school, there were decreases, some more significant than others, but specifically in ELA for the socioeconomically and in ELA for Hispanic Latino students decreased significantly. Ed Code 52052F allows charter schools to use alternative measures that show increases in pupil academic achievement for all groups of pupils school-wide and among significant subgroups in order to meet renewal requirements. The CDE reviewed the alternative measures information provided by Today's Fresh Start. The data shows that Today's Fresh Start alternative measures reflect some increases in their CASP, LPAC, and RFEP. Oops, did I go too? Among the charter elements that we reviewed, CDE finds that Today's Fresh Start Inglewood does not provide a reasonably comprehensive description of the following required charter elements: description of their educational program, the governance structure, suspension and expulsion procedures, and dispute resolution procedures. In terms of their educational program, it lacks description of a comprehensive English learner plan. Projected enrollment does not include the number of TK pupils, and special education services does not include sufficient information to show a continuum of services. In terms of the governance structure, their bylaws reflect noncompliance with the Brown Act requirement, allows regular meetings to be held without notice, and no requirement for public notice of special meetings. The Today's Fresh Start Conflict of Interest Code reflect noncompliance with the Political Reform Act, includes exceptions and definitions that are contrary to Government Code 1090, incorrectly relies on California Corporations Code rather than Government Code Section 1090, which is now required. In conclusion, CDE staff recommends denial of the Today's Fresh Start Inglewood petition. The petition is unlikely to successfully implement the intended program based on involvement of current governance concerns and past history of fiscal mismanagement. The petition does not provide reasonably comprehensive descriptions of all the required elements. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. This is the opening of the public hearing. I declare the public hearing open as of 4:38 p.m. First, we'll hear from the petitioners. The petitioners will have 12 minutes. Then we'll hear from the district and county that are opposing the renewal petition. They will also have a total of 12 minutes. After the presentations from both sides, there will then be an opportunity for public comment from any individual who has not already presented for 1 minute each. So we'll hear now from the petitioners.
Hi there, can you hear and see me? I saw some nods, so I guess I'll go ahead and get started. So good afternoon, board members. My name is Janelle Ruley. I'm an attorney with the law offices of Young, Moody, and Core. Another day of first speaking to you through a mask. So to kick things off, I wanted to first dispense with a couple of the items that are more legal in nature. First of all, the law applicable to this renewal tells us that increases in subgroup academic achievement is the most important factor, again, the most important factor in determining whether to grant renewal. Today's Fresh Start has documented those increases in the past and will do so again today for you in great detail. Crucially, the CDE also found that Today's Fresh Start met this academic threshold criteria, so we're in agreement there. Second, you may hear today and have heard already about claims of past performance that was unsuccessful or maybe allegations of conflicts of interest. Ultimately, these claims, what they boil down to is smoke, but without any fire. So the district, county, and the CDE have all stated that the Today's Fresh Start charter, the countywide benefit charter, was revoked. That's the exact same charter that this state board approved in 2010. I was there. I personally was there. The state board cannot renew a charter that was revoked. It just can't happen. So it wasn't revoked. Next, the Today's Fresh Start Inglewood operates at a facility that was constructed with support from the Charter School Facilities Program. That's the building where we are all today. The district has made allegations about a lease that the Compton School, a separate charter school, entered into. That particular property was acquired by the Parkers in the 1960s and it was used to provide free education to socioeconomically disadvantaged students. That property is held in a family trust, and it's leased at or below market rate to a preschool, and then eventually sublet to Compton, TFS Compton. The site ownership has never been concealed, and indeed the site was approved by the State Board in 2010, again as part of that countywide renewal. And the Fair Political Practices Commission made a determination that the arrangement was lawful. All of that is documented in your papers. Last, you might hear about a construction contract that's related to the Inglewood site. This construction project or contract is complete, the contract is expired. There's no live contract here. The construction company employed Dr. Parker's husband, so there was a financial interest, but it was properly disclosed contemporaneously, both to the State Board and to the Office of Public School Construction. All of these issues can be explained in a way that really does sound scary. However, the facts are that no authority with jurisdiction has actually found a conflict of interest. So with that out of the way, I want to turn this over to Dr. Codio, who's going to tell you all about the academics.
Good afternoon, esteemed board. Allow us to show you a video about how great today's Fresh Start is.
The great Maya Angelou said, "Hope is born again in the faces of children." We see that at today's Fresh Start Charter School in Inglewood, which serves more than 500 predominantly Latinx and African American students with a rich, personalized learning experience. From the moment children begin at today's Fresh Start, they know they're in a special place where they're wrapped in support and learning is a joy. In safe, clean, modern classrooms, the school's student scholars rise to meet the expectations of performance. TFS academic scores rank well above other schools in the Inglewood Unified School District. The focus on technology helps prepare students for their futures. All students are provided with laptop computers, and instructors use interactive Promethean boards. Today's Fresh Start welcomes students with special needs. They benefit from caring on-site resource specialists, counselors, and psychologists who provide patient, holistic services. Students especially love the state-of-the-art gymnasium. On any day of the week, you can find children playing sports and games, engaging in after-school activities, attending school dances, and enjoying other activities. When school is not in session, the gym is often used by members of the community. TFS offers a nurturing environment for students, especially and ESL students, helping them to face and surmount challenges outside of school. Rather than using harsh or punitive discipline, teachers talk to students about their home lives and take an interest in their future. Today's Fresh Start Inglewood is dedicated to its mission of preparing students as lifelong learners to participate responsibly in a diverse and changing world.
Hello again, my name is Pierre Codio, and I will be discussing the rest of this presentation to show that today's Fresh Start should remain open for years to come. First of all, let's talk about our governance structure. Our governance is controlled by 5 very experienced community-minded people, and you see their accomplished names on your screen. Replete with knowledge in education, law, finance, and government. Our board does a great job of making sure that our parents are represented. One board overseeing multiple charters, which was something that was discussed, is the standard practice in the charter world. And yearly, our board receives Brown Act training and compliance with legal guidelines. We're also an award-winning school. Look at that screen that you're seeing. This is not an exhaustive list. We've received commendations from the National Association of Special Education Teachers for our special education process and how we do as a school. We've also received commendations from Innovate Public Schools as a top school of choice for children of color. We're also part of the National Honor Society, fully accredited by WASC, and our students are sought after by some of the most prestigious high schools in California and, quite frankly, the country. Our school is raising the bar and closing the achievement gap. Also, looking at our dashboard, you will see that we have a great school culture. TFSCSI has achieved blue since the inception of the dashboard on suspension and expulsions because we believe in counseling and mentoring our scholars and their families. With regard to the ability of successfully implementing the program, as we stated to you in our April 3rd letter, our education program undeniably works as it relates to everything that we do because of our CAS scores. And now I'd like to take this time to discuss our authorizer, Inglewood, and the challenges they themselves are dealing with. Inglewood has been dealing with many challenges. First of all, with the closure of Freeman Elementary in 2013, also with the closure of Monroe, and we'll talk about that in a moment, in 2018, the closure and the reframing of Woodworth to become Woodworth Monroe at that same time. And now they're about to have experience possibly another closure with Warren Lane Elementary School. And of course, TFSCS Inglewood has been a stable, consistent, high-performing school in the Inglewood community. As it relates to our ELA scores, you see from our 2018-19 data, and you see that trend line of all comparable 7th and 8th grade schools within Inglewood, and you see very clearly that our scores are outpacing everything that's happening in Inglewood Unified School District, as well as the district as a whole. The same story also bears true for math, where you're seeing all the different schools from Beulah Payne all the way down to Warren Lane, how we are performing as an institution. We are raising the bar and closing the achievement gap for our scholars. When you're looking at comparable Los Angeles Unified Schools, the same story bears out, with today's fresh start in the 3rd through 5th grade cluster outpacing the 3rd through 5th grade clusters of our comparison schools, doing the very same thing for ELA for 6th through 8th grade. When you look at our math scores, again, the same story bears out, Honorable Board, with TFSCS Inglewood outpacing our other comparable schools. We are indeed the highest performing school from all the comparable schools that we've received in middle school as well as elementary, because again, we believe in raising the bar and closing the achievement gap for all of our scholars. So again, let's go back to talking about how Inglewood closures impacted our school community. If you take a look at the dashboard here, you will see when Monroe closed in 2018, June 30th to be exact, they're 1 mile north of today's fresh start. So when they reframed Woodworth Elementary to become Woodworth Monroe, naturally all of their children did not just transfer from Monroe over to Woodworth Monroe. Many of their children, over 50 of them, enrolled in today's fresh start. And because of their performance, as you can see clearly identified here, with very low points from distance from standard, you will see that when they came to us, they improved greatly. We were able to take their score from 83.4 points distance from standard in the 2018 testing year, up to 74 points the following year, 2010. You also see, as you accurately stated earlier, that we were able to make gains within the same population with regard to math. So again, we are raising the bar and closing the achievement gap for our scholars. So this got us to thinking, how are all of our scholars doing once they transfer to us from other institutions? So here's the information here. When students transfer from other institutions that weren't doing them well, or they weren't serving their students well, when they came to us, you see the trend line of improvement started with 74.7 distance from standard intake. When they're with us for 1 year, 53.5, all the way to 3 years plus, we're closing the gap for our kids. The same story, bears true for math, with our children closing the gap the longer they're with us. So we know for a fact if we had those Monroe children earlier, we would have closed that gap even further because of our process and our program and how excellent we do things. Looking at it from distance from standard for the very same thing in ELA, the 3rd through 5th, all of the information bears the same way, with our students outperforming both Inglewood Unified as well as LA Unified comparable schools. Again, that's true for our students in ELA for 6th through 8th grade. And you'll see that also true for math, 3rd through 5th, 6th through 8th. CCSA, the California Charter Schools Association, also stated that our school meets the minimum criteria, and you see it on your screen, and we qualify for renewal support based on academics because, again, of how we do business. We raise the bar, we close the achievement gap, we counsel our students, we keep our students in classrooms, and we do right by our kids. Now let's discuss continuity of learning, because this is a very important piece of what we're doing in terms of moving forward. Today's Fresh Start is focused on strengthening our academic program in the midst of our COVID-19 outbreak, following all regulations and guidelines. Within 2 weeks, and that is not a misprint, within 2 weeks of the national emergency, 97% of our scholars were engaged in online learning because we provided computers to them and had all their classes transition from what's happening here at the school site into Google Classroom and synchronous classes happening daily through Zoom. We also, as I shared, provided computer devices, and we're not stopping there. We're creating partnerships with T-Mobile. We also did a formative assessment in June to see exactly where our students were prior to them leaving, and we will repeat that same assessment in the fall to see what happened over the summer so we can plan effectively for our scholars. We're also going to be purchasing new laptops so the students will be able to take their laptops home and also stay with us. Thank you so much. Today's Fresh Start should remain open. Thank you.
You still talking? Or...
Sorry, thank you. We want to move now to the district county representatives.
Let us know when you'd like us to begin.
When you're ready.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have a slide that you want to be showing? Because I don't see one.
Yes, I'm sharing my screen.
We're just seeing a black screen at the moment.
Let me try it again.
Maybe unshare and then reshare.
Yeah. Thank you. How about now?
We can see it.
Excellent. So glad. Dr. Torres, are you unmuted? Okay.
I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Good afternoon, honorable board members. My name is Dr. Erica Torres, and I serve as the proud County Administrator of the Inglewood Unified School District. We at Inglewood Unified are very passionate about education and putting our students first, all students first. We have students, teachers, administrators, and parents all seeking to be heard today to support our district. Contrary to what today's Fresh Start has shared, Inglewood Unified is actually on the rise. Students in Inglewood have choice. The district is transforming with amazing outcomes for students, and we have many other charter schools within our district. We are ensuring that every student, regardless of race, ethnicity, special needs, are treated with care and respect and are able to learn in a safe and nurturing environment. Inglewood has 9 charter schools. 2 were not renewed, both with academic performance issues. TFS appealed the decision, but Children of Promise did not. Today's Fresh Start is operated by Jeanette Parker. Jeanette Parker is married to Clark Parker. The Parkers also operate other for-profit companies that contract with TFS. The state board regulations require consideration of past performance and whether a charter school has had an unsuccessful history. TFS has an unsuccessful history, including misconduct. TFS was revoked by LACO for a myriad of violations, including the same conduct TFS has continued to pursue under its current charters. Violation of conflict of interest laws and self-dealing, including violation of governance requirements and Brown Act, and fiscal mismanagement. TFS has pursued unsuccessful litigation against LACO, the state, and Inglewood Unified. This simply shows no regard for compliance, which translates into a failure to put students first and ensure them the education that they're entitled to receive. Our community and students deserve better than TFS. We are a district on the rise and expect integrity, compliance, and collaboration with our education partners. TFS has repeatedly asserted that it was not revoked. It was in fact revoked, as confirmed by Chief Counsel for this board. This is also confirmed in the LACO board minutes. Dr. Scorza.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Torres, and thank you, august board members, for listening to us today. I am D'Artagnan Scorza, the president of the Inglewood Unified School District Board of Education and a UC Region Emeritus. You know, I really want to thank you all for hearing us out as we take the time to share our concerns with you about the Parkers, as well as today's Fresh Start, because the self-dealing concerns we have with their charter operations is not new. As reported by a teacher of today's Fresh Start, students go without internet, adequate supplies, or even books. And yet, rather than invest in students' education, today's Fresh Start has amassed a multi-million-dollar reserve, and the Parkers pay themselves well over $1 million annually through salary and contracts. In fact, today's Fresh Start made local and national news with their self-dealing, including being named by the Washington Post as one of the 5 most serious charter school scandals in 2019 nationally. You know, it's not good for students and it's not good for charter schools, generally, to have bad actors enriching themselves in the name of charter schools. You know, as a native of Inglewood who very much cares about our children, who has my own children in our schools, I want to ensure that all children in our district have access to institutions that are providing a great education for them and are ensuring that we're maintaining integrity in our operations. Today's Fresh Start is not a good steward of the sector.
With a history like TFS, we would hope to see lessons learned and corrected conduct. However, the deficiencies with their practices and the charter itself are ongoing and extremely serious. Despite efforts to cloak their financial benefits, one of the TFS school sites is owned by the Parkers, who lease the property to Los Angeles School Services, Inc., who in turn leases to TFS. TFS is paying approximately $800,000 in rent annually. The Parkers financially benefit from contracts between TFS and a construction management company owned and operated by the Parkers. This is not putting the school and its students first. TFS's board is not in control, and there is a lack of transparency in their governance. They skirt the law at every opportunity, wrongfully operating a school outside the district and unsuccessfully suing the district when it tried to hold them to the requirements of the law. These failures are serious and undermine the education for all of our students, including those with disabilities.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Bernadette Lucas, Chief Academic Officer for the Inglewood Unified School District. In reviewing the renewal petition, academic performance was considered as the most important factor, but critically, TFS refused to cooperate with the district, even refusing to provide the 18-19 CAS data. TFS asserted it was embargoed, even though State Superintendent Thurmond instructed charter schools in writing to share it with their authorizers. TFS was trying to hide the serious declines. Now they claim the district did not consider the performance, which is untrue. On the day of the decision, the data was obtained from the state and was incorporated in the district's consideration and decision. That data and the county administrator's consideration is part of the record. The next slide clearly shows double-digit declines in nearly every grade. The decline in 2018-2019 is shown here, but the decline in both ELA and math performance was a trend over the 5-year term. TFS did not demonstrate increases in academic performance for all students. This is a social justice issue for students in our district. The declines were in every subgroup as indicated on this slide, served by TFS, with EL and Hispanic pupils declining in the double digits. The LACO board, like Inglewood, found that TFS did not meet the academic requirements for renewal and unanimously denied the renewal petition.
My name is Aba Ngissa, and I'm a teacher in Inglewood and also the president of the Inglewood Teachers Association. The special education violations the district witnessed were particularly alarming. When visiting the school, the TFS special education administrator was asked how they address the needs of students with severe disabilities or that enroll with an IEP that requires a special day class. She responded that they send them back to their home district, a clear violation. Review of the disaggregated data provided by TFS shows that TFS serves a smaller number and a smaller percentage of special needs students, and primarily students with mild disabilities. TSF reported no students with intellectual disabilities. The district also found that the TFS numbers were skewed due to identifying the same student under multiple categories. So the disaggregated data even skews favorably to the TSF numbers.
After careful review of all of the information and input, I found TFS did not provide the requisite information to be eligible for renewal, and the CAS data did not demonstrate increases in academic performance for all subgroups served. Dr. Scorza.
Yes, thank you. The LACO board, which revoked today's Fresh Start charter in 2009, heard the TFS Inglewood appeal. Board member Alex Johnson was concerned with whether things had changed at the charter school since that time.
Our consideration of all aspects of this appeal is because of students, because we care for children, because we want to see every child succeed, every child receive a high quality education. And from my perspective, as this one board member, it means that we do not turn an eye to the glaring concerns that are raised in this petition. So my concerns rest, as I said at the last meeting, I asked the question, what has changed?
Excuse me.
So since you have worked since November, which is a reasonable amount of time to make an assessment, you can then give a perspective on whether or not this has been a board operating in name only, correct?
And I would not classify it as a board operating in name only, but I also would not classify it as a board that is in full control.
So the consultant that spoke on behalf of TFS responded.
And confirmed that she would not classify the board as in full control. And when we look to the change, we can see that Dr. Alex Johnson was looking for, we can see that it has not occurred. My name is Sue Ann Evans, and I am legal counsel for the district. The Parkers have enriched themselves, there's no question, through the abuse of Dr. Jeanette Parker's position at TFS. Now, the district has focused on particular transactions, one being the leases between the Los Angeles School Services and Today's Fresh Start, and the construction management services agreement with Today's Fresh Start. These transactions are with companies that are owned and operated by Clark Parker, Jeanette Parker's husband, and operate out of property owned by the Parkers at 4508 Crenshaw, which we will note in a few minutes is a site that Today's Fresh Start also pays a lease for or has entered into a lease for. So this has gone on under this board. It's been the same board for many, many years, at least 5 years, and they reelect themselves. So we're not seeing any change. We're not seeing a change in the governance, even in the folks who are stepping up to the plate to run the program. Now, where do we get this information? All smoke, no fire? Not true. It comes from their own audits. It's the Parkers audits that identify the related party transactions and the property leases with TFS. And under these agreements, TFS has paid companies, again, operated by the Parkers. Okay. Was that 12 minutes? Or did you give us 10? because my clock is saying we have a little more time.
That was 12 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to quickly finish.
No,
there
that's
has
time. Sorry.
I understand. I'm just going to finish my comment, and I'm not going to go through all the slides, but I do want to point out that their own tax records show that they did not go through any of the procedures for related party transactions. They didn't even acknowledge them on their tax forms. So I'll stop there, but we're available to answer questions. And I know you all have copies of our presentation.
Thank you. So at this juncture, we're going to open up for public comment. Members of the public wishing to provide comment may do so by calling the public comment number, which we want to show on the screen. If we can get that up there. 712-432-0075. Listen, access code 651-905#. Listen to the message. When prompted, dial *6, and then when prompted, dial 1. Be sure to turn down the volume of your computer if you have the live webcast on to avoid background echoes. We did have trouble with that earlier in the day. When it's your turn to speak, an operator will announce. Please say your name and affiliation, begin public comment, and your time begins now. Can we have the translator do that same translation with the Spanish version? Do we still have our translator?
Translator, are you available to read the Spanish slide?
Yes, ma'am, I am right here. Sorry, I was on mute. Para aquellos que están viendo la audiencia pública, el número de teléfono a llamar es el 712-432-0075. Le va a pedir el código de acceso, el cual es el 651-905 y la tecla numeral. Al escuchar el mensaje y cuando se le indique, oprima *6. Y cuando se le indique, oprima el 1. Cuando sea su turno, un operador le pedirá en inglés que diga su nombre y afiliación y comience su intervención. Su turno empieza ya. Diga, mi nombre es, represento a, y necesito un traductor. También recuerde reducir el volumen de su computador si está viendo en vivo.
Thank you very much. We will start the public comment now. I will personally have to leave for a little bit in the middle, and I'll be back. And if there is a need in that time, Vice President Strauss will be chairing. So let's
Callers
start the
on the line, please be aware that the item is number 21 for today's Fresh Start. Please, if you are calling for another item, please hang up now. This is today's Fresh Start, item 21. Caller, you are unmuted. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Caller, are you there? Caller, are you available?
Hello?
Yes, you're online. Please state your name and affiliation for the record.
I am Carol Fries, and I've been on the board of Today's Fresh Start for about 10 years. Today's Fresh Start Englewood deserves a renewal of the charter. In this underserved Black and Hispanic community, our academics are good, and we're always striving to do better. We have wonderful people. There's no good reason to deny the charter. We have a highly professional and competent, hardworking, dedicated staff. We're an asset to the community and a lovely facility. We have state-of-the-art technology in each classroom. Our parents have asked to keep the school open with impassioned letters and signed petitions. Our students have asked to keep the school open with notes and drawings. Members of our community have asked to keep the school open in letters sent in support of the petition. It would be a tragedy to close this school, tear apart a thriving learning community, and harm the educational and social environment of the deserving students who need every break they can get in this society. This wonderful charter should not be shut down for the wrong reasons.
Time. Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, you are unmuted. Please state your name and affiliation for the record.
Hi, this is Dion Falk. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead,
Hello?
Speaker.
Okay, thank you so much. Hi, my name is Dion Falk, and I am a board member of the Education of Inglewood Unified School District. As we do with all of our charter schools, the district exercised appropriate oversight over today's fresh start during its tenure in our district. Our administrative team ensures that each of our charter schools complies with the law, monitors their academic performance, and oversees their operations to make certain that students are receiving the education that they deserve and as contemplated by the Charter Schools Act. Not only did today's fresh start fail to meet the academic eligibility requirement for renewal, but other deficiencies as reflected in our RIN findings and as confirmed by LACO compelled denial of the renewal. We want to make clear that it is the independent analysis of both our district staff and also the experts on behalf of LACO that has reached the same conclusion that renewal is not warranted.
Time.
Renewal is not.
Time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, you are unmuted. Please state your name and affiliation for the record.
I am Bishop Johnny Young, the former Inglewood Unified School District Board of Education member and president from 2003 to 2015. Educational Code Section 47607 A3A compels authorizers to consider pupil academic achievement as the most important factor for charter schools renewal. If denying a renewal petition, an authorizer is required to independently review the facts and make its own findings based upon specific facts it has examined in the record. In the two prior charter renewals approved by Inglewood Unified School District, the old stale issues were reviewed and determined to be irrelevant.
Time.
We urge this honorable board and the church
Time.
to approve
Thank
this
you, Speaker.
order today. Thank you.
Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Speaker, are you available?
Yes, I'm Bishop Craig Brown. I'm an Inglewood area member, Ministers Association executive board member. We all know that when high-achieving students are forced to attend lower-achieving schools, their academic performance significantly declines. Stanford University Center for Research on Education Outcomes, CREDO, found that the typical student in a charter school gains more learning in a year than his or her district school peer, amounting to about 50 more days of learning and reading and an additional 79 days of learning in math. Today's Fresh Start has shown this progress and should not be closed because the regulations and statutes state that academic performance should be the highest determination to grant renewal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, I'm Cicely Bingener. I'm a kindergarten teacher with Inglewood. The operator of TSF have a decades-long record of what amounts to robbery of pressures and limited state funds to enrich themselves on the backs of thousands of unsuspecting and vulnerable students and families. As a mandated reporter, I'm compelled to point out that using children to enrich yourself and for your pleasure is tantamount to nothing less than thinly veiled child molestation. Allowing even a single cent of taxpayer money to underwrite child molestation is unconscionable. SBE, don't allow yourself to be groomed by these predators. You must deny the charter today. I cede my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record, please. Your time starts now. Speaker, are you online?
My name is...
Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record.
Hello, Board of Education and its members. My name is Christina Ramirez. I am a parent at today's Fresh Start Charter School, Inglewood. First off, I would like to say that TFSCS has provided my son with an amazing learning experience. He has learned beyond his grade level, and his test scores are above the district level. He has accomplished so much in the 4 years he has attended TFSCS Inglewood. It would be very heartbreaking, not only to myself, but most important to my son, to have his school closed, especially through these difficult times we are living in. Just to think of the idea of having to look for a new school upsets me. We are going through a pandemic that has changed the world and has changed our children's lives. Why take more away from them? Why take away a school that not only has provided an excellent education, but most important, a safe environment for all our children? Please understand the importance of keeping our school open. Please keep TFSCS Inglewood open. Do it for our children. Now my son is going to speak.
Hello, Department of Education and members. My name is Sebastian Rodriguez, and I am a scholar at today's Fresh Start Charter School, Inglewood. I would like to start off by saying that TFSCS Inglewood is my second home. I have learned so much at this school. I have had amazing teachers that have helped me accomplish some of my goals, and have contributed to the young man I am today. It makes me sad just to hear that my school might be closed. COVID-19 has taken away one of my family members. It will break my heart up to also have my school taken away from me. Please keep my school open. Give me the right to continue to succeed as they have, but most important, where I feel comfortable. Do it for me in my future. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Paula Epstein, and I am an employee of today's Fresh Start. I've been an employee for 10 years. I have seen firsthand the care and concern that all employees have for all of our students. We don't pick and choose who our students are. We accept any and all students that come to our doors for enrollment. We only use positive methods to reach all of our students. It's evident that our procedures are working when you look at our data. We have been honored to receive many accolades. We're very excited to have many students that are members of the Elementary and Junior Honor Society. And when we had the initiation ceremony for the Honor Society, all the Inglewood board members were invited. Sadly to say, none attended. This is unconscionable. Our school, TFSCS Inglewood, does not deserve to be shut down due to political issues. Over 500 students and their families have chosen TFSCSI. We are a caring, high-performing school that demands rigor and dedication from
Thank
their
you,
students.
Speaker.
Raise the bar. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, you are now unmuted. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, I'm Yadira Funes. Please renew today's Fresh Start Charter School Inglewood Charter. The school moves forward to reach excellence. At our school, we monitor our students' progress routinely. We have high success rates because we are resourceful and use strategies that work to help each student. We have parents and students with us since their child started kindergarten and have finished 8th grade. Many parents continue to enroll the younger siblings because of the good work we have done. I am also calling on behalf of several English learners' parents who could not call in. We provide designated and integrated English language development and teacher support. We have an active DLAG. We provide parent workshops and reading groups such as La Lectura for all of our parents so they can continue reading at home. Please renew today's Fresh Start Charter School Inglewood's charter for the sake of our future.
Thank you.
Thank you, speaker. Next speaker, you are in the queue. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. I am Terrence Panganiban, and I am the current music director and instructor of today's Fresh Start Charter School with STEAM Academy. With a full-time music program, today's Fresh Start Charter School established and created a school mass choir guidelines. These guidelines, in accordance with the California music standards, are now working as an effective core foundation and basis of our choral and music program. The students are more engaged and motivated to learn, and always looking forward to our music class and choir rehearsals. The parents are supportive and grateful that we have the music program that is designed to help their child to enhance their psychomotor, affective, and cognitive development. In addition, the students are growing towards good and positive behavior, not just in school, but also in our community. In regard to this, I hope that you renew our charter school to continue our commitment to educate our students and guide them towards a brighter future. Today's Fresh Start Charter School is committed to our promise of raising the bar and closing the achievement gap. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Speaker?
Hello.
Yes, please go ahead and state your comment.
Hello, my name is Dr. Young from today's Fresh Start Charter School. I have a support the school renewal. The school has created since the news of the closure of the school, many families have been restless and uncomfortable, thinking that they have nowhere else to go. The issue has so devastated them that I have received more than 50 calls from my relatives, parents, and friends whom their kids are in today's Fresh Start Charter School. They were all expressing the hurt it's going to cost them because they feel they have no hope anywhere since all the schools around them usually have low scores in tests. In fact, there is no school you can compare with today's Fresh Start Charter School. That was why it was difficult for them. In my mind, I feel the issue of closing the school is merely political. If not, I wonder why they have not seen the impact of.
Thank you, speaker. Your time is up. We appreciate you calling in.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Next speaker, you are now unmuted. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
This is Catlin O'Halloran on behalf of the Charter Schools Development Center. Today's Fresh Start Inglewood is a school with a charter that should be renewed. According to CDE's own analysis, today's Fresh Start has a viable budget and they perform academically comparable or higher than the schools around them. They are an award-winning school, fully accredited by WASC, and they have a great school culture as shown on their dashboard. This school is an important option for the students and families in Inglewood, and I urge you to approve their charter petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, you are now unmuted. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Please go ahead and state your comments.
Hi, my name is Marie Leslie. I'm a teacher of Inglewood Unified School District, third grade teacher for the past 30 years. I was first introduced to Fresh Start Charter when a parent approached me regarding her child failing in school. I tested to tutor this child. I tested him and he was like at a first grade reader. We conferenced with the teacher to find out what was the problem and what was she doing to facilitate his learning. And she was not able to provide anything substantial to show us why or how or what he was doing in school. She said he was doing fine. He was a well-behaved student. However, she thought that he was doing fine, where I thought that he was really below and needed additional support. So I didn't feel that the school genuinely provided the rich enrichment for these students
Thank you, speaker. Your time's up. Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, you're unmuted. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Miss Mary Vaughn, teacher in Inglewood Unified School District. I am calling in support of the Inglewood Unified School District, LACO, and CDE decision to deny the renewal of today's Fresh Start. This public school is not providing the Inglewood residents with free and appropriate educational programs in ELL programming or special day classes. This school is located in a minority community where these services are vital. This policy is being used to weed out the students with the greatest needs. Our Inglewood children deserve better. All today's Fresh Start students are invited to enroll in Inglewood Unified Schools where these services are in place, such as Woodward Monroe, Warren Lane, Bennett Q, and all other IUSD schools. They can visit www.inglewoodusd.com for further details on enrollment for the 2021 school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Speaker, are you on the line?
Hello. Hi, my name is Pastor D'Amico Fitzgerald, and as a stakeholder for my membership, I am compelled to fight for the renewal of today's Fresh Charter. I believe that we are facing times like never before in this pandemic, and I find it criminal that we would be taking away a viable option when education is being debated, whether it be a hybrid, online, or face-to-face. I believe that our students in Inglewood need every option that we can provide, and today's First Charter, based on the academics that have been displayed earlier, is a viable option for our students. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, you're now unmuted. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Lena Atutoa, instructional coach for Inglewood Unified School District. I'm here today to ask that you deny the renewal of the charter for today's Fresh Start charter school. We're hearing that the charters believe that their students are their top priorities, but I believe that the evidence shows that money is their top priority. They are self-interested, and they have had a history of financial conflicts of interest. Number one, we've heard about them renting buildings owned by the Parkers. We also know that they're paying Golden Day Schools to provide food for their charter students. They spent about $50,000 with state grant to hire an unaccredited university to recommend ways to improve their charter. This university was founded by Jeanette Parker. More than half of the board has a financial stake in the schools. Additionally, the Parkers donated $73,000 to State Superintendent of Instruction Jack O'Connell, who led the department staff in recommending that the board keep TFSCS open.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, you are now unmuted. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead and state your comments.
My name is Pauline Miller. I am a board member for today's Fresh Start for over 5 years, and we do not get paid. We're there to volunteer to make sure the school is ran in the proper way that it should be run. I am also a volunteer at the school, have been for the last 11 years. Every day I'm there. My 3 grandchildren and my 1 nephew are A students. They make excellent grades because the teachers are caring and making sure that the students are learning. We have an excellent counseling and special ed program. We have an after-school program that is very good that works with the students to do homework and tutoring and wherever it is needed. Our teachers do also after-school tutoring. We have all students at the school going through 8th grade take the NWEA test on the internet.
Thank you, Speaker. Your time has expired. We appreciate you calling in. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You are unmuted.
Hello.
Yes, your time starts now. Thank you.
My name is Chukuzulu Ofiabulu. I am a student
of today's Fresh Start Charter School. Please renew the school because it is better than any other school I had been to. The teaching system is very good, the environment is clean, and I never experienced bullying in this school. My name is Millie Chukofield Blue. I am a student of today's Fresh Start Charter School. Please renew the school charter because I have lots of friends in the school I do not want to leave. The teachers are very good. I do not want to go to a new school in this coronavirus time.
Thank you, speaker. Next speaker, you are now unmuted. Please state your affiliation and name for the record. Your time starts now.
We have 4 speakers in this call. Can we get our own time for each?
Yes, each speaker will get a minute each. Thank you.
Okay, here comes the first speaker.
Hello, my name is Fatin Fahmy. I'm a teacher with today's Fresh Start Charter School. I have observed this school heavily invest in classroom resources and materials, such as laptops for every student that have been recently distributed to the students for distance learning. Smart boards or Promethean boards are in every classroom. The school has provided their science teachers with resources such as robots and their software, microscopes to investigate the DNA of a strawberry, for example, laboratory equipment to observe chemical reactions. They have also purchased Common Core intervention booklets to prepare our students for the Smarter Balance test, which of course was not given because of the pandemic. Test scores outrank those of the surrounding Inglewood Unified School District. The school has also invested in many professional development programs and webinars for their teachers and their staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Inez Solomon. On behalf of the student, parents, community, and educators that make up today's Fresh Start, I call on your support in renewing our charter. We at today's Fresh Start, we support our scholars academically using multiple academic tools to build strong student-teacher relationship. We endorse positive character development. During the pandemic, we have implemented the wellness program to check on our students and to do assessment to meet their needs. We have counselors, psychologists, behavioral coach on campus to assist our students to navigate their daily challenges. Most of all, we encourage our students to achieve their educational potential. Our mission is to provide each student an opportunity for a great public education. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Ms. Ferraz, a teacher here at today's Fresh Start Charter School, requesting that you approve the renewal of our charter. I've been blessed to see how our school have grown and progressed, from 8 bungalows to 20 beautiful high-tech classrooms, a gymnasium, offices, and more. We have computers for every child from TK to 8, smart boards, projectors, and other tools to use for teaching and learning. I've seen the hard work and dedication of our superintendent, our administrators, teachers, and staff to provide everything that our families and our community need to raise the bar and close the achievement gap. During this time of pandemic, our school was able to transition from on-site learning to distance learning days after the school was closed. The school was able to provide grab-and-go meals to our families, to our community. In addition, our school also provided laptops for all our students, work packets, login information to online resources, and technical support for those who need it. TFSCS is an important part of our community. For teachers, staff, parents, and students, this is our family and our home. The families in the community that we serve rely on us to provide them with good education that we've been doing ever since. Please grant our request to renew our charter. Our families, our students matter. We matter. Thank you for your time. Thank you. And here's the voice of a parent.
Is there one more speaker, or was that our last speaker?
We still have one more.
Okay, thank you. You may go ahead, please.
escuela que me hiciera sentir segura sobre la educación de mi niño. Pero por suerte encontré la charter school.
Speaker, can you move closer to the mic? We're unable to hear you.
Yeah, sorry, it's sentía que estaba atrasada en ciertas cosas de su aprendizaje. Pero sus maestros fueron pacientes con él.
The parent says that the teachers were patient and that the help provided to the students during school and after school with homeworks, they have made a big difference in my child's academic performance. And for that reason, she is very grateful with the teachers and the administrators at the school. Thank you.
Thank you, speakers. Do we have one more, or has everyone spoken?
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You are now unmuted, and your time starts now.
My name is Alice Grigsby, and I am a board member of the Inglewood Unified School District. I'm here to urge the denial of the renewal petition for today's First Start. This school has not been a good partner with the district, and nothing about their interaction with the district could be characterized as even remotely cooperative. Their lack of cooperation with the district epitomizes their long-standing history of antagonism toward their authorities as well, which includes a prior revocation of the Los Angeles County Office of Education. The evidence has been presented. Both the Inglewood Unified School District Board and the LA County Board recommend it. I urge the denial of today's First Start. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You are unmuted, and your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Dr. Murphy. I'm the principal of Bennett Q School. I met a mother of four children,
Dr. Murphy,
scholars from today's Fresh
please,
Start. The parents
Speaker,
of those children share with me. Yes.
Speaker, I believe your computer volume is up, and we're getting an echo. Could you please turn it down for us?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Murphy. I am the principal of Bennett Q School. I met a mother and father of four children who were scholars from today's Fresh Start. The parents of these children shared with me that their children's start was not fresh. They indicated the school's environment was very chaotic and there were many behavioral issues that were swept under the rug. There were no positive behavior supports in place, and their son was even injured in class, and there was no contact made to them as parents from administration. They also shared that the school's curricular resources were low and even students' desks were limited. Fast forward, they shared with me that if they knew what they knew about our school district, they would have had their children in our school district instead of today's Fresh Start. They shared with me.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Trevino Jones, and I am a teacher here in Inglewood Unified School District. I'm here to voice my strong opposition to the renewal of today's Fresh Start Charter School. Their behavior is particularly egregious in light of the fact that our state is entering into yet another budgetary crisis where each dollar for our public schools is invaluable. This charter has had countless opportunities to demonstrate that they are a good partner in education. However, today's Fresh Start's unethical practices have been going on for years without any accountability and continue to this day. I ask that you listen to our voices. This is a charter school that is being opposed at all levels of the local community, from myself as a classroom teacher, to our local teachers union, to district administration, to the mayor of Inglewood, and by unanimous agreement by the Los Angeles County Board of Education. The Los Angeles Times has several stories on today's Fresh Start shady dealings. Today's Fresh Start does not deserve renewal, and I ask that you recommend denial of this petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You are unmuted and your time starts now.
Hello, this is Margaret Evans, and I'm a board member of the Inglewood Unified School District. I want to raise to the Commission the chilling exchange that occurred during the public hearing before the Los Angeles County Board of Education on the charter school's renewal. During the public hearing, today's Fresh Start was asked a simple question by Board Member Johnson about what has changed since they were revoked in 2007 by the county board. The board member wanted to know to what extent the charter school learned from its prior malfeasance with respect to its inadequate governance, leading to self-dealing transactions and conflicts of interest. The charter school struggled and ultimately failed to provide a satisfactory answer. In fact, rather than answering the question, they appeared to defy the concern. Namely, they claimed that the revoked program was a different charter school than the one previously overseen by the county board, despite having the same name, same program, same operators, and same board. Today's Fresh Start simply does not reflect any intention to change. Instead, the renewal documents and their prior history indicate the intention to continue their proper course. Thank you. Please deny them.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now and you're unmuted.
My name is Daniel Redd. I'm a credentialed teacher for today's Fresh Start Charter School, and I'm for the renewal of today's Fresh Start Charter School. Where would your lives be without education, teachers, and most of all, a school of choice? Attending to the data for the Assessment of Student Performance and Progress's website, today's Fresh Start Charter School has given students and parents an opportunity to access a safe school where students are achieving literacy in English and math. At today's Fresh Start Charter School, students are learning the United States Constitution, how to vote, and the joy of practicing democracy in America. At today's Fresh Start Charter School, students have shown patterns of never showing up late and having perfect attendance throughout the school year. At today's Fresh Start Charter School, they have helped me to clear my single subject teaching credential that was recommended to the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing by the Los Angeles County Office of Education. At today's Fresh Start Charter School, we can consistently talk and have professional developments with experts in the field of education that can help our school stay in existence and possibly build relationships in today's Fresh Start Charter School and our community that have never been in existence before. On behalf of today's Fresh Start
Thank
Charter
you,
School,
Speaker. Your time is up.
that you guys renew today's Fresh Start Charter School's license. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You're unmuted and your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Josephine Williams, and I was going to say something else, but I am really upset because I know for a fact that today's Fresh Start families have been coming to IUSD to give breakfast and lunch for their children. And I am also highly offended and concerned because was that the same Bishop Young who allegedly helped lead IUSD into insolvency and has been trying to be hired again by IUSD? These are the people today's Fresh Start hangs out with. It's about money. It is not about the children. And I'm tired of people coming into Inglewood and trying to make money off our children. Enough is enough. To the Parkers, the Bishop Youngs, and everybody else, and that fake dashboard that you showed with yellow and orange, the CDE showed, and yours is all green. Stop the lying. It's about money. We need more for our students. I am tired.
Time.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You're unmuted and your time starts now.
Hello?
Yes, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Is it me?
It's you. You're the
Okay,
next
wonderful.
caller.
All right, thank you.
Hi there. My name is Saranga Besinger, and I want to celebrate first our school with hard work and cooperation of the administration, teachers, and students' families did a fantastic job preparing and training both teachers and students transfer to online education during this unexpected pandemic. And I must say, I am grateful. We are grateful for all comments from all involved, and we value that. Now, I humbly ask you to please grant the opportunity to continue to serve our children, families, and communities. All we need is a chance to continue working to make our schools better. Sirs, madam, we have the ability and the motivation to solve our many challenges, and so do our students. We are not a perfect school. We are not perfect, sirs and madam, but we need to be open for corrections. We want to be better, and please grant us the opportunity.
Thank you, Speaker.
We value your consideration.
Thank you, Speaker. We appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
My name is Tanisha Flanaugh. I am a parent in Inglewood Unified. In regards to today's Fresh Start, the Court of Appeal upheld the finding that Golden Day School, a preschool operated by Jeanette Parker, wrongfully sought reimbursements from the State Department of Education for 48 employees that were actually employees of today's Fresh Start. In other words, while TFS was receiving ADA funding to cover its payroll, Dr. Parker was claiming reimbursement from the state for these same employees, including Clark Parker's son-in-law, under its preschool contract with the State Department of Education. The court found, as a result, the departments determined that $930,657 in payroll costs relating to today's Fresh Start were inappropriately charged to the Child Development Program for the period July 1 to 2006 through June 30th, 2008. Within a month after the judgment against Day for about $3 million, they filed for bankruptcy.
Thank you, Speaker. Your time is up. We appreciate you calling in. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Lakeisha Johnson, and my son Isaac attends today's Fresh Start. I enrolled Isaac at this school because we live in a country where Black students are least likely to become proficient readers by third grade, be placed in gifted and talented education programs, be taught by credentialed teachers who share their cultural experiences, even though this doubles the likelihood that they can attend college, and they are least likely to feel emotionally safe and valued. This school provides these supports and refuses to follow the 60-year-old trend of leaving students, Black students in particular, behind. Loss, change, and transitions are realities that students of color know all too well and significantly devastate their life chances. Please don't introduce another disruption to our students by closing the doors of this school. My son deserves better. I looked around Inglewood and South LA for a school that was free, that was clean, that had resources, and that would value my son. I found it in today's Fresh Start. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You are unmuted, and your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Yael Gers, and I'm a teacher in Inglewood Unified School District. I previously taught at La Tijera, which is a K-8 school that does everything that Fresh Start says that they do. There is nothing unique about what Fresh Start does, and you guys have even shown that their test scores are the same as us, so they're not doing anything special. I would like, before you vote, to take a look at Anna Phillips' Los Angeles Times for March 27th, 2019, and that is one of the reasons why I am so against Fresh Start, because they are making money off of those kids and not giving them all the resources that they need. We in Inglewood give every resource we can. We have after-school programs, we have tutoring, we have all kinds of things, we have robotics. They are not offering anything that we don't offer. And we gave out laptops. I even was one of the teachers who gave out laptops when we had to close our doors on March 13th. Please deny this sham of a charter school. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, you are now in the queue. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
My name is Vale Hernandez de Luna, and I'm representing today's First Choice Charter School. I recently graduated from TFICS. This school has changed me academically for the best. I have been able to get a number of opportunities while attending, for example, being a part of the National Junior Honor Society. Teachers inspire, guide, enlighten, and motivate scholars every day when learning new aspects. They remind you all the time to believe in yourself and always be the best of you. The staff here are incredibly considerate of the scholars. When needed, you know you can count on them for anything. I would really like to see my sister graduate at today's First Choice Charter School. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, you are now unmuted. Please state your name and affiliation for the record.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, please.
Yes, my name is Paulette Francis, and I'm a teacher for Inglewood Unified School District, and I'm urging the board to deny the charter Today's Fresh Charter. Today's Fresh Charter School represents all the lowest standards of unethical behavior that has been well documented today and in the local media. It is important that all schools, whether public or charter, are held to the same high ethical standards of behavior because education of our children matters. Not only does their education matter, but who educates our children also matters. And it's time for the board to stop blinking and turn a blind eye to unethical behavior of such charters as today's Fresh Start. So I urge you to deny renewal of today's Fresh Charter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, you are now unmuted. Please state your name and affiliation for the record.
Hi, this is Diamond Logan, and I have 3 kids that attend Fresh Start Charter School. I'm a parent, and I would be very sad if the school closes. My kids are doing well academically, and I have a daughter that just graduated 8th grade, and she will be attending Da Vinci High, which is a prime school charter school in Hawthorne, and my 2nd and 4th grader are doing very well. And I assisted them doing the learning, and the teachers provided them with so much work as if they were in school. And I would be very disappointed if the school closed. We've tried Inglewood schools, and they just did not exceed like they are doing at today's Fresh Start. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, you are now unmuted. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Savannah Kaiser Good afternoon. My name is Savannah Kaiser, a student from today's Fresh Start Charter School. I'm calling to plead on behalf of today's Fresh Start Charter School, Inglewood. Please do not close the school down. It is like a home to me and my siblings. Here we have learned and achieved because of the school. There are amazing teachers who come to work every day to teach us. There are beautiful classes and environments. Here they accept us for who we are. If we close the school down, me and my siblings will have no school to go to. This is one of a kind, and this is a right school for us. So for the sake of children and parents, please do not close the school down. I love the school.
Thank you. Thank you, speaker. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You are now unmuted, and your time starts now.
Aisha Flowers, licensed clinical social worker and parent. I would like to strongly encourage that we keep the school open. My daughter has been attending this school since kindergarten, and she absolutely loves it. It's a second home for her. She has really become a scholar here. The administration is very supportive. All her teachers have been supportive towards her growth. She's really soared here. Her learning during COVID-19 has been a smooth transition, and I really would like to say it's really hard right now trying to find a school during COVID-19 to find somewhere to take our children, and I would really like for you all to consider the parents that are working every day in this current time. Also, I'd like to keep my child in a community that teaches them about their heritage, and in Inglewood, she learns that from the school, and so please keep the charter school open.
Thank you, speaker. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You are unmuted, and your time starts now.
Hello, my name's Ariel. My niece attends today's Fresh Start. I'm calling in support of today's Fresh Start Charter School in Inglewood. My niece and our family have all been a part of the Today's Fresh Start community for 6+ years. While attending the school, she's reached many academic milestones, some of them being on honor roll and also being inducted into the Junior Honor Society. Outside of academics, she's also thrived by gaining the skill of public speaking that came from after-school programs and cheerleading, which she enjoyed, which was just one of the many after-school programs she attended this past year, transitioning to online learning with speedy, organized, seamless during the COVID pandemic that we're all dealing with. The school is not only important to her, but to our family and the community. Do not close the school. It would be a disservice. Please keep today's Fresh Start open, not only for the community, but for our children. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You are unmuted, and your time starts now.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed with your comments.
Yes, my name is Irene Green, and I am the principal of Kelso Elementary School. And I just wanted to state that the district has properly denied today's Fresh Start renewal petition. The charter school fails to meet the academic renewal eligibility criteria in Education Code 47607, Subdivision B. The school is not likely to successfully implement the program presented in the petition. The petition fails to provide a reasonably comprehensive description of all required elements of a charter petition, and the charter school presents an unsound educational program for the pupils to be enrolled in a charter school. Dr. Torres, based upon all the information presented regarding today's Fresh Start history, its failure to meet academic performance requirements, its lack of cooperation and compliance, its ongoing violations of laws designed to protect students, public funds, and to ensure transparency.
Thank you, speaker. Your time is up, speaker. Thank you very much for your call.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You are unmuted, and your time starts now.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead and.
My name is Gavin English. I'm a special ed teacher with Inglewood Unified School District, and I just wanted to point out that schools like this present a real disservice to the community, and for the sheer reason that they don't accept students with severe disabilities. All of these students are turned away, and it's a disservice to the community. It's a disservice to these students. It's discrimination, and that's just one of the reasons that this charter needs to be denied. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You are unmuted, and your time starts now.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead and begin your comments.
My name is Unyeme Amarogona. I'm a parent of today. My daughter attends today Fresh Start Charter School. This school is a very good school. I've seen both academically and morally improvement in the life of my two kids. I'm also a student. I'm a nursing student, and the teachers, they work with parents also. Please, it will be a very big stress for me if this school is closed down. Help me to support my dream as a nurse by opening this school. because it will be hard for me to look for another school for my kids. This school, they are doing well. Even my sister's son is there. He has disability. He is improving, no longer pee on himself. They cooperate with us. They have good teachers that work with kids according to the way they can learn. Please, for the sake of my family, open to
Thank you so much, Speaker. Your time's up. We appreciate your call. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You are unmuted and your time starts now.
Janice Wallace, Inglewood teacher. If today's Fresh Start had a 97 to 100% participation in their continuity of learning during COVID-19, why did we receive requests from today's Fresh Start students and their families when they came to our Bennett Q, Monroe, and Hudnall Elementary campuses from Inglewood Unified School District to provide them with laptops while receiving the meals we provided our families in need? This is because today's Fresh Start families needed assistance from their local public schools that they have not received from the school that their children is enrolled in. Of all of the charter schools in Inglewood, today's Fresh Start students were the only ones asking for IUSD laptops. Please deny their renewal request. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You are unmuted and your time starts now.
Hello?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Oh, I'm Dr. Charles Sofiabulu. I'm calling to urge you to please renew the charter for the today's Fresh Start school. I have 2 kids in that school, and before I brought them there, I put them in many schools, which wasn't good. In one of the school districts, they were constantly being bullied. I haven't seen any school around this place that is as good as that school for now. And I just noticed a lot of people are saying a lot of things, but what's on the ground shows that they are having good results. So I urge you to please renew that school. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You are unmuted and your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Lenice Porter, and I'm calling to support the decision made by the Inglewood Unified School District and the CDE to deny the renewal to today's Fresh Start. There are several newspaper articles that tell the community about their illegal operations
Speaker, are you still
and
with us?
approving them to remain open in our minority communities. We will send a message to you that the state value minority students less than the more affluent area communities. Please support our community in removing illegal operated organizations who benefit financially without providing adequate services for our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You are now unmuted and your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Latanta Acevedo. I am a student from today's Fresh Starter School. I believe that my school should not close or shut down. The reason I say this is because at my school, the teachers are very nice, and there is also a very good educational system. The school is great. Our state test scores have always been good. And those are my reasons I say my school should stand, because it has made me the person that I am today. Because I have been at that school since kindergarten, and I am now going to the 6th grade. For these reasons, I beg you all to let my school open to educate other learning minds.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You're now unmuted and your time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Gianni Mahipala, calling on behalf of today's Fresh Start Charter School. I have the pleasure of working with this wonderful organization for more than 6 years. At today's Fresh Start, we have a great special education program. Our special education program has been successful in providing educational opportunities for individuals with disabilities. We have effective special education staff who inspire and encourage our students to achieve success inside and outside the classroom. Please approve our school so we can continue helping our students successfully develop to their fullest potential. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You are now unmuted and your time starts now. Speaker, are you?
Hi, my name is Dr. Kenny.
Yes, we
can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dr. Kim, and I am a parent and an employee in Inglewood Unified School District. I am asking to deny the charter renewal, as the charter's purpose is to provide services that are unavailable in their home districts. This is not the case, as Inglewood Unified provides the same programs and a vast amount of programs district-wide. As a parent, you want what's best for your children. That is why my 4 children have attended IUSD since kindergarten, with one entering her senior year in college. This would not be possible if it were not for the love, commitment from our teachers, our staff, and our community in Inglewood Unified School District. So for that, I am asking that they deny the charter renewal of today's Fresh Start. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. We are now unmuted and your time starts now. Speaker?
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, you are now unmuted and your
Hey,
time
this is Joy. This is Joy. I just called because I had a lie that was so hurting to me. I had somebody say that people from today's Fresh Start came to their school to get laptops. That's a big lie, and it's so hurting because today's Fresh Start, they have their own laptop, and every student got laptop. My children got laptop, and when it's not okay, we go back to the school and we change it. We did not get laptop from anybody, and that lie was so bad. They shouldn't be lying, please. Thank you.
Thank you. And callers, please remember that each individual is allowed 1 minute each. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You are unmuted and your time starts now.
Hello.
Yes, please state your name and affiliation for the record.
Hi, my name is Shamsu Arn. I'm a teacher from Inglewood. I am calling to oppose the renewal of today's Fresh Start charter. This school does not deserve to have its charter renewed. Evidences indicate that the school has historically been doing shady business, not putting the students' needs before the gains of their leaders. This charter school is not servicing the community's total student population, including those students with severe disabilities who are sent away to their home schools. In addition, erratic academic performances is one more reason enough to deny the renewal of the school. Instead, I would like to invite the current students to attend the Inglewood Unified School District. Our caring and dedicated teachers and staff welcome you with open arms. We will make sure that you will be cared for and your academic needs will be addressed. We spend more money for our students.
Speaker, thank you
very much.
Your time is up. Just a quick reminder, each individual is allowed 1 public comment for 1 minute. Unfortunately, we'll have to disconnect people who are calling in more than once. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record, and you are unmuted and your time starts now.
Hello.
Yes. Please state your name.
My name is Ike Ejimako. I'm calling on behalf of today's Fresh Start Tata School Inglewood. I want to say the school is a very good school for my kids. I have two sons over there. The learning and the welcoming environment is so lovely. especially this time of the pandemic. I don't know if the school should be closed, what I'm going to do with my kids. And they love it. They are looking forward, like, going to school every day. So please, I'm in support with the staff and the students to keep the school open. Thank you. Then I have my son to say something about it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Henry Edimako, and I am in fourth grade, going to fifth in CFSCS Charter School. I would like to say that CFSCS is a good school. We have good teachers that teach us a lot in English, a lot. CFSCS has a welcoming and good learning environment that no one will resist. CFSCS has activities like spelling bees and math bees where everyone wants to participate. They do these activities once in the school year to encourage students the importance of learning, so students can get more educated by the questions they ask. I would like your reputable organizations to keep CFSCS Inglewood open. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You are now unmuted, and your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Miss Sam. I am an ex-parent of today's Fresh Start. Please listen. I put my child in today's Fresh Start 3 months. Then I had to pull my child out. There was no academic support for my son to be successful. They did not come through for my child. The grass looks green at today's Fresh Start, but it's some fake grass. It's a stale start.
Thank you for your comments, speaker. Next speaker, you are now unmuted, and please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Speaker, are you there?
The brown turkey. Hello.
Yes, hello. You're now live. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed with your comments.
Hello, my name is Akayla Carter. My son attends today's Fresh Start Charter School. His name is Aiden Carter. First off, I would like the power of God to intervene any negative remarks towards today's Fresh Start Charter. Faith of a mustard seed shall prevail. I would like to request that our school receives their renewal. The benefits of keeping our school open, in my opinion, well outweighs the risk of closing our school. It is my belief that today's Fresh Start Academy, Inglewood site, will continue top quality services helping students to connect with each other. Teachers, staff, materials, and academics that our schools strive hard to provide.
Thank you, speaker. Your time has now expired. We appreciate
Thank you
calling in. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You are now unmuted, and your time starts now. Next speaker, you are now unmuted, and your time starts now.
My name is Julie Steve. I don't know how much longer the Inglewood community has to be quiet about today's Fresh Start illegal activities. One of my children goes to Animal Charter, and another one is at Kelso Elementary School in IUSD. Today's Fresh Start is not an educational partner dedicated to students. Instead, the priority is to enrich the Parkers. Their fiscal misconduct has allowed to be occurred by their board, and their failure to put students first is why I did not put my children in that school. I am asking that the board does the right thing by the students of Inglewood and deny the charter for today's Fresh Start. Send your child to a school in IUSD or even Animal Inglewood.
Thank you, speaker. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You are now unmuted and your time starts now. Speaker, are you on the line? Okay, thank you. Next speaker, you are now unmuted, and please state your name and affiliation for the record.
Hello?
Yes, please state your name and affiliation.
My name is Glenn Sterling. I'm a minister in the community, and I want to support today's Fresh Start Charter and getting their charter renewed. This sounds very political, and there is no facts to back up anything that I've heard Inglewood Unified School District say. And I want to see the charter get its charter renewed, and hope you have a nice day.
Thank you very much. Thanks for calling in. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You are now unmuted, and your time starts now.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
My name is Bishop Robert T. Douglas Sr. I'm the president of the Inglewood Area Ministers Association. Can you hear that? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. You can go ahead and proceed with your comments.
Okay. Yeah, I want to say to you, thank you for your assessment and your time giving us this, but I'm extremely hurt. I've been a resident of Inglewood since '73. I'm extremely hurt because today's Fresh Start does matter. Today's Fresh Start does matter. Today's Fresh Start does matter. We have students and parents and staff and faculty who are major contributors to the academic success of the Inglewood area community. Being the president of the Inglewood Area Ministers Association, I'm not reading from a script. I'm coming from my heart. The Bible says in the book of Galatians, chapter number 5, verse number 15, but if we bite and devour one another, be careful that we be not consume one of another.
Thank you, Speaker. Your time has now up. We appreciate the call. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Please, you're unmuted, and your time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Sakura Koshikawa, a teacher at TFSCS Compton. In the last hearing, a gentleman on the board concluded that the school technically meets the criteria for renewal, and for the sake of 500 families, it would be unconscionable to close it. Emotions aside, the fact remains that the school meets the academic and financial requirements for renewal. While there's always room for improvement, the school must be doing something right to meet those standards. Furthermore, you're evaluating a charter school that has been around for some time. While there are voices who speak in opposition, there are countless voiceless families who have stayed with the school for years and could use the stability of an established school in these uncertain times, especially looking forward to the transition to fall. Also at stake are the jobs of many hardworking teachers and staff who have met expectations but would face a non-existent job market despite meeting standards. For the sake of those returning students and families and teachers, please renew the charter as it meets the criteria for renewal. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker, for your call. Next speaker, you are now unmuted. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Kelly Stewart, and I am a 13-year resident of Inglewood, and I am an educator. I've taught for almost 15 years in similar communities as TFSCS, and I've seen what underperforming schools look like, and today's Fresh Start is far from it. They say that the purpose of education is to open the windows of the mind. Those windows are open at TFSCS, and we need more examples of schools that are successfully ran by people of color with intellect and compassion, and also by teachers who care. Closing this school would be disruptive to the American dream of many families, and it is a shame that this school is under unwarranted scrutiny, and the biggest casualty is that schools that serve students well, like this one, are historically denied the chance to uplift and build Black and brown and diverse and all students and families. I strongly urge the renewal of today's Fresh Start charter school. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You are unmuted and your time starts now.
My name is Destiny, and I have 2 children at today's Fresh Start. I implore the board to weigh more heavily what has been reported by the actual staff, students, and parents of today's Fresh Start, not outside parties that have nothing to lose and everything to gain in the form of increased ADA. My children were provided with a touchscreen laptop during COVID. They have a full lab. They have teachers of color. They have Black teachers there, all fully credentialed. And this is not something that you see at schools that have over a 40% Black population. And that may not mean a lot to other people, but it means a lot to me, my household, and my community. Closing the doors of that school is to send a message that we don't care about schools that serve Black students with that level of integrity. The commitment that I'm seeing to drag the Parkers seems very personal and political, and our children should not be in the middle of that when their benchmarks are being met and they are cared for and being shown that they are valued. I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You are unmuted and your time starts now.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you,
Speaker. My name is Leonard Towns, and I'm a community member. Please deny the petition of today's Fresh Start Charter School. This school has proven themselves to be completely corrupt and more interested in enriching themselves and falsifying data than educating our children. I implore upon you to expeditiously deny the petition without reservation and or condition. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You are unmuted and your time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Tara Booth, and I'm a proud Inglewood Unified School District teacher. Let's give students a fresh start. Why are the leaders keeping more than 3% in the reserve? It was stated earlier that Inglewood schools spend $12,000 per pupil, while PFS spends $9,000. Why don't they use some of that extra money to up their game? And for the record, Monroe did not close in 2018. Woodworth Monroe merged. It was a merger. Monroe never closed. Put that on the record. And also, IUSD serves all students. And you need to know that there are different levels of special ed, not just RSP. There is something called SDC that TFS does not provide. Parents, please stop by an Inglewood school and give your child a fresh start. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You are unmuted and your time starts now. Yes, speaker, are you there? Okay. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Yes, speaker, are you online?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Please proceed with your comments.
Thank you. My name is Jonathan Chamberlain. I'm an IUSD school public teacher. It's already been stated, but I want to state it again. Today's Fresh Start discriminates against students with moderate and severe disabilities by turning them away simply because the charter school's parents have expressed that they do not like special day classes. They are not committed to educating all children like we are, and in the end, it is the district schools that ultimately bear the disproportionate impact of serving those who require the most need and attention. I've also seen children return to district schools from today's Fresh Start and express that they did not receive the quality education that they deserve, or that they have been pushed out of the school for wholly illegitimate reasons. It is offensive to me as a teacher from a school district that needs all financial support that it can get, that the founders of today's Fresh Start have continued to take public school dollars intended for the children in our community to enrich themselves personally.
Thank you, Speaker. Your time has now ended. Next speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You're unmuted and your time starts now.
My name is Stephanie Moore, and I'm calling on behalf of today's Fresh Start. I've been a member of the charter community since year one of charters in California, longer than any of you calling in or up there. I heartily ask you to approve our charter. You want to see resources, you want to see special ed, you want to see all of those things they say we don't have. We have more than any school district or any school in Inglewood, certainly. During the pandemic, we did provide for our students every day, lunch every day. I remember the lady that called up you and her impassioned plea. She was at the last one. So apparently they drag her up so she can say we don't serve lunch. We served lunch even during Easter break, which you all didn't do. If you cared about our students, we wouldn't be here today. All of us here fighting for our children. Listen to the parents of our school, 500 plus, who want the school to stay open. This has been a vendetta against the Parkers. Please don't let
Thank you,
vendetta
Speaker. Your time is
continue.
now up. We appreciate your call. Speakers on the public comment line, we have a number of you still on the line. I am going to ask, if you do not wish to make a public comment, to please hang up from this line. We're about to go through the list one by one and ask if you would like to make public comment.
Hello?
Yes, Speaker,
Hello?
Speaker, you are now unmuted. Would you like to make a public comment?
Is this me?
Yes, it's you.
So sorry. Hello, my name is Norberto Perez. I am the CEO, Chief Operating Officer for the amazing Inglewood Unified School District. I urge this committee to continue to deny TFS. It is not a coincidence that IUSD, LACO Board, and an array of articles have been written exposing the disarray and fraud TPS has accrued. Physical misconduct. On TFS 2017 IRS Form 990, they state they have no transactions involving current employees, no transactions with family members, no transactions with reality entity, which is not only a lie but fraud. They should be ashamed to know that they made national news and identified as the top 5 worst schools. The lies continue. Through this pandemic, we have welcomed our doors to all of TFS students, and we continue to do so. It is understandable employees from TFS are calling in to support TFS, but the reality is they are only fighting for their job. No worries, we will welcome you. Grab-and-go meals as well has been given out.
Thank you, Speaker. Your time
I urge you to please deny TFS. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Yes, you are now unmuted. Would you like to provide a public comment?
Hello?
Yes, you are now unmuted. Would you like to provide a public comment? Please state your name and affiliation.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Dr. Rangel. I'm a middle school teacher at TFSDS and have been an educator for over 25 years. Since my arrival at the school, I have seen incredible work done by today's Fresh Start and what it does for its students. Since my arrival, I have seen how education and instruction is personalized for the students and how the school and the organization offers culturally relevant and responsive education. The students not only learn in class, but are also encouraged to participate in extracurricular activities like sports, choir, and the French club. The fact that students start as early as TK and end with 8th grade is a testament to the trust and satisfaction of the families we serve. The continued enrollment allows parents and teachers to form bonds that are critical importance to the students' growth and development. Like any school, there are areas for improvement, but to rush to close this
Thank you,
school
Speaker. Your time is now up. Thank you for your call.
Devastating and disruptive to students and their families. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker?
Hello?
Yes, you are now unmuted. Please state your name
Hello?
and affiliation for the record, please.
My name is Lorraine Richards, and I represent the California Teachers Association. CTA recommends that the State Board of Education vote to deny the renewal petition for TFS as recommended by the CDE and the ACCS for the following reasons. Fails to meet the academic requirements of renewal in the Charter Schools Act. From 2018 to 2019, the percent of students meeting and exceeding standards in ELA declined for nearly every grade assessed. Scores declined for ELA for every subgroup. The percent of students meeting and exceeding standards for math declined in half of those grades assessed. Math scores declined for SPED, EL, and Hispanic students. CDE staff does acknowledge that the TFS is academically low performing as a whole, which is certainly not good enough for renewal, considering the numerous concerns. Authorized hopping, ethics issues, noncompliance with the Brown Act, and failure to be held accountable by or even minimally by the authorizer. State Board should deny TFS renewal.
Thank you, Speaker. You have now reached your time. We appreciate your call. Speaker, you are now unmuted. Would you like to provide a public comment?
Hello?
Yes. Would you like to provide a public comment?
Oh, wonderful. That's me. Oh, yes, I would. Thank you. Just a minute.
Please state your name and affiliation for the record.
Yes, my name is Deborah. I'm sorry, I'm going to make it so this thing doesn't echo, if you don't mind. Okay, there you go. Yes, my name is Deborah Decker, and I am a teacher at the Inglewood School District. I teach the arts. Over the years, many charter schools have been welcomed into the school district by the LACO School Board. Therefore, there are many schools parents have to choose from. Therefore, only those schools with stellar records should be able to continue with their charter. Fresh Start is not one of those. They have had numerous complaints from both parents and teachers. Charter schools are publicly funded. Therefore, they need to be highly scrutinized in terms of student achievement, which include resources for students and special needs and mild to severe.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Your time's up. Thank you. Speaker, you're now unmuted. If you'd like to provide public comment, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Miguel Perez, and I am an administrator at Inglewood Unified School District, Oak Street Elementary. I am asking you to not renew the petition for today's Fresh Start. The purpose of charters was to inspire and innovate model schools and to teach those new strategies and share with their local districts. That was a radical and innovative idea, but today's Fresh Start is not doing any of that. We employees will no longer be quiet while these entities like today's Fresh Start use the students of Inglewood to fatten their pockets. Charter schools such as today's Fresh Start no longer are welcomed in our community. We demand that our public schools and approved charter schools be committed to serving all students. The lack of transparency, the refusal to submit required paperwork, the blatant disregard for rules and laws of this charter school is shocking. I'm surprised it's taken this long. I'm asking today to please be with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, you are now unmuted. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Gloria Venegas, and I am a proud parent, volunteer, PTA president, and a product of schools within the Inglewood Unified School District. I am asking you to deny the petition for today's Fresh Start charter. I have 4 daughters who attended schools within the district, 2 of which are college graduates and attended schools in Inglewood. My experience with Inglewood District has been amazing. I have never felt the need to drive my daughters to other districts or charter schools despite being recruited. As a parent volunteer, I have been able to see the dedication and amazing work our teachers and administration do and have towards our students. There are a lot of exciting things happening in our schools. We have a music program and other academic programs coming. We have a strong school community, If it wouldn't have been for my daughter's Inglewood High School program, College Summit, they would have never made it to college. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker, you are now Speaker, you are now unmuted. Please speak your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Speaker, are you available? Speaker, you please state your name and affiliation for the record. You're now unmuted. Once again, callers, if you are on the line, you will be asked to make a public comment. Please disconnect from the line if you do not wish to make a public comment. Caller, you are now unmuted. Please speak your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
No, I don't think so.
Yes, Speaker, you're now unmuted. Please speak your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, this is Dina Wilson from Los Angeles County Office of Education. I'm pleased to be here today representing the county board. Not only does the county board have ample findings with substantial evidence to deny this charter, we have previous experience with oversight of a TFS charter and did indeed revoke it in 2007. When reviewing this charter, the county board did review academic improvement for all groups of pupils as the most important factor and found that the TFS Inglewood fails to show increases for all groups of students. Additionally, the charter continues to show concerns of conflict of interest, self-dealing transactions, and concerns about Brown Act compliance. They do not show a commitment to equity as proven in their LCAP. A review of their most recent LCAP shows that they have failed to properly identify actions and services funded by supplemental and concentration funds, principally directed to UDP students.
Thank you. Your time's
We
now
encourage
up.
you to uphold recommendations and deny the charter. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker, you're now unmuted. Please speak your name and affiliation for the record.
Hello?
Yes, you are now online. Please speak your name and affiliation for the record.
So you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
My name is Elizabeth. And I'm a parent. I'm actually I'll be talking about not my by articles or anything of how much money they're spending or not, but I will talk about my own experience as a parent and as a student. I went to Measurable and to Woodward, and they didn't provide any, I went for a whole school year with just substitute after substitute after substitute, and they don't care about their students. I actually went to either Morningside High School, and I had a teacher where she didn't care. She let other students ditch and let them do whatever they wanted. I had to repeat my class because of the teacher. She didn't care. And for my kid now that he has been going
Speaker, thank you.
Okay.
Your time's up. I'm noticing several are calling back in that have already provided public comment. Once again, please disconnect from the line. Speaker, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You are now unmuted.
Hello, my name is Renee Hudson, and I have two siblings who attend Fresh Start. I'm quite satisfied with the academics that are provided by the school. I like the teachers. I like the support that they give our kids, and I'm recommending that you keep the school open.
Thank you. Speaker, you are now unmuted. Please state your name and affiliation for the record.
Hi, this is Tora. I have a little girl who's been there for about 6 years now. I've had experience with a child in the Inglewood School District and was not happy, none whatsoever. The education was horrible. I've had teachers missing. I've had, the safety of the campus. There was no safety, none whatsoever. So I'm definitely in support of them continuing to open it. I don't think that any school is perfect. Today's First Start, when my daughter needed her IEP, they were on top of it. We got it done within a matter of months, within a month. With the Inglewood School District, in order to get my son a 504 plan, I actually had to take legal action, and it took months, and I had to take legal action, and was pretty surprised at that. So I'm not happy with the Inglewood School District. I really don't want to send my child to an Inglewood school. I'm okay with today's Fresh Start charter. I would love to see a little improvement, but I'm there. We're there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, clarifying that this is a speaker and not the school on the line. You are unmuted. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Please confirm this is a speaker and not the school. Thank you. I am deleting you out of the queue. Speaker, you are now unmuted. Please speak your name and affiliation for the record.
Good afternoon, board members and others on the call. My name is Judy Mays, and I strongly urge the renewal of the charter for today's Fresh Start Charter School. I'm a former director of education for Kaiser Permanente. I've been a resource specialist for Compton Unified, and I am a taxpayer. Most of all, I can vouch for today's Fresh Start. They are caring. They are sincere about affording each and every student with the tools they need. It's a safe, supportive, healthy climate and conducive to learning. Inglewood Unified, shame on you. Shame on you. We, the taxpayers, had to bail you out. We're not, today's Fresh Start, we're not bailing them out. Shame on you. We, as educators, should be working together, not separate. This is for the students.
Thank you, Speaker. You have now reached your time limit. Next speaker, I am now unmuting you. Please speak your name and affiliation for the record. Yes, you are now online. Please speak your name and affiliation for the record.
Obiora and Victoria.
Yes, you're online. Please speak your name.
Obiora and Victoria. Obiora, Victoria.
Hello, speaker. You are now unmuted. Please speak your name and affiliation for the record.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Wonderful. Okay. Please renew today's Fresh Start. We have everything that is needed to be renewed. Everything that they're saying are all lies and just gruntled teachers with biased newspapers, and really, please renew today's Fresh Start. We have everything. We have fed and accommodated students. We have supplied them with the laptops during COVID. We have high reclassifications of the ELs. This is what matters. We give support to our IEPs with enrichment classes, after school tutoring, emotional support, behavioral management. We invest in our students and we empower our students. Please renew today's Fresh Start. Thank you.
Thank you for the call. Speaker, you are now unmuted. Please speak your name and affiliation for the record. Speaker, you are now unmuted. Yes, you're now unmuted. Please speak your name and affiliation for the record.
This is a call from Senator Congresswoman Diane Watson, a board member of today's Fresh Start Charter School.
I hope the people that are on the call understand.
Caller.
Has done a masterful job of getting to people that need the help. And so many people in our community neglect their own health and health conditions. And now we're at a time that we need to come together and fresh start, give them a fresh start to do the things that they need to do. They have been super, they have been successful, and they have served the classes.
Time.
Thank you. Speaker, you are now unmuted. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Speaker, you're now unmuted. Yes, you're now.
Fresh Start School. Obiora, we support Fresh Start School. Victoria, we support Fresh Start School.
Thank you.
All right.
Yes, Speaker, you are now unmuted. Please speak your name and affiliation for the record. Speaker, you're online. Thank you. That concludes public comment.
Okay, given that there is no other public comment, we'll now close the public hearing and commence with the board discussion and action. And first, I'd like to ask Ting Sung, our SBE liaison, if she has any initial comments.
Yes, I'd be happy to. I am wondering, though, if we feel like, I don't want to drag this out longer, the meeting out longer, but wonder if board members want to take a break, if this would be
I think people are taking kind of a rolling break when they need a stretch or whatever, because we have 2 items after this that we still have to do.
Okay, I'm happy to move forward. So, all right. Again, want to thank the public comments and for the speakers to have waited in the queue to make their comments, especially so late in the evening, afternoon. As I stated in the other charter renewal item, you know, I know that these issues are very emotional, and it is very important that we do hear all of the public and their thoughts on this issue. So we are considering 2 charters renewals today, with both similarities and significant differences. Both have a loyal group of local supporters, both have adequate facilities, both have strained relationships with their authorizers, and both have varying degrees of academic performance. And the varying degrees, the academic performance of both schools is better than the academic performance of comparison schools. However, as I stated earlier, although academic performance is the most important factor for renewal, there are other compelling factors that should not be ignored in a renewal decision. What I see here is 2 schools, and what I see as a distinguishing factor is that today's Fresh Start Inglewood has been in operations. John Henry was seeking its first renewal. Today's Fresh Start Inglewood has been in operation since 2009, and the today's Fresh Start organization has been operating schools since 2003. So a much longer history and track record. I will say that I have really deep concerns raised in the CDE staff report, particularly for a school that has been operating this long and has had this history. I am want to be a bit open for more discussions. I know that there was a lot of back and forth at the ACCS meeting, and it is very confusing given that the history of the organization and the various schools that have been in operations and the county charter and all that. So what I would encourage board members to do is refer to Appendix 1 in the item. The Department of Education has provided some clarification in that Appendix 1. I think that might be helpful to clarify some of the matters that have been discussed. So with that, I will leave it to my fellow board members to ask questions.
I'll ask board members to raise your hand in the window. I'm going to try to manage this and see. I assume all of us listened, and we have several areas we may want to comment about. I guess I would ask Member Rucker, I believe you're on. Did you want to start with any comments?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can. Thank you.
Okay. So I do appreciate Board Member Sun's comments to open this conversation. And I do have multiple concerns, but my concerns about this charter are no different from the concerns that I have expressed in the past concerning previous charters and the issues related to those charters. So I need to make sure, I really do want to make sure that for all of those parents and teachers and community members who called in to share their concerns and their passions about these schools and these programs, it's really important to recognize today of all days why those passions and those concerns are being expressed. Not every child has an opportunity to go through school. Let me change that. Not every African-American child, not every African-American parent has an opportunity to see a school and to see a school program that they actually feel wants and welcomes their child, and they see their child succeeding. Many times African-American parents, when their children go to school and they show up in school and they come home and they're successful and they like school, there's some kind of magic happening. So for many of the parents who have called in to express their concerns and success and support of the magic that is happening at today's Fresh Start, I heard you, and I understand that for you, you have a great deal of support, and you really are vested in the support and the success of your child at this school. I equally heard from parents of students who didn't feel the same way, who found the success that they needed in Inglewood. So this is not a conversation about where the magic is in public education, because there is a formula, or there is a moment, a sense of connection that children who are successful and that African-American children who find success and connection can find for many and multiple reasons, whether it's at Inglewood, which we clearly heard and clearly understand, and the innovations that they are offering both through linked learning, which I personally have awareness of and had the opportunity to help start as a field and as an area of study here in California, or whether it's in the shop classes and the arts classes that are supported through many high schools, elementary schools, and middle schools in Inglewood, as well as for the parents who found great success for their children at today's Fresh Start. We sit on this panel and we have multiple metrics that have to be considered and that need to be considered to bring balance to this conversation. And as Board Member Song pointed out, I had great reservation about the previous school and the reasons for the problems with that previous school. And as she pointed out, it is a new school, it is a startup, and they have a shorter record of time in their relationship, both with their LEA and now with the board. This school is different. This program is different. This charter management organization is different. It has evolved. It has changed. It has gotten savvy. And I have concerns about what is in the public record. I have concerns about what is being conflated or what is being changed or what is not being sunshined with the kind of transparency it should have. Many of my colleagues on the board have heard me often argue and rail about the importance of the public function, about the implication or the application of the Brown Act and the need for clear, transparent governance in these charters, and I have objected and voted against charters for that reason. Many of you have heard me argue about how you balance the consideration about the academic performance of the school over some of the other equally glaring and concerning problems, which are parallel and important in my mind and under the law, and I have voted against those schools. So my colleagues on the board have heard me talk with great reason and rationality, I hope, about what my concerns are, not just about underperforming charters, but charters that are being poorly managed or not managed with public interest or having that hint of or specter of scandal. And so that has always been my concern, and that has been my concern throughout my tenure on this board. I have not been inconsistent in that discussion. But there's something further that's being raised today, and that's the issue of race. For a lot of the folks who are having this conversation and having this discussion about race, this is not a question about whether or not public schools can serve African American children well, and it's also not a question about which one of these public schools, the charter or the public schools in Inglewood, are serving African American children better. So while race is a double-edged sword that often creeps into these conversations, and the needs and urgent concerns of African American parents and their children is a paramount concern to me personally and to this board as we venture into a new frontier to talk about equity. I think that the issues of equity have been discussed and argued about passionately by both sides of this argument, by parents who support this charter as well as by parents who did not find their children were successful in this charter. And those parents were African American on both sides of this table. And the same thing is true for parents who are seeking an alternative because of their dissatisfaction with the way Inglewood is serving African American children. So as the board continues their conversation and the discussion here, having issues and discussions of race and having a discussion about how race is being served in this conversation does not serve us well, especially if it becomes politicized and it becomes the hockey puck that's pushed around from one side to the other as the rationale or justification for us to deal with either our discomfort or our self-righteous assertion that we have the answer, we have the definitive answer, or we know better. So that's all I actually want to say. Thank you, Eileen, for giving me that opportunity. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Member Rucker. Thank you very much for your comments. Let me ask our Member Navo.
Yeah, I'll make a couple of comments here. I'm extremely disappointed how we got here. I think at the end of the day, because of poor district charter relationships, kids get hurt. And it comes down to us to try and sort out this mess. And the truth for me is the petition is confusing. It's hard to gain clarity on a multitude of issues. I don't see the relationship being repaired between the district and the charter. And I quite honestly don't see my ability to find the truth in the situation. The revocation of the charter, that alleged revocation that today's Fresh Start would say is not a revocation. The alleged violations of students with disabilities that I'm sure today's Fresh Start would dispute. The county's description on slide 22 of a conflict of interest that I'm sure today's Fresh Start would dispute. This is a complex request that doesn't promote or allow for complete clarity. based on the disputed facts. And for me, it's impossible to overturn CDE's recommendation based on all of this. That's all I have to say at this time.
So I'll just ask one comment. I'm worried for the kids. This is really challenging times for all kids, and to face. I mean, obviously the school. We're in the new school year now, in the new fiscal year, and I just would say I recognize what the parents said about wanting a safe place for their kids and worried about starting a new school. And I'm certainly, I hear that they're beginning to look for new options, but I think we have a responsibility from Inglewood and Los Angeles to reach out to these students and to make their transition, should we not approve it, safe and supportive. I worry for the students because I think the families and the students have chose it for a good reason, and in the end, they're the ones that lose. Are there any other comments from board members? Member Sung, do we have a motion?
Well, I did want to follow up on your concerns, and maybe we could ask Inglewood District. You had in the prior asked the district, how they would take in the students, or if we were to deny this petition, how would the transition work with something like that? And are they prepared, like what they're looking at doing?
So thank you so much for that question and for your comments. We are extremely excited to welcome all families to the Inglewood Unified School District. We have 17 schools that we operate. We have capacity at each one of our schools. We have amazing programs. We have amazing teachers. We have amazing principals and amazing classified staff willing and ready to welcome all families to the Inglewood Unified School District. What we are planning to do is to host virtual meetings with our Today's Fresh Start families to welcome them. We're offering 2 open houses that will be conducted at each one of our schools. We're planning for one in July and also one in August. These open houses will provide our families with an opportunity to get to know our amazing principals and teachers and staff so that they could also learn about the unique programs that our district offers. We're going to provide all of our Today's Fresh Start families a welcome packet. We are excited to welcome them and to invite them to open house activities, and we're planning to send that information to the Today's Fresh Start community. Also, we will provide opportunities for them to visit the schools of their choice because we are an open enrollment district, a district of choice. And so we will work very closely with each family member through our concierge service, where we will contact each family individually and assign a staff member to work with that family individually to welcome them back to the Inglewood Unified School District and to talk to them about the programs that we offer, to schedule a tour if that's something that our parents are interested in doing. And we're actually going to assign somebody to be the main point of contact for each family member so that they know who to connect with directly in the event that this charter school is closed.
Thank you.
Member Strauss, this is Stephanie Farland. I just wanted to add to that because we had mentioned in my presentation earlier that a good proportion of the students from Inglewood would actually attend LA Unified schools. We did reach out to LA Unified, and they responded by saying that they will certainly engage and support all the families and students who wish to enroll in an LA Unified school, be it regular or charter. Thank you.
Can the charter school
Thank
respond?
you.
Can Today's Fresh Start respond?
No, these are just questions for the school district at this point. To clarify, Member Sung, did we address the questions that you had?
The board did. I mean, the school did. I mean, the school district did. Sorry, it's getting late.
Yeah. Do we have any other clarifying questions from board members before we look for a motion?
Eileen, Linda's hand is up.
Okay, Member Darling Hammond? Oh, you're muted.
And thanks for stepping in. I was going to ask the question about the return of the students. I appreciate the answer that we got. It's the first time I've heard about concierge service for school children. I like that concept. All children should have concierge service. I would just associate my thoughts with those that were made by Member Navo, given the various statements on both sides, but also the concerns that were raised about conflict of interest and other concerns. I would find it hard to overturn the CDE recommendation.
Thank you. Any other, Karen, do we have any other hands raised?
No.
Okay, Member Sung, do you have a motion that you'd like to introduce?
Yes, I appreciate all my fellow board members' comments, and especially those of Member Rucker. This is a very, very difficult decision. It's heart-wrenching because I know it involves kids. However, I also in agreement with Member Navo and President Linda Darling Hammond that these issues are of such a severity, issues that are severe enough and that have been persisted throughout the life of the charter, which has been very long, that I have to go with the Department of Education's recommendation to deny the renewal of today's Fresh Start.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Member Glover Woods. Any further discussion? Karen, will you call a roll call vote?
Yes. Kim? Kim?
Yes.
Ide?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Cynthia?
Yes.
Linda?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes.
Ting?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Brenna?
Yes.
And Patricia?
Yes.
Okay, it's unanimous vote.
All right. Do we want to call a break for 5 minutes, or are people okay to continue?
I think we just want to finish the last two items, and if people need to stretch or take a quick break, let's do a rolling break if that's okay.
Okay. Do you want me to take the gavel back?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Eileen. I appreciate that. At this point, we're going to move to agenda item 22, which is the request to ratify the California Department of Education grant application to the U.S. Department of Education Education Stabilization Fund, which is the Rethink K-12 Education Models Grant. The CDE recommends that the State Board ratify California's Education Stabilization Fund grant application to develop a statewide course access program for all grade 6 through grade 12 students in California in order to help students be career and college ready across the state's regional, demographic, and economic differences. And the item is presented by Joseph Science of CDE. And Joe, here you are. You may begin.
Hello, members of the State Board of Education. My name is Joe Sines, and I'm the Federal Policy Liaison for the California Department of Education Government Affairs Division. I'm proud to bring forward this collaborative proposal that is due to tireless work of staff from the CDE, the State Board of Education, and the Governor's Office. Also joining me, who will be answering some of your questions if needed, is Pradeep Kodamraju, who is the director of the Career and College Transition Division within CDE. Pradeep and his team worked long hours to complete this grant proposal. And I also want to appreciate Leslie Taylor, who worked diligently to pull data in regards to the state's coronavirus burden. Okay. Perfect. Thank you, sir. Our technology knows it's late too.
Even the computers are tired.
Perfect. There we go. So thank you, everyone, to the State Board. I definitely appreciate your long hours spent over the last 2 days. So in saying that, I will make sure I get to the heart of the matter. And then whatever questions you have, along with Pradeep, will be happy to answer. So our recommendation is that the California Department of Education recommends that the State Board of Education, SBE, ratify California's Education Stabilization Fund Rethink K-12 Education Models Grant. We call it the ESF REM grant for short. That we ratify this application to develop a statewide course access program for all grades 6 through 12 students in California. As many of you know, in response to COVID-19, Congress passed the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security CARES Act, and it was enacted on March 27, 2020, with a $30.75 billion in emergency education funding to states. Of a 1% set aside is where the ESF REM grant comes from. The purpose of this grant is meant to support state educational agencies in states with the highest coronavirus burden to address specific educational needs of students, their parents, and teachers in public and non-public elementary schools in accordance with the CARES Act. The three absolute priorities for the grant competition are to provide funding through microgrants, to develop and or expand high-quality course access programs or statewide virtual school, or to demonstrate a rationale to address the specific educational needs of their states as related to remote learning. And we are required to take on one of these absolute priorities in the grant competition for our application. These grants are peer-reviewed by peer reviewers with a range of experience in education and background. They will independently read, score, and provide written comments for grant applications. There are going to be 12 to 14 awards for states with the highest coronavirus burden, estimated funds of $180 million, and the range of awards $5 million to $20 million for each award. The project approval life cycle is up to 36 months as well. And the application required a letter supporting proposal from the governor. The due date for this application was June 29, 2020, which the CDE met. We also sent in on May 19, 2020, the intent to apply before that, which was strongly encouraged as part of the application process. Through collaboration with the CDE, the State Board of Education, and the Governor's Office, our application was submitted, and the U.S. Department of Education plans to make awards by August 2020. Now we'll go into CDE's proposal for the ESF REM grant. For our proposal, CDE selected absolute priority number 2. This priority is to develop and or expand high-quality course access programs. The impact COVID-19 has had on the California educational environment can most be seen through the digital divide when it came to offering courses and programs in an online environment. Proactively, the CDE and other partners have undertaken major effort to work with public and private partners across the state to increase digital resources. The second is that COVID-19 has amplified concern around the inability to optimize learning acceleration and the impact this has had on students from under-resourced populations. And third, post-COVID-19 educational environment requires that California expand high-quality college and career-ready resources and programs. In response to these issues, the CDE is proposing the California Open Education Project, or CalOpEd project for short, by building a statewide learning and teaching equity platform to increase access to quality college and career distance learning education to improve learning outcomes for students grades 6 through 12 throughout the state. The project builds out the college and career-ready infrastructure by developing a statewide course access platform to increase access to college and career distance learning curriculum for students and educators, and informs parents about the ways in which CalOpEd can provide increased educational access for their students. This project is especially important given students in remote and rural regions that have historically lacked funding and/or capacity to better access high-quality digital coursework. So the three primary objectives are to provide a common platform to all public and non-public schools so teachers and students have access to quality digital learning resources and enhanced instructional materials. Also, an objective is to create a statewide stakeholder group consisting of parents, community leaders, industry partners, and educational leaders to identify critical needs to provide input. And third, the project will convene regional educator teams to collaboratively write, curate, and develop a repository of courses, curriculum, and professional learning modules. And we believe these last two objectives are extremely important due to the fact that we believe the best outcomes are had when multiple parties and professionals collaborate to provide the best outcome for our state students. When coming up with this proposal, CDE and SBE staff wanted to ensure that it was built with a sustainable outlook in mind, meaning that the project not just be a short-term response to the COVID-19 pandemic, but must also be focused on building on top of long-term foundations in order to guarantee equitable advancement for all students, even after the pandemic has ended. With that in mind, this project aims to increase access to an inclusive and innovative 21st century education that will prepare students to meet the new demands for distance learning and the jobs of tomorrow. Additionally, the CalOpEd project provides vital offerings to students from underserved and rural regions. It also works to build on and maximize the current CTE online platform, which hosts professional learning resources for educators around the state. In the application that was submitted to the U.S. Department of Education, the CDE provided a detailed description of responsibilities, timelines, and milestones that the project would require. In the interest of respecting the board's time, I will point members to attachment 2 in the item for the detailed breakdown. One highlight for this project, the CDE is requesting over $19 million over 3 years to fund the project. Also, for note, in this application it was required the state demonstrate its coronavirus burden, although the U.S. Department of Education assigned California one of the lowest scores for coronavirus burden. This score was based on percent of population without access to broadband, percent of K-12 students in poverty, state's percentage share of COVID-19 cases per capita, and percent of students who live in a rural area. Through our application, we made the case that just looking at percentages alone for scoring does not accurately reflect the state's true coronavirus burden. Maine, which received a top score with over 11.7% of their students without broadband access, equates to 21,000 students in raw numbers, where California's 8.9% equates to approximately 570,000 students. Also at the time of the proposal, even though the cases per capita was lower in California, the burden score did not reflect the aggressive approach undertaken by Governor Newsom and our state's leading officials to flatten the curve through shelter in place and the closing of schools earlier than in other states, which increased the time students spent outside the classroom. Nor did the U.S. Department of Education score consider the fluid nature of this pandemic, which is evolving each day. The application made the point that a hugely significant burden has been felt by our state and its citizens. Continually, also the proposal required the CDE to sign off on multiple assurances that are detailed in attachment 3 of the item. This proposal also received a letter of support from Governor Newsom as required by the application. So in closing, we believe that this is to take a proactive approach for the post-COVID-19 pandemic, that it helps our students in both the short and long term as required by the changing educational environment to distance learning. The CDE recommends that the SBE ratify California's ESF REM grant application to develop a statewide course access program for all grades 6 through 12 students in California. And with that, I will open up for questions.
Thank you very much. We're going to open the public comment line, the phone line for public comment. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling 712-432-0075, entering access code 651905#. Wait for the operator prompts to press *6, and then another prompt to press 1 to enter the queue. While we're waiting to see if members of the public are calling in, I want to ask Patricia Rucker first, and then Ting Sun as our CTE liaisons, if they have any initial comments.
Thank you very much. This is definitely a need in the state, and I'm glad for the prospect of some substantial funding to support our overall state plan for developing career and technical education in this state. Now, it is worth noting that this project is being led by the CDE, CSESA, and AXA. So, Dr. Kodamrajam, you already know what my question is going to be. So, when the statewide stakeholder group is organized, please tell me there will be more than one classroom teacher on this statewide stakeholder group.
Member Rucker, I can assure you that there will be more than one teacher. In fact, the majority of that stakeholder group will be teachers. That's what we use in the CTE online project that we've used Perkins funds to develop, and the ones who develop the modules for that system are teachers, and we'll be pulling those individuals in.
Okay, so and I know that we will spending some time at tomorrow's meeting talking about this as well. So I won't go into detail on that point, but I just wanted to make sure for the record, as we are working to approve this, that information is clear. I want to also say I appreciate the equity lens, and I wonder if the majority of historically marginalized students in California would benefit from a more expansive consideration of equity in the project design and planning. And that's something I just want you to make a note about, because I know that the grant is a living document, and we can talk more about the equity issue, especially with the superintendent's new equity officer as we move down the road to implementing the grant. And then finally, I just want to say it's really important for us to see, as you look at all three of the attachments in the scoping section of the grant, it would seem like it's 3 projects, but it's really important for us to articulate that this is part of the overall program and design for the state plan about career and technical education. And so even though the community colleges are going to be uppermost in a lot of the planning and the work on scoping this out, the intent really is to create a clear grade 6 through 12 program. So I really appreciate the work the department has done and the effort that was done as a collaborative project to prepare this grant and submit it. Thank you.
All right. Ting, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, just quickly, we're ratifying this because there was such a short timeline, and CDE really needed to had a short time period to get the application done and submitted. It is an ambitious project, and so a lot of details will need to be flushed out, as Member Rucker indicated. So I think there will definitely be much more. We'll see the shape of this if we get approved. One thing I did want to clarify, however, the item said that we were asking for 19,394,000, and the slide said 19,880,000 something. So there was a discrepancy between the item and what was on the slide. So staff can just clarify what that is so we know what we're ratifying.
Member Son, it's actually 19,394 is the amount that we're ratifying.
Okay, so it is what is in the item.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. All right, moving ahead, I want to see if there's any public comment.
We do have one person. Caller, you are unmuted. Would you like to provide comment for item 22 regarding the grant application?
No, that's not because I didn't push 1 and 6.
No.
Thank you.
All right, that was short and sweet. I guess this is for another item, perhaps. Are there any other comments from the board? Let me see if we've got any hands raised.
Linda, Ida
yes.
has her hand up.
Yeah, I'm going to remove my hand. Ida, would you?
Yes, I just want to say that this is wonderful. And I agree with Member Rucker about the importance of having teachers represented well here. And, I hope this happens.
Great. Thank you. I see no other hands raised. Do I have a motion?
I will move that we ratify the application.
And I will second.
All right, thank you very much. We'll hold a roll call vote. Karen?
Okay. Patricia?
Yes.
Brenna?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes, please.
Ting?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes.
Linda?
Yes.
Cynthia?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Ida?
Yes.
Kim?
Yes.
Unanimous.
All right, thank you very much. And thank you, Joe, for both presenting and for your work on this. We appreciate it. We're now going to go to waiver request item 16, request by Fallbrook Union Elementary School District to waive California Education Code Section 5020 and portions of Sections 5019, 5021, and 5030 that require a district-wide election to establish a by trustee area method of election. CDE recommendation is given the unique circumstances of COVID-19 pandemic, the resulting budget problems for school districts, and the fact that district staff are working remotely in the spring, that the state board make a determination that there is a need to take immediate action on the waiver. The need for action came to the attention of CDE and state board after the agenda was posted on June 26th. The state board makes that determination with a 2/3 vote, and the CDE recommends the state board approve the waiver. And this item is presented by Judy Sias and Larry Shirey of CDE.
Hi, it's Judy Sias, Chief Counsel with the State Board. Linda, thank you for explaining this waiver. This is one of our typical waivers to approve the at-large election by trustee area method of election. Districts that have an at-large system of electing board members have been facing litigation under the California Voting Rights Act. To help avoid litigation, districts work with their county committee on school district organization to draw area maps and take action to establish trustee areas and adopt the trustee area method of election. In order to establish the trustee area and implement this new method as quickly as possible, districts will often request a waiver from the state board that the election method be approved at a district-wide election. If the SBE approves the waiver, then there will be an election in the district to elect the governing board members under the new system. This waiver helps districts avoid litigation by moving to the new system quickly. The SBE has approved over 200 of these waivers, so this waiver is not controversial. This one is a little bit unique because we received a call from the Fallbrook Union Elementary District last week on July 2nd after the agenda was posted, that they realized that their waiver was not on the July agenda. The San Diego County Registrar of Voters told the district that if they did not get a waiver approved in July, they would have to have an election on the election method, and that would cost them over $300,000. So I would like to thank Larry Shirey, who quickly worked to develop this item so that we could add it to the agenda. We feel like, as Linda stated at the beginning, given the unique circumstances with COVID and the fact that districts were working remotely and the budget crisis, we would like to accommodate the district if we could. So since this came to our attention after the 10-day posting under Bagley-Keene, we need 2 votes. So the first vote would be for you all to add this item to the agenda. So you have to make the determination that there is a need to take immediate action and that the need for action came to our attention after the agenda was posted. Like Linda said, that's 2/3 vote. Once you make that vote to add it to the agenda, then we will need a quick vote to approve the waiver. That is it.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I think we will open the phone line for public comment if there is any. And it's the same notification that we had before. I suspect our last caller was calling for this item. So do you want to, I wanted to ask Patricia Rucker, I'm sorry, she's our waiver liaison, if she has any initial comments before we turn to the phone line.
Well, and I do understand that we have 2 votes that we need to take. So when we are ready to make those votes, I will make the motions related to both of those votes. And for our new board members, I do want to explain one other point that's important about this particular item. Only the election to establish the trustee area and the election method will be eliminated by approving this waiver. Voters in the district will continue to elect to all governing board members, and moreover, the waiver will not eliminate any existing legal rights for currently seated board members.
Thank you, Patricia.
Okay. Is there any public comment?
Yes, we do have one person in the queue. Speaker, would you like to provide public comment? Okay, thank you.
That's it. No more public comment, I guess.
I guess that was a no. Okay, so we want to take those motions in order. Is there any further discussion before we take the first motion? Seeing none, Member Rucker, would you like to make the first motion?
I move that the State Board of Education make a determination that there is a need to take immediate action on this waiver, and that the need for action came to the attention of the CDE and the State Board of Education after the agenda was posted on June 26, 2020.
Thank you very much. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Brenna. Karen, you want to call the roll call vote?
Okay. Ting?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes.
Patricia?
Yes.
Ida,
Yes.
Kim,
Yes.
Brenna,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Cynthia,
Yes.
Linda.
Yes.
Okay, that motion carries unanimously.
All right, and now we need a motion on the waiver itself. And so, Member Rucker, did you want to make that motion as well?
Sure. I move that the State Board approve the waiver request from the Fallbrook School District as recommended in the staff recommendation.
All right, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All right, let's have a roll call vote.
Okay, Patricia,
Yes.
Brenna,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Ting,
Yes.
Eileen,
Yes.
Linda,
Yes.
Cynthia,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Ida,
Yes.
Kim.
Yes.
Okay, unanimous vote.
We're done.
All right, so I now adjourn our July 20 State Board meeting at 7:37 p.m. I want to assure the new board members that this was one of our easier meetings.
No.
We look forward to seeing you again at our September meeting.